the lead they currently have. NYSL just had to slow down and play the fundamentals.
Wow.
They gotta slow down, but at the same time for Florida, they can kind of do the same thing, right? They can just rely on the advantage that they have, give up that P1 and prepare for next, as sublaners do invest a decent amount for the backside of the spawn. That's player number 2 in Hydra, who's looking to fight for those. A great start so far for the Frenchman, 20 and 13 as he hits the deck. So does Krim. By no means having the same series as his French counterpart, but Kismet doing what he can to lock this one down. As we said, a big moment right now in the game for NYSL. They've got a few stragglers making their way through middle. That's going to be 2. Now make it 3. Great little break coming in from Kismet. Nearly makes it the 4th. A solid break out of NYSL as the race will be on now for spawns. Final 15.
And Awakening with a huge one-on-one easy reads onto Hydra. Now the final 15 does actually get broken by Florida, so this is the worst case scenario. Right now, if you are New York, you have to sprint all the way across the map. The hill's about to pop. Major Maniac and Awakening are not missing right now with their ARs. Now with the 2v4 of the rotation, now you have to slow down your game, wait for your teammates to get into the play, and this is just allowing Florida to run away with this game. Great rotation after great rotation is giving them this lead so far.
Yeah, man, it really has. It's come down to those rotations, and at times when they needed those breaks, they have been there. Florida looking to collect themselves, start to make themselves through on up. Kismet looking to try to lock this one down for as long as possible. He's got a little bit of cover fire, but so far he's been doing it himself. Ultimately, Mutineers with those close spawns over toward the roofs fire their way back on in AR after AR. Despite the controversy around Florida having too many automatons, it feels like they're working quite well. Big Wake once again on the spree, and Mutineers looking good across that 200-point threshold.
And just looking at the scoreboard, you see the struggling Crim6 right now sitting at 12 and 26. Just not showing up in this map, number 1, but the map is far from over. You have the rotation. Skies and Awakening do find 2, but that trade from Crim6 is going to secure the spawns for NYSL. Now they just have to fight for these back spawns. You're going to have Skies in a position, accompanied by Major Maniac, just slowly trying to approach the back. The pinch is also going to come in from field. First gunfight going to go in favor of Skies, but now at least you still have Major Maniac here. He should be able to find the trade. That's going to be 3. Last player up is Krim, and what a successful break from Florida. Working it, taking their time, and now the final 30 should go in their favor.
We gotta give a lot of props as well to 2Real. I mean, while it's not currently a positive game for him, you see the amount of time that he's got, over a minute. Feels like in every one of these team fights, he has at least been finding one, setting his teammates up for success. As Big Wake falls again, it is the trades that seem to be favoring the Florida Mutineers. But hello, here comes Paul X, jumps right into the line of sight from Major Maniac, and how about a game for him in his return? Sits at 28 and 18. Florida, they can feel this game 1 going their way. 15 more points, and this one is theirs. New York in a world of trouble.
Almost a 100-point game right now. New York need a great hold to at least put themselves at 200 points. As the pressure from Florida. This is going to come from top plat. Krim with a great 2-piece to at least shut down that initial push. Now you have the information that one player is going to attack from Fountain. Krim finds the 3rd. Last player is also going to be pushing from middle, but you, for now, your NYSL are holding the first engagements. 35 seconds left. The second goal is going to be here. 2Real and Kismet. 2Real does find 1, but Kismet with 2. New York, they are holding. 25 seconds left, getting closer to that 200-point mark.
I don't know how Paul had the timing to do that. That ever works out for me, at least when I'm playing right. But Paul X is a different beast, and as you said, NYSL holding for the moment. The nice little bunny hop from 2Real as he will quickly push himself into the point. Paul X with a sense of urgency did what he had to over at P5. Now can he do it at P1? The rotation is set up early from Florida, but they're not reading the flank. They are not reading the flank. Skies is the last man here, and he drops as well.
New York successfully get the break. Now with 50 seconds here, they can close this out. They just need to set up one great hold to at least make them hit that panic button. The Hydra pinch is gonna come in. He finds 1. He's gonna be able to at least find the 2nd. Great shots onto Major, but team shots from Paul X is able to find that kill. Now it was just almost an 100-point game. It's only gonna be a 15-point game. NYSL are changing that P5 to P1 and got themselves right back into this one.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again from far away! Paul, come on! You gotta solidify it. At least gives the information to his teammates. And we are about to have a lead change. And they have got that tick. They've got that tip for a moment, Florida. They've got to contest. They contest for just the right amount of time. 1 to 2 more seconds away are NYSL, but Florida, they're here. They're ready. It's Skies in the back of the tank trying to hold him off. And he drops. He drops, Shay.
Skies drops, but Awakening and Major combined for 3. Now 240 to 246. All of NYSL spawning towards mid-map and towards top plat. This is their last push. They gotta go.
They gotta go, but Awakening is there. He drops 2. Paulex, the last man alive, tries to go big, and Florida will hold on to what was nearly a 100-point comeback out of the New York Subliners. That is the way, the perfect way to kick off what is going to be the best split of the season. Intensity from start to finish, but it is Florida who, by the slimmest of margins, claimed that game 1.
Every single series in stage 4 is gonna have this level of intensity. And don't forget, this is also a bounty match. You have a $10,000 on the line for this series, but most importantly, it's gotta be about the points. Obviously, Florida, they come out swinging off the gates. Perfect rotation after perfect rotation. But then when they allowed NYSL to get back into this game, it was all on that P5 hill. Paulex and Hydra, they were going massive to find every single kill there. And then they chained it over to that P1. But you see that little contest that comes in from Awakening allows Florida to get set up properly for that P2. Even with Skies dropping on that early first blood in the back of that tank, Awakening and Major Maniac with those ARs in their hands go massive to secure those spawns, then force NYSL to hit that panic button to try to sprint out and stop them from getting that time. But Florida clutch up in those final moments, and that has to be, I'm telling you, Major Maniac right there definitely calmed the boys down, because we've seen Florida without this guy on this team, they usually crumble in those moments, but he's probably telling the guys it's never chalk. Let's just rotate, everybody calm down, we just have to go massive off this rotation. They do that, they secure map number 1, now have a 1-0 lead in this series.
And Jay, I want to talk to you too, like, how big is that? I mean, when we talk about the complexities of this series, New York, throughout the stage 3 major qualifiers, they were known to be that game 1 hardpoint team. I mean, how many times have we seen them rely on that opening hardpoint? And whenever it came down to the most recent major, right at Toronto, they go 0 for 2. In both of those games, they lost the opening hardpoint.
Yeah, they lost the one to Seattle. It was a tough one. And then lose the one to London Royal Ravens. That one got me completely off guard. Everyone just came out flat. Like Crim and Kismet both had 0.8s when it came to those respawns. But then you see them also have a slow start here. Like Crim doesn't step up till we get to this P5 on the second rotation. If he starts off a little bit better in the beginning of that game, NYSL will run away with it with the way that Paulex and Hydra are shooting. But now they find themselves in a situation where it's usually difficult for them. Down 0-1 in this series, you're relying on Search and Destroy, where the majority of their S&Ds with this team have all the way to around 11, where they're losing 2v4s, they're losing 2v3s. A majority of these rounds that they're losing have come in clutches. And not to say it's going to be easy going up against Florida, because Florida on the 2 Search and Destroy maps have yet to find a single W. But with the Major Maniac on this team, you know that there's going to be a whole different game plan. Major Maniac and 2Rail just come off that Toronto win, so they're probably going to bring a bunch of their S&D strats into this team, because we only have 4 S&D maps in this entire CDL. 2 of them, they have no wins on. So that's terrible. And already, I can already see Major Maniac doing immediate impact as soon as they enter this map.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it as soon as we saw the vetoes. The vetoes were done actually really early in comparison to this series. You and I rolled up like, 2 hours before, our official time for the broadcast to start. And we're like, oh, the vetoes are already done. Like, it feels like Florida already had a plan going into this match. They were prepared to play these games. And Jay, I was taking a look at the S&D KDs at the Toronto Open, the Challengers Open. I mean, it was excellent numbers across the board. For Major, he had a 1.74 at the Challengers Toronto Open. 2Rail a 1.22. So wow, that is something to think about. Very scary. I know the Shady Kings team ultimately played very well in Search Destroy. Everybody across the board had great numbers, but those 2 especially helped lead the way with Neptune and as well as Brack. It's scary. It is scary if you're the New York side, because you just don't know what to expect. Like, why is Florida playing Desert Siege? Do they have something cooked up their sleeve? Does Major Maniac have some crazy strats in mind? I feel like it's a time to be very concerned if you're a New York fan, Jay.
It's definitely a time to be concerned because the 8 patty for this roster originally was at like a 0.8. Vivid was at like a 0.7 in Search and Destroy. That's why they really didn't find a lot of success. You get a guy that's just recently off the most recent major, the most recent challenger major, comes off of 1.7 in Search and Destroy, and then 2 Real is a really aggressive SMG player, a 1.2. This is going to do wonders for this team. We know where Skies come from. He comes from that S&D scene. Awakening, he's always been dominant in this mode. When you add those 2 players, it's going to be a total differential when you watch them in this game mode. I'm excited to see what they can bring. Obviously, NYSL needs to enter into this series to gain some kind of confidence. This is not tough for them. They're still sitting at 70 points overall. They need every match win that they can possibly get. And when they're losing hard points, which is their best game mode, when you think about this roster, kind of puts them in a tough spot.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I know that the desk was touching on this at the very start of the broadcast. You know, the issues with Florida in Search Destroy. They've been there, right? They're the 11th team right now in S&D for the moment. What? I mean, the record sits at, I think, like 11-22. And, you know, when you talk about the roster as well, it's crazy that this is arguably one of the worst teams we have in Search Destroy, yet they happen to possess arguably the best S&D player statistics-wise that we've got in the league. I think, like, Skies is still sitting at the top with, like, a 1.2. So to have really the complement of what is Major Maniac, and then along with a very unpredictable piece in 2 Real, it really starts to set the stage. As we said, Florida yet to get a W on the Siege. I don't think they've played this map since the Pro-Am New York. Much more well-seasoned on it, but there you have it. Mr. Major Maniac having himself a great game. I think it's fair to say Jay's coming into this series with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a chip on his shoulder for Major Maniac. He said, I deserve to be here. He's
trying to get warmed up for Minnesota. He's trying to get warmed up for the Rocker later.
Exactly. But here we go. Florida on the attack. Major Maniac is going to get spotted, though, as one player is going to get that information. But Crimsix with that early first blood with the nade. Awakening does answer, at least making it 3v3, but that's going to be bombed down.
It's a great start for Crim. He'll be able to find those first 2 while Kismet drops. It's overall a solid start for Crimsix. A very slow opening hard point, and honestly a map in Desert Siege where he historically has not been great on. Hydra will complete it, so Crim gets the hat trick, and is Paco there with the final kill. In Florida, really nothing to speak of.
Yeah, right there, Florida. They're just playing a stationary setup. They're just trying to get the information of how NYSL are going to play this. But when you're running into a hot Crimsix, so far that round number 1 is a great bounce back off of that map number 1. Finds 3 kills in the feed. First with the nade, next 2 with the shots. As NYSL secure the first defense, they're actually 52% on their defenses on this map compared to Florida, who are 37%. And also a little bit better on their offense as well, 40% to 31%.
And all right, we are into this round number 2.
Okay.
The lobby drops in a matter of moments, and it quickly favors the Florida Mutineers. Paul pretty much saw everything with the scope. We got to watch it from afar, and now has clutch up, able to find the head of Major Maniac to start, and now it is the 2-headed beast of Big Wake and Skies now left to handle. What a round this could be to get some more momentum on the board for the Red Menace. Did he spot Awakening? I think he does spot a little bit of movement, but we always know toward the desert it is very difficult to see sometimes here on the Siege. A lot of time to work with still. Jay, right in the corner goes Paul. This guy's just toward his side.
He picks up that bomb, so you're going to see Awakening turn to at least know that the player in Paul X has to be near this location. But he's going to spot at least one player in the skies. Awakening goes for the challenge and finds that kill. And that's a great round from Florida. Early tone setter right there to not allow NYSL to attack towards that B bomb. They send 3 players over towards that B site. They come out on top in the engagements. And even though Paul X does find that first kill, every time Paul X gets a kill like that, I just think about what Chance always says. He gets kills that he should not. That sniper kill was insane. But Awakening and Skies, they've been here before. They're that dynamic duo of this Florida roster. They clutch up and tie it up at 1.
I remember it was like, well, I think it was like Checkmate last year. I don't know if it was like S&D or just in general. Clay would always talk about, like, we just don't want to, like, we're just trying to counter Paul. Like, we're just always trying to get rid of this guy because, as you said, the kills he makes are absolutely unreal. 2 Real with a great little answer off the rip. Helps lead the charge in toward Top Palace. Gets that first blood for Florida, which, as we said, is a rarity as of late. The new roster trying to change up the pace. Kismet able to escape with his life. Current man advantage right now for Florida, but you could not tell 2 Real anything because he is a man on fire. He is getting in those steps today, Jay.
Yeah, 2 rows just flying all throughout Palace. At least he's going to be able to work towards this A bomb plan, but Crim does find that opening kill. So at least making it 3v3, and look at the positioning of Kismet. Gonna be able to sneak his way past to the flank, catch 2 real off guard, walks right by Skies on some great timing. Now in the 3v1. Skies has to work his way all the way back towards Train. Paulus is just gonna hop it. He does at least spot him, but the trade should be here from Kismet. That's gonna be Kismet making the play, sneaking his way through backside Trains, catching 2 real off guard, even after getting first blooded. NYSL with the adjustments on their defensive rounds to secure it and go up 2-1.
Yeah, great little moment there for New York. As we said, it felt like it was all sunny skies here on Siege for Florida, especially after 2 real helped lead the charge. But from there was a long-range pick out of the subliners. Did you really see everybody just, you know, focused up? They're ready, Jay. They're prepared. Kismet's often a guy who really talks a lot. Maybe listening to what the GOAT has got to say. As we said, a huge moment for the subliners, and I'm actually being told, Jay, the reason why they're not talking a whole lot is because the game drops. So that is the reason why there's not a whole lot being said. It's because the game is going to have to be refreshed. We apologize for that. But Jay, so far your makings of what has been an entertaining start to Desert Siege.
NYSL so far 2-0 on the defensive rounds. Obviously, Crim comes out and get that 3-piece to start us off. He needs to build some momentum into this search and destroy, and that's exactly how you do so. And then in that round number 2 for them on the defensive side, even after getting first blood, Crim once again answers with that nade kill to at least even up the numbers, and then at least creates that timing for Kismet to work towards that late flank. You see what it did to 2 real, completely catches him off guard. And in the 3v1, Sky stands no chance. Kismet's in a great position to at least secure that one. Great round from NYSL. I just want to see what they can do on attack, because we saw what Florida was able to do. A lot of aggression towards that early B bomb. They shut down that push. Usually NYSL do not find a lot of success at that A site. They've done their homework, and at least it showed for both of these squads on the defensive end.
And Jay, I'm sure you've suffered, you know, many of these restarts in your career and past. What do players say whenever the game drops? Like, what do you say in moments like this? Like,
it's tragic, bro. Because like, imagine if you're NYSL, you lose a close map number 1. Obviously, you know, if we start off hot in that one, we probably take that one. But then to go up into the search and destroy, you take that early round number 1. Florida answer right back with a very quick round of their own. But then to just go back and forth into the search and destroy, and then the lobby crashes, kind of kills all momentum. Like, Crim's probably thinking, all right, 2 rounds in a row, I've gotten first blood, I'm definitely going to be able to do it. But when you shut it down, now it allows the team to like develop how they're playing, like to see what they've done so far. All right, they've been really aggressive on towards B. Let's try to make adjustments on there. And then also for the attacking rounds for Florida, they just have to figure out, once they get that first blood, to take that map control. We've seen them all the way pushed out on the left side of Trains, but instead of taking their base, they backed up to their spawn, and that eventually just what was the opening for Kismet to hit that late flank and eventually win the round for them.
Yeah, an unfortunate positive momentum right now for the subliners, but I know the Des touched on it at the start of the day, and for those who maybe aren't tuning, or rather didn't get a chance to check it out, first of all, you can do that on YouTube. It's awesome. You can just rewind. It's excellent. But I'll touch on it for you for a moment. I mean, the reason why, Jay, we're talking about how this is a must-win is because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name. A lot of that is because every time the points are on the line at major lands, they've yet to get any points, right? They won the Pro-Am. That's great. No points. But Major 1, Major 2, Major 3, not a Series W to speak of. The reason why it's important is obviously because they need points, but also because of the schedule that they have got coming up next, right? They've got the Gorillas to face off against, which I'm sure Neptune is going to be very much looking forward to that game, considering it's his old team. And then after that, buddy, they've got Seattle, Optic, and the Thieves. I mean, what you and I have talked about this before. What is like the path for the subliners? Like, what does the record have to be? What's the performance if they can get in a good spot for their own major, which is coming up in New York? What is the path going to have to be for the team?
I feel like for them, they have to go at least 4-1 throughout this stage. They have to come out and guarantee this win versus Florida, who's another bubble team that's right next to them in the standings. Then that series versus LAG, they need to be able to knock down LAG in the standings so they can get closer. So that has to be a guaranteed win. And then in the middle, you have Seattle and Optic. Those are going to be 2 heavy hitter matchups. Obviously, Seattle coming up for our most recent major win. And then Optic Texas, you know what they are capable of. Like, that squad so far has stayed really consistent throughout the years. They win Major 1. They do a great work, at least in their online qualifying matches, to stay consistent. and it's not going to be an easy match for them. And then the last match versus the Thieves has to be another win that they need to be able to take. Thieves are currently in the 8th spot. They can't afford to take an L to NYSL, but NYSL need every single win that they can get, especially versus the teams on the bubble. So it's not going to be an easy road. But versus a team like Florida, who are coming off of 2 roster changes, you need to be able to at least with the roster that you did not make a roster change with, keep out and win this series.
Yeah, and you can go and see the CDL points there. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe, they've locked in their position. When we talk about, these bubble teams, we're basically talking about like almost 4 through 12. Like, I know that Paris, technically, we can go back and forth on that, but really, we have so many teams right now that are on the hinge of, are we going to make it the champs? Do we have the ability to make it through? Is there, some situation where we can make it through? Is there a situation where we can start to lower ourselves? That is the reason why we're talking about this game with such emphasis, is because Florida and New York feel like 2 teams who could be on the rise, and right now they face off against each other, especially for the subliners, who are more in a hole than anybody but Paris. You're also thinking like, hey, we beat Florida, that gives us another opportunity to maybe overlap that team, who also is going to try to make their own run themselves. It is truly one of the more interesting situations and storylines that we've found ourselves in for a long time. Like last year in Cold War, I want to say it was like the bottom 4, bottom 5 teams was roughly decided. Like, we didn't have any unbelievable games. This year, man, it has not at all been the case in Vanguard. As we said, like 6 or 7 teams. It's crazy to think that I don't know, man, some legends, some teams who performed great very well may not see the big boy at the end of the season.
I know, that's a scary thing for me, because NYSL in the beginning of the year, you just think about their roster. You had Clayster, you had Crimp. Both of these guys got 3 rings sitting next to each other. So you're thinking, all right, we're going to do enough just to get to champs till the end of the year. And that's probably where we're going to be able to pop off. But right now, they're just right there, not even in the top 8, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8 if they cannot find some W's. Crim, this could be the first champ he's not even going to be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it. I can't. Like, we're talking about, like, I think I saw a stat the other day that said like Scump, Crim, and Clay, like the only 3 players. Like, don't tell me that list is going to get even shorter. We'll see what happens. As we said, this S&D, folks, we apologize for the momentary lapse in time. We're going to be coming back after this short break, making sure that everything is solidified, good to go. Make sure to stay with us. Florida versus New York will continue after this short break.
What's up, everyone? I'm Attach, and today I'll be teaching you some CDL vocabulary.
Are you guys ready to learn? Let's learn some links.
So the term regain means, like, say it's S&D, you lost a round, you choked 1v1, but there's still more to play. Like you have to regain and just keep on going.
We have to just come back from the bad things that happened.
Someone, you got to be like, yo, everyone, regain. It's pretty much refocus up and lock back in to win the match ahead.
Regain is spelled R-E-G-A-I-N. Sat here thinking about myself. I've never like spelled stuff out in English before.
So to use the term regain in a sentence, you could just say like, it's fine, regain, something like that, like.
Everyone calm the down and regain.
I think the term came from long ago, literally like many years ago, literally when I probably wasn't around. I'd definitely say it's gotten more used over the years now, but it's definitely an old word.
I feel like Nameless, I feel like he came up with Lost Fool. I feel like Regain's one of them too. So our team uses the word regain a lot. If you hear your teammates say regain, then obviously they think that something's wrong. So if you hear that, then obviously you want to play to your standards.
Whenever you see someone choking or whatever, everyone just starts saying regain, regain.
I think that's another one that's getting overused quite a lot. I feel like anything that happens, people are like, yo, regain, bro, yo, regain, bro. We do not really use that word when we're playing. It's like, yo, guys, let's regain. It's like more like, oh, we're f***ing getting spawn trapped here. Like, we've like changed the way we say things in game just to not have that like mentality. Stuff like that kind of just puts like a bad tendency in your brain when you're like communicating in a stressful match. You're like, oh, we're getting f***ed down if we have to regain.
The word world star from like the Call of Duty terms is just whenever a person in the game gets destroyed. When you turn on someone in game or do some like crazy clip, like where you like 360 someone.
You hit a crazy shot, hit a crazy snipe on someone, you world star them because you're putting them on a highlight reel. World starred is spelled WORLDSTARRED. So using world star in a sentence, it would go something like this: damn, you just world starred him.
That is World Star Dashi. The origins of World Star is that it's like a hip hop website that has like rap music. It has like people like showing clips of street fights or fights at school.
I think in Call of Duty Ghost, right around then, is when like someone would get a crazy kill or a crazy three-piece, and then they would start yelling that the other team got world starred. World starred gets used sometimes, but not as much as it once was used before.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't use it that much anymore. I'll use it rarely, but and more so use the words like slammed, something along those lines now because it's funnier. I don't know. I feel like it's funnier to say like I slammed this guy or something like that.
I think back in the day it was overused, so maybe happily it's underused now. You know, can think of something new.
I think the question.
So the word chalked is basically means like it's over.
It's just like a broad term of everything just being, it's just done, it's over.
You can't win gunfights, you're just chalked, like you can't get anything going.
Can't really do anything about it. You know the result.
Chalked, CHALKED, chalked. In the sentence, I would be like, this server's chalked. I can't shoot straight, it's chalked.
Chris had a dentist appointment today, so scrims are chalked.
So the origins of the word chalked, I'd say it's kind of recent for me, so it's got to be an American thing.
I feel like it first became a thing during the MW season, or maybe just a little bit before that.
I feel like it's something that the CDL pros kind of made up, because I don't really hear anyone else using it.
Me and my teammates definitely use the word chalked quite often, and I feel like everyone in the CDL does as well.
We always say it's never chalked because like we're never out of the game. That's one of our sayings that we've been saying on our team for a while.
Wise man once said,
Never chalked.
never chalked.
It's never chalked,
What we got
baby.
next, bro?
I think the term chalked definitely gets overused at this point. I feel like everyone uses that word, especially within the COD scene. I don't know if it's used in other esports, but I definitely think it's overused within the COD scene.
People just like see anything happening in a game that's against them and just say, oh, it's chalked.
I'd probably say like 90 to 95% of the pros probably say chalked in their daily vocabulary. So it's probably overused, but I don't think it's a bad word to overuse.
Boston picked up Vivid, didn't they?
Let's have some fun again, eh?
Yeah.
Lock the in, baby.
Remember what I said, yeah? Bring intensity, got 110%.
This is time.
It's time.
The main
event.
Wait, what?
I think it cozy.
Get comfortable and up here, man.
It's a little hot up here, bro.
It's a little bright up here.
Hit by a lamp.
I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
I'm feeling amazing.
Let's go. It's the White House.
I love it.
That's what we're doing.
You locked in Dagger 2?
Yeah.
Locked in Dagger 2.
Dude, daggers are
Dagger 1
is ready to go.
Dagger 1 is ready?
2 is in check.
Dagger 3 is all fueled up on the tarmac.
Hey, add a white noise.
You have no white noise at all?
knob on your headset, bro.
Yeah,
Adjust it to the right. No, I know. I don't hear it at all.
At all?
Oh,
What about the other side of your headset? Try it.
Turn your white noise down too if it's
Oh.
these knobs. You just push them back.
This is my third day out here. I don't know. It's my third day out here. I don't know.
Can you hear everyone else fun?
Yeah, I just lowered my game sound.
Here.
Change my picture in the back, bro.
No, no way.
Yeah, I'm doing this now. I don't remember doing that.
Thank God you guys are singing that.
There's something on this. There's like a logo of Toronto on the screen, going around the screen. Yeah. And then when it got to the corner, they're like, oh, and it hit the corner, like, yay!
Oh my god.
All right. Here, we'll do this.
versus 3 now. Down to a 1v1. Asim, Scum, 20 on the clock. I think it's on. Did he see it? Scum gets it done again. You've got 2 glide bombs still to use. Church now going the way of FaZe, and it's a tight one indeed. Pred trying to find the entry through side. Here we go, he's in. Finds at least one. Towards the back, his Arcides. Can Pred stay alive? Does better than that. Picks up the kills. Another for Pred. Sweet child of mine. And Arcides may be able to pick him out here as the top side of the map. Oh my god, Pred finds 2. That's tremendous. Arcides answers right back, and it is a 2v2.
I think that was trigger distance from Arcides. I think he could have had the first kill quicker, but he got 2 instead. 2 versus 2. Back towards B.
Oh my god.
Sim can't find anybody.
Oh my
accuracy
god.
on the drop, and accuracy going down. The ace in the round 11.
Snipers have been out, they've been the story. But our first 2 rounds, can they be it again? Insight with some early shots, but it's Kleenex there to walk away with 4.
Hi everybody and welcome back. Let me just say I love our CDL content. I never would have thought I'd hear Dave Patty explaining to me what exactly worldstar.com actually is, but I'll tell you what, it wasn't on my CDL bingo card this morning. Jay, we're in the middle of a great series going on between New York and Florida. My notes are flying everywhere. Let's go and talk about the schedules for both of these teams right now, starting things off with the subliners. You and I obviously talked about this a little bit earlier, but break it down, man. Break it down. What do the subliners have coming up for them?
Yeah, this has to be a 2-0 week for NYSL to try to just keep their dreams alive of making it to champs. A team versus Florida. I mean, the win versus Florida is massive. Bubble team is right above them in that 10th spot. Then LAG, like I said, they have to be another win. These are 2 rosters who are coming off of 2 roster changes where they don't really have their game plan fully sorted out yet. They have to come out and win those 2 matches for momentum. Then going into next week, you have to go up against the Titan and the Seattle Surge, coming off the most recent major victory. Yeah. They came out and dominated that entire tournament, taking out Atlanta FaZe twice in a single tournament. And then that series versus Optic Texas. Optic, obviously one of the most consistent teams that we have in the game. It's not going to be an easy task to get done. So they at least have to go 1-1, or even if they can, if they go 2-0 through that one, if they're sitting at 4-0 going into this last week, that's the best case scenario. But for me, I'm thinking they're probably going to go 1-1 split here and then rely on that series versus the Thieves, which is going to be a massive one. The Thieves currently sitting in that 8th spot with 120 points. They just are trying to make their way in the champs. Thieves are on the upwards. We saw them give a little bit of life in that series versus Optic. They do fall short to Toronto Ultra, but the Thieves, they looking like they're in better form now. So if I'm NYSL, it has to be 2-0 week this week versus Florida and LAG, a 1-1 to say the least for the Surge and Optic, and that last one has to be a guaranteed win versus the Thieves for them to have their best chance of making it to champs.
Without a doubt, my friend. I know we've been talking about a lot about Florida and, you know, when it comes down to their schedule. I mean, we talk about New York. I mean, not an easy battle by any means. Not an easy thing to try and accomplish. A 4-1 record is impeccable, let alone versus the teams that they're going to have. Now, on the Florida side, there has been a lot of topic about their schedule. In fact, I think based off of, you know, statistics, based off what people have come up with, it feels like it's one of the easier schedules for the teams that we have in the bottom 4. They've got to face off against New York, Minnesota, followed up by London, a very questionable Paris team right now. Jay, I feel like every time I'm on the Bluebird, I see Tim tweet now like, hey, we're here to spoil some things for everybody. I saw him doing like a very maniacal, evil laugh whenever I was watching him. Like, I think he was like watching like the LAG documentary Warpath. It was quite interesting. And they will also line things out with a series versus the LA Thieves. I'll ask you the same question. How do you feel about Florida's path?
Yeah, so Florida, they're currently sitting in the 10th spot at 110 points. Obviously, when you look at their schedule, it's going to be a little bit easier. I'm pretty sure the average placing for every single one of these teams is around 8th. So it's going to be a little bit easier for Florida. NYSL already up 1-0 in the series. Like you said, whenever they start up 1-0 in the series, they usually find a lot of success. But then as you go on, you have Paris Legion. You have the Ravens. Paris Legion, you have to make sure you're guaranteeing that W. That has to be a guaranteed W. You cannot allow Johnny to come in with a packet punch off John and come in and take that series.
You got to stop, Jay.
And then when you're going up against London, London do bring back Gizmo into the roster, but they've had such a great start to the year that they put themselves in at least a great spot to make it into the top 8. But you need to beat teams like that to get higher into this. Only 10 points out of the top 8 right now are Florida. You've seen their schedule. They definitely have the better chances when you talk about both of these squads.
Yeah, without a doubt. Florida has the better schedule, but again, you just never really know what teams are going to come out with when it comes down to these major 4 qualifiers. As we said, the sense of urgency is there. Everybody knows the path and really the situation that they sit in right now. I'm sure that all the coaches, the management, they've been running through all the scenarios, calculating all of the differences that go down right now in all of these games. And I know that our production team, our comp ops team, have been trying to do the exact same thing, trying to elaborate what match, or rather how much does this match mean, etc., etc. A lot of things to be thinking about. As we said, Jay, we're in the middle of a series right now. For those who have just been joining us, you're like, okay, these guys are really, they're doing a great job at breaking this down. But where's the game at? I don't have the button to press the game. Okay, it's starting up awfully soon, but I believe we're gonna be playing on the Desert Seed Search Destroy at a 2-to-1 round count, still in favor of New York. So the last round that we did see on our screens is the way that things are to be playing out. So we'll do our best to try to remind you of that as we progress through this one. Also, to give you a little refresher, it was Florida that was able to claim their opening a hard point on the Tuscan. It was like a 4-point game. It was a wild one. New York nearly made a 100-point comeback. And now, with a brief lapse in time, we'll see if New York can pick things up and walk away with this Search Destroy. One that it feels like so often they've been seeing go to overtime after overtime after overtime.
Yep, NYSL so far, at least for both of these squads, it's been all defense. Who's going to find that early success on the attacking side? And it's going to be NYSL at least starting us off here. See right there, the S&D round count, NYSL are up 2-1. So we're jumping right back into this, and look at the pressure already on towards B-Bomb. Too Real is going to get spotted, gets first spotted by Hydra, and that's going to be a great adjustment from NYSL. They find the first blood, they get the bomb down. Now the retake for Florida.
Yeah, some unfortunate positioning there from the Rook. And speaking of positioning, that's what Big Wake is trying to gain. Hydra left between a rock and a hard place, goes for the jump up and takes Big Wake down. Kismet there to drop Major Maniac as well. And Skies, his position is known. At least is able to light up one, but he has got 3 other players aware of his position. And how about that start for New York? And how about the shot from Hydra? I have no idea how he does that, Jay.
I don't know what he just did there to Awakening. That's a bad man right there. Just hits him with the jump shot, registers every single bullet, and just shuts down that early pressure from Florida. Going into their defensive round, NYSL with a flawless attacking round to now put them up 3-1. We asked for early success on the attacking side, and they showed it there as Hydra picks up 3 in the feed. Now Florida have to respond. Now Too Real, who's going to be carrying that bomb site. They're going to do the same exact thing. Early pressure on towards B.
Once again, the rookie tagged up early. Dropped in the first round. Can he survive the nade? He will. 12 HP, and that is it. Thankfully gets that bomb down, but only for a moment. Krim welcoming him to the CDL. And now Kismet once more hot on the tail of the opposition. Is there to take one other down. Awakening looking for every single angle that somebody could be coming in from. 25 seconds trying to defend that bomb with all that he's got. It is he and Major Maniac, last players alive. Kismet position is going to get found out. Now brings it to a 1v1, and that is why Major Maniac has been brought to the Mutineers, a 1v2 clutch when they need him most.
And I'm pretty sure he gets the ace as well. He just worked his way all the way up through that trenches side, finds that first kill, and then eventually finds the second. And then in the 2v1, reads it beautifully, finds that first kill onto Kismet, and then with the great positioning, makes the gunfight a little bit easier on top of that B-bomb site. Major with 4 up, 4 down to secure the round for Florida, now down 3-2.
And the one thing I love the most is that he's just talking. He's instantly just in the comms, letting everybody know what the strategy is. As we said, an S&D mastermind. When it comes down to the league, we've seen him do it for years on end. As Kismet is able to find the first blood, Major Maniac on a very valuable spree quickly falls off of it. New York trying to get back to business while the rookie looks to try to make the play from the back. We'll see if New York are able to read this, as they have got the man advantage and then some. Still yet to plant down that bomb.
They cannot allow Too Real to break their setup. This is a way that they were losing a majority of their rounds at the major. As the bomb is going to get planted, Too Real does find that first. He does also spot Paul X. With Awakening giving up his position, Too Real has to get some more done. Fortunately, gets taken down. Now Awakening left in the 1v3. He does make it a 1v2 with 30 seconds to work with.
Big Wake saying, hey, Major, watch this. Maybe I can come up with a clutch too. Got the information on the one, knows that somebody's going to be behind these barrels, but right when he puts down the weapon, Hydra is there to silence him. So New York off of, I mean, what should have been back-to-back rounds, at least they're able to stabilize and get another one on the board and really just try to get Major Maniac out of the picture. And they did that early in the round, and they see success from it, Jay.
Yeah, they found that early first blood from Kismet, and then you see the great teamwork from NYSL. Once Hydra throws that shoulder from Trains, you already have Paulex in a position to duo challenge and not give up that kill for free. They turn it into a 4v2, even though they leave the opening towards the flank for them to get broken. Hydra goes big at that site to close out the round. Now New York are up 4-2. Hydra on the restart is 6-1, taking over and dominating Mid Palace so far.
Gotcha.
He absolutely has. And I think he does get a bit of information. Maybe spots the shoulder, maybe the calf of some of the Florida players. Kismet once more involved in the first bloods. It's back-to-back rounds for him, but he's been involved in that engagement. Major Maniac heads poking out, and Paul is there to silence him. Florida brought to a instant 1 versus 4, and it's most likely going to be no bueno for Caesar. Oh, puts a few tags into Hydra, thankfully cuts him down, at least drops him off of the spree that he was sitting on. Top his high horse was the Frenchman, finally silenced. But Jay, this is just gonna be around for New York. I just don't see a way this guy's somehow masterfully pulls off 3 kills in 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. You also have to work towards that bomb plant. Your position is going to be drawn out. Krim with the great positioning finds that kill. And now that puts NYSL at game point up 5-2. And I'm pretty sure out of the 7 rounds that we've played so far, NYSL have found 6 of the 7 first bloods. If I'm Florida, you're just coming off of that roster change. You know you're getting used to this new game plan for this team. The biggest thing that you can do is not get first blooded. Do not give yourself a man disadvantage in the first 15 seconds, because it basically just shuts down your entire play.
And that's really the primary stat we had coming into the Search Destroy. Florida, the worst team in first bloods so far throughout the CDL, 41% so far throughout the year. And again, it is the first S&D with Major Maniac and co, but those issues have got to be solved very, very quickly when it comes down to these matches. New York ultimately find the numbers as Hydra once more puts his stamp of approval in terms of some of these rounds. Already at 7 kills since the restart. Krim challenged, brought low, but ultimately stays alive. New York still with numbers. Sky's on the hunt.
Skies knows that Krim is towards the left side of his map, as Major just find that kill onto Hydra. Now in the 2v2, Skies with the repositioning to at least make it a 1v2. Now all left up to Kismet, who has slowly worked his way up towards that train side, just gonna commit towards that bomb plant, force the players to come towards him. 45 seconds left. Kismet just at least has to play for some kind of information of where these players are gonna come from, and he might have read this perfectly. He's gonna play for the re-rotation, spot Skies, and just has to get great timing here. Skies does actually spot him as well. So they know that the pinch is going to be here. Major Maniac turns around, and great vision from Skies right there to close out this round for Florida. What I thought was going to be a 1,000 IQ play from Kismet right there to get that great timing does get shut down from the information that Skies is able to give to Major Maniac. So now Florida currently down 5-3.
Yep, currently down 5-3. The music we hear, it's not officially over yet. It's not officially over as of yet. It's okay. It's possibly not far away. Fortunately for Florida.
Caesar looks good. It's a good haircut. Good
It does. He looks great. It's all smiles. You see Skies. It's a rare big wake smile that we saw a moment ago. And Major Maniac, those pearly whites. He's feeling good despite being down in the Search Destroy. It is never chalk, truly, for any team that Major Maniac is on. So maybe feeling very comfortable.
Or even get inside.
In an element that he's been in previously. 6-3 for him since the restart. Skies involved in a few gunfights early. Krim, I believe he's been a minute so far in this S&D. Involved in a lot of first bloods, and right on cue, takes down the rookie with the first blood. New York again, Jay, answering in the opening engagement, and we'll see if they can close it out here.
They find that early first blood onto 2-Real, so now they know that the bomb is going to be down. This is where usually Kismet is going to decide to work his way through that late flank through trains, but you're going to have that combination of Paulex and Hydra taking advantage of the map. As the main focus for Florida is going to be on Krim, but Krim is just peeling them apart. Ooh. 2 in the feed. Paulex eventually finds a third. Now 1v4 left up the Skies. Does have some crazy clutches in his back pocket, but Paulex and Krim combine for 2 each to close out this search and destroy for NYSL. They said, hey, we've been struggling in S&D recently, but we're not going to allow it to go all the way to a round number 11. We are going to close it out in 8. And that was great work from NYSL from start to finish up that search and destroy. I felt like they were in control, controlling the pace, and it also helps when you're getting a majority of the first bloods in this S&D. NYSL tied the series up at 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 0-7 for Florida in Desert Siege. I know it's still early, but you almost can't even give them that at this point, Joe. You can't give I guess, enough of a break to a Florida team who obviously made the moves that they did. It just feels like you just got to pick it up. No matter what happens, you've got to instantly start to improve in Search Destroy, and specifically on the maps that you have struggled with. So unfortunately, they do strike out here in this game number 2, considering that game 5 as well. That Search, Destroy, and Bocage, they are also winless on. So if you are a Florida fan, you're happy that you're obviously in this game, but maybe feeling a little bit more nervous about that game 5 that could be happening in this series. I don't know about you, Jay. It just feels like this is going to go game 5. I don't know why. Just with the importance around this match right now, given the roster changes, given where both these teams sit in standings and points, and where they sit in this, and just really in general positioning right now in the league, I feel like this goes game 5. I don't know about you. I know that you want New York to just sweep the next 2 maps. It's fine. That's just where I feel.
No. I think this series definitely has the capability of going all the way to a game 5. We know what Florida is able to do in the response. They just have to try to figure it out in Search and Destroy. What we saw there, it still looks like there's some kinks in their armor in S&D. They have a game plan that they haven't fully developed yet. Multiple First Bloods not going their way. Awakening did not have a massive map number 2. Now they need to bounce back into this control where they have lost 6 of their last 8 on this map. But it's going to be easy because, at least for NYSL, they have a 7% win rate on their attacking round. So if you're Florida, as long as you do what you need to do on the defensive side, you should be able to walk away with this respawn.
7? That's what it is? Yeah, it actually is 7%.
7%.
That's not good. That's not good at all. But hey, listen, folks, we've got ourselves a great game going on right now. I'm already predicting it's going to go the distance, and Jay, he's agreeing with me. Folks, make sure to stay with us. New York versus Florida only will continue after this short break. And when we come back after it, it is time for some Tuscan Control. Make sure and stay with us.
Florida, Boston, and LAG all made team champions. So that's gonna be fun. Just relax in here, chat. Just relax. personally, I think, what was it, Tuscan? If Krim, tell you what, if Krim or Kismet play better, then actually if Krim plays better than he did in game 1, I think New York wins the control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Howdy friends and welcome back. Major 4 is off to the best start it could possibly have. Granted, we've had some technical problems, but it's been a great series so far. I was actually bleeding during the commercial break, Jay, so I was trying to handle that. You and I were talking about stats. I'm also sweating because it's like 100 degrees. This room, we've got some lights going down. I don't plan on being emotional in this series, but we very well could have blood, sweat, and tears, and it's not even the players. So that is a very real possibility in our very first series. But right now, New York versus Florida, a very competitive game. I'll be honest, I probably thought this was going to go the opposite direction. New York win the hard point, Florida win the S&D, but not at all the case, buddy. Throw the stats out the window.
Yeah, New York, they responded to Search and Destroy. They make the adjustments, obviously going up against a Florida roster who is just coming off 2 roster change. Their game plan isn't the sharpest in Search and Destroy right now, so they answer early into the series to at least tie it up at 1. And now if you're NYSL, you're in a great position because so far, when I look at their control record, we saw it at the major. They do go 2-0, even though they lose both of those series. But this is where it's been their bread and butter. This is usually where they bounce back into series.
I'll be right back, chat.
So far throughout this series, trying to pump up the aggression, gets in some early gunfights, an overall 1-for-1 start, but because of his presence to the middle side of the map, it will ease the pain for the time for Florida. As Major Maniac looks to push on forward, it's 1 tick and about to be the second. Major Maniac can find this kill.
That's just good work for Major Maniac to at least stay alive, allow his teammates to at least get into play. as 2 Real is going to find that kill onto Kismet. The second tick of progression is going to be in, but the pinch is also going to be here for NYSL. That's going to be all 4 dead. What a beautiful adjustment from New York. Spread the map, find the kills all over the place. And now put them in the trap. Paul X was on a force view before he gets taken down, but now NYSL have some map control. They can contest this point a little longer.
That's just great work from the subliners. Catch out Florida, who were trying to be aggressive toward the field. I'm sure when, 2 Real was pushing up, the comms were out for the subliners saying, hey, now's the time to attack. Now's the time to cause some issues. Last player in the point again is going to be Skies. He falls, and with the close spawns that Florida now get, they're going to push their way now into that B zone, try to hold off, get some time, and really try to manipulate their way throughout the map, eventually get back over to that A zone, unless they can get a nice stack, which very well could be in their future. That's 2 quick picks. Crimsix, his information is going to be known. Hydra falls. Kismet is at least able to find 2, and just like that, Paul finds the 3rd. A great sequence there for Florida. Now instantly pushes them now toward that A zone.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Florida right there. They got a bunch of those kills towards that B point, but they did not work towards any ticks of progression. They allowed NYSL to find every single kill, even though they complete that segment at A. Extend time by a minute. They're still down by 4 lives. So now the pressure is going to be in from the backside. We have 1 player in Awakening, at least setting up the pinch from Fountain. He gets taken care of. Now all of NYSL completely turn their arrows. They know the pressure is going to be from the back. Paul X finds the first. Paul X fortunately does not find the second onto 2 Real. So now it's going to be a 2-2 split across the map. What can these players try to find? 2 Real gets taken down. Sky's the only player up in this position. He's going big though. He finds a 2-piece. Now he's going to allow his teammates to pitch from the front. Major Maniac with the 3rd. It's going to be on Crim. Can he stay alive? Crim goes big with the 2-piece to at least relieve that pressure. Already to a 6-2 start to start us off.
Yeah, there's been 2 great opportunities for Florida to get some work, get some progress over at that B zone, but it's been clutches from pretty much everybody on New York. Last time around, I think it was Kismet and Hydra. This time it was Crim. Now it is Paul, who was just absolutely exploded in this first round. Now 12-4. Put some good work into 2 Real, but Hydra is there to take them down in the end. Some good moments from Florida, but ultimately shut down by Paul X and the subliners. One last good look at this if you are the Mutineers, and well, that good look is now tossed aside. Rookie, last one up, and well, he will decide to venture, I guess, what is that, like a garden down there? I have no exactly what it is, but New York, they grabbed the first round.
Yeah, he just jumped right into the fire. All I see is a lot of smoke. A building is on fire in that position, but NYSL, they come out and they do what they need to do on the defensive side. They secure that first push towards B. If I was Florida, I'm probably playing for at least 1 tick when you're finding multiple of those kills. When you allow them to break on in, and then eventually you get that A point down by 4 lives, all they have to do is shut down 1 to 2 good pushes, and the round is going to be theirs due to the amount of lives that you have remaining. NYSL, great on the defensive side.
Yeah, a great start. A more inconsistent one for Florida, but you see Major Maniac at 3 and 9 as he eventually drops. Skies 3 and 7, and okay, it's time for the Frenchman to go on a tour of Tuscan, 1 kill away quickly from that glide bomb as he explodes into this round. New York are grabbing that A point in record time. Only 10 seconds are going to tick off of that clock, and now Paco can lie in wait and maybe allow for Kismet try to bait out a kill for him. They're going to play around this streak and what that would do throughout the remainder of this control, Jay. It would be massive. Hydra still on the hunt.
He's trying to find this glide bomb. Gonna take his time in towards top radio, but Hydra, he just said, we want this 8 point. I'm gonna go out there and get it done myself. He finds a 3-piece. Unfortunately, Crim does steal the kill, but that's gonna be 2 dead and feed, make it 3. The stack can come in. Also, the pinch is gonna be here. All 4 dead. Beautifully executed offensive round from NYSL. First tick is gonna be here, but now if you're Hydra, you want to play for this kill. Second tick is gonna be here. All of Florida trying to attack this from the back. 1 player trying to pinch it from top. Radio is gonna be Awakening, but it's almost gonna be complete. Awakening does find that kill to Hydra. Such a big kill to not allow him to pick up that glide bomb, but great work from NYSL to get those early 2 ticks of progression, and they're up by 5 lives.
It was like the video that we saw, like New York. They were trying to be like security guards for Paco. They were trying to watch every single angle, try to get him that glide. Unfortunately, it does not work out. But I mean, ultimately, if you're New York, you've got 5 ticks. Like, you've done some great work in this round. While you don't earn the glide, it feels like you've done everything else right.
Well, I mean,
see
you
if
gotta
Florida
go,
can try to
but,
stabilize.
you know,
I mean, that is
hopefully
a
sounds
very
better.
healthy amount of time
But
still left.
thank you for the
If you are the subliner, there's a
wishes,
minute and
you know?
20 on the clock as they look
Hope
to
you have a
make their
good day
way
at work, man.
toward
Love
the back.
you. Hope I
Awakening.
get to see you in the stream
The
later. if
primary
I'm still
position
streaming.
right now, he'll have two
I might
real
stream
off the
some
spawn
ARC
to
or
guard
something
the
later,
tank,
too.
but it's really the middle side of the map.
I've been grinding.
It's where a lot of the engagements are beginning to go on down. The 40s are
Hope you have a good day at
firing.
work, man.
Awakening pulls out the pistol. At least we'll be able to silence things for the moment, but New York are here in stride. They've got plenty of bodies to throw at this.
Yeah, Tracy going back and forth, but Awakening comes out on top on that kill versus Hydra to relieve the pressure. Now with the minute left, NYSL up by 5 lives. They're just going to take their time, try to at least set up a couple team nades, find that opening first blood. She's going to have Kismet trying to attack this from top church. Should get great timing here, but Tura comes out on top in the engagement. Every single player from NYSL trying to attack this from top plat. Multiple players from Florida here for the push.
Florida, oh my goodness, just a great setup to lock them down inside of plat. So while it was a healthy amount of time, this quickly turned into 30 seconds for New York to try to get this last bit of progress. Getting a very, very good round ultimately, but Two Real, great work to catch one on the flank, and that very well could halt the push. Kismet and Paul able to find two, puts the pressure now onto the farthest pushed up players right now for Florida. Skies being one, is able to take one down, but they are on the point. Skies realizing such, has to jump on in. Hydra, the angle not watched, is able to cut down Caesar. Major Maniac doesn't find a kill, but all is okay because Two Real is there to help save the day. Crim6 will make his way to the back of the spawn, but it appears that Florida have done enough.
Florida have definitely done enough with only 5 seconds left. NYSL spawning all the way across the map. Are not going to have enough time to get there. Trace going back and forth towards top plat, but great hold from Florida, even after giving those first 2 early takes of progression up at B. Secure the defensive round. Now they just have to make sure that they're completing seconds at that B point. That's now going to put NYSL up by 2.
Easy.
So if you're Florida, you need to make sure that you get this 8 point nice and early, or at least if you don't, complete some segments at B, because you're going to allow NYSL, just in case it gets to that round number 5, to have defense.
Something you have to think about if you're Florida. But heads down, focused.
That's just crazy to think.
Into the control. But common strategy,
You know,
let's rush up, get right into the church.
It's
However,
always
that
a
does leave
shoulda,
the
woulda,
P5
coulda, or
open.
like maybe it could have, maybe it
Now
couldn't
when it comes
have.
to
But
Tuscan control, we know the strategy,
if
right?
he
It's
gets
just to
the
get that 8
streak,
point.
that
But
opens up the map.
New York did a decent job of the opening.
So much.
Round of making Florida really work for it.
And
Making them work for the time.
You give them
Big
the
weight
win.
continues to slide and glide throughout the
if
church.
he looks the back, he gets
Eventually
at least
will
1
exit.
kill
Service
there.
is over, and now it's time for
Then
Two Real.
he's
Trying
still
to take on
going
over,
off
wins a
a
big
little bit at
1v1,
least.
and now stop the clock once more. That second
Yeah.
tick of
There
progress
you
is
go.
now
You
granted
guys-
an
I
A.
mean, look,
Well, Awakening
I'm kind
still
of
on the
battling
hunt.
right now, but
Yeah, Awakening's just trying to put a lot of pressure on
a
towards the
streak on
opponent's
Tuscan
spawn.
control is like
He's
massive.
gonna find himself in the back. He does at least spot one player, but Pollock, some great cover fire, is able to take him down. And now with only 1 player left on this point, NYSL do exactly what they did on their very first defensive round. Find a couple kills, pinch through middle, and execute the break on towards A. Now this is gonna be a little bit more difficult now for Florida to try to get out of this trap. They're gonna have 3 players pushing over towards that field side, 1 player lurking through Fountain. He's gonna at least try to make a play, but he gets spotted. Two Real does find an opening kill onto Kismet and onto Hydra. So now Two Real the only player up. He eventually gets traded by Kremlin. This has just been a lot of trading back and forth, but NYSL with the map control.
And it's just annoying. It's just annoying if you're the Mutineers. You don't want to have to fight for this as long as you have been. And Kismet had a moment to take down 3, at least finds 1 for his troubles and sets up Hydra for another. Trades back and forth, and ultimately it is favoring New York. They've got the life advantage. And as we said, they are making Florida sweat it out over at that A zone. Two Real applies some great pressure and thankfully stays alive. And still John his way over to that B zone, quickly falls, but that A zone ultimately is going to be captured. Another minute added on to the clock. But as we said, when we talk about lives, when we talk about just overall map positioning, Jay,
that's tough.
That work that
Look, Chad,
New York does off the start,
too.
it just makes life that much more difficult for the Mutineers moving forward.
Florida's got the
now they're
tick
down by
advantage?
5 lives. They only have a minute and 15 to work with. Sky's gonna be the player to at least slow play through P5.
I don't wait.
As this team is trying to pinch it out through the backside. Seeing it up. Right now, Florida are up by 1 segment.
Okay.
But a lot of pressure here from NYSL to hold down that initial push. Hydra finds 2. Paulex eventually finds the last
New
kill,
York
and now
won
they
the
can push
first
right
take,
on up,
won
play
the
for that map
first
control that
round,
they've
right?
been dominating this game so far.
Defensively.
15-7 in lives
And
remaining.
then
Florida were like, you guys seen Hydra lately? Where's Hydra? I don't know where Hydra is. Oh, we're both dead. Okay, we're back at the respawn screen. Great work out of New York. Getting the players out of their base, and like we said, just making it work for every ounce of map positioning. However, too strong toward the backside of the tank. Major Maniac trying to work his way off of spawn. It's actually Skies who's in the back. I thought it was Major, but no. In fact, it is Caesar.
No, it's not chalked. It's
4 lives.
chalked.
All that remains right now for Florida. They're not allowing for them to get that 1 tick that they needed.
11.
And now with 2 versus 11, you can write this round and give it to the subliners. One more player left to try and conquer. And he gets dealt with. Solid stuff from NYSL. Really from start to finish. That was a great defensive hold, Jay.
Yeah, New York so far on the defensive side. They are just playing for so much map control, dominating mid-map, just keeping the push at A stagnant every single time, trading those kills back and forth, and then by the time they complete that A point, it's already like 17 to 14 in lives remaining. Like only half the lives for Florida are going to be left off as they get taken down by kills once again. Right now, NYSL are slaying. You have Paulex who's sitting at 25 and 13. Krim who's having himself a map at 21 and 14. A lot of slaying power for NYSL on the defensive side. To now only allow Florida to be up by 1 segment. If you're New York, just want to get the easy job done out the way, complete this 8 points. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Is Hydra at least finds 1 in that P5 area, knows that at least 2 players are going to be attacking that side.
Great little moment there for the subliners. Paul and Kismet combined for 3. Thank you very much. Kismet now on a 3 spree. But you do take a look at those stats as New York are getting very comfortable off the rip toward that B zone.
Let's go, Hydra.
It is really a matter of what? Major Maniac 14 and 24. Skies at 16 and 22. So you really do want to see those guys begin to step it up, especially if they can see that round number 5.
This manager is different.
And you look at really the numbers from Hydra, 23 and 19. Paul having himself a great game. Just the aggression from New York is yet to be solved, yet to be countered. Oh, and Hydra just somehow hits the final bullet into Major Maniac. That is going to set them up for something quite nice. Player number 3 is as well putting some pressure on the tank. He drops, but still 3 strong for New York. They're trying to contest the point. Doing a great job at it. They find 3. Nice. And just like that, 2 more remain.
Stack that.
Here we go. Florida, they've got to get these guys off.
The stack is in. First tick of aggression is going to be there. You see defense is already confirmed for NYSL. You have Krim who's going to be watching that pinch towards top radio. Just have to win a couple of these gunfights towards back alley. Everyone set up off the crossfire. 2Real and Krim at least play for the trades, but that's going to be NYSL coming out on top in the engagements. The second tick is going to be in. Hydra just jump right onto that point and try to get it done. He's going to be the player to cut off top radio, but still Paulex in a great position. Trades going back and forth. Hydra not able to find that kill onto Skies, and Awakening with the final 1. Relieves the pressure from NYSL. From Hydra, I'm sprinting straight out of radio and just getting on that point. We're trying to 3-stack, put the pressure on towards Florida, but they withstand the hold. Now, a minute to 40 to work with, up by 6 lives.
What you doing on plat,
I'd be
bro?
willing to bet quite a bit of cash that
Krim,
Ali in the Clovis studio is just screaming,
there is absolutely horrible.
Stack the point, Paco, come on! They do at least earn the glide bomb, and they will now rock that to maybe close out this game. It has been all-out dominance from the Red Menace, 34 and 15. A great performance out of him as Awakening eventually does hit the deck. 7 more lives, 3 down, 2Real.
This is a dub.
The last player alive is going to get that information that 1 player is still going to be on the point, that being Krim. Game by no means officially done as of yet. Oh, it is guaranteed defense for New York in that round number 5. Florida still do have something to fight for. It is Major 4 after all.
They gotta fight.
You gotta fight for every inch and give it all you got, no matter the way that it looks right now.
I see you, little.
Not a lot of lives, but at the same time, those seconds begin to falter. A great pick though from Kismet. Could be the opportunity for NYSL now.
Yeah, you just cannot go 4 down. You cannot go 2 down and give them the man advantage in these gunfights as Major Maniac does take down Krim. Now that relieves the pressure from NYSL. They're just going to keep their map control, keep top radio, keep top church, and allow their teammates off spawn.
You can literally force this, dude.
This is going to be the hold that they have to hold strong for. This is going to be the final push. Major Maniac with the great shots onto Paul. Finds that first blood. Time is starting to tick. Only 20 seconds left. NYSL have to go if they want to get it done.
It don't matter.
Krim has
They
to
are
back on up.
fucking choking
Two players he
this
sends
round.
forward. The SMGs, they ultimately fall. Paul drops as well. All on to Krim. And just like that, Florida will be able
They
to hold
choke
on to this
at
point.
11
There's nobody
apiece.
in ear's distance there for the subliner, so we will have the guaranteed round 5. Jay, it looked like for a moment New York
I
had that one
hope-
up and
you know
ready
what?
to
I hope
go.
Florida wins it
They
now.
had that stack where we called it out. Hydra, he has
If
to get
you're
on the
gonna choke
point. You know,
it
he's inside of
bad,
green.
bad.
That's fine, but just jump on the point, get that final bit of progress. They're not able to do it, and now as we head
You
into
let
round
Major
5,
Maniac
granted,
on a
the
heavy
defensive side,
kill 4
see
or
if that
5
comes back
people
to
I
bite
think
them.
there, or at least
This has been where
be the reason
NYSL
that 4 or
have been
5 people
dominating,
died.
though. They've always been able to control the map.
Doesn't
And
matter.
just keep the
I
push
don't-
stagnant at that
I
A
think
point.
you fucked up. You
Awakening with some
gave,
great
look,
shots at
yeah,
least.
you
Oh,
fucking
first
gassed
Awakening
him
with
up.
some
Like,
great
you're about
shots
to get
find the
fucking shit
second.
on.
What a shot onto Paul X. It's not going
Don't
to
get
shut
me
down that
wrong,
initial
like,
pressure on
New
towards A.
York
They
has
just
looked
cannot
much
allow
better
this
on
player
their
on the
defense,
flank
but the thing
to
is
make a
you
play.
gave them
He's going to get
gas.
called out by Awakening. They know that Kismet is going to be committing
You've
towards
been
top
able
fire.
to
Second
bother
tick is
them on
about to be
A
done. But
so
still,
much.
Hydra's causing havoc from middle map.
And
You
now you
need to
can't.
get this A point captured so that you can solely focus on B.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. That nade comes through, and that will allow for the time to continue to roll.
Like,
Some
Hydra
great
has to
aggression
go
off the start
off,
of this
in
round
my
from
opinion,
Awakening,
for
but
this to
still,
be-
New York every single
if you
time
want
has
this to
caused
be a
so
win.
many issues for the Mutineers, giving them so many headaches over at that A zone. We'll see. That final bit of progress will come on
Doesn't
through, and
matter.
it looks as if
2
it will.
minutes,
So by
2
far,
full minutes,
the
and now you
best
have
start to an offense we've seen from Florida. We'll see if
You
they can
gave
make
them
it count.
gas. You
Now toward
fucked
that B zone,
up.
Awakening did
Why
fall off
would
of that
you let
6
them
spree. So
win
again,
that
he finds
11,
one more kill
12,
toward top
11
church, and they've
G6?
got a glide bomb to work with. Gonna have to rely on the gun skill. As a few begin to slide on out, Hydra try to make the play on the flank. He gets taken down, and so does Krim.
Yep.
Skies is able to find 2. They've got 3 strong toward the
I bet you
backside
they
of the
stacked the
spawn.
point, too.
This is possible from the Mutineers as Paul X hits the deck. Awakening charges on forward,
Ooh,
and
they got
thankfully
lucky.
for
Oh,
New
Skies
York, a
didn't.
sigh
Yeah,
of
Skies
relief across the comms. They
Wow,
cut down all
winner's
4.
team's gonna learn
Yeah,
to
New
stack
York hold the line right there
points.
strong by setting up the pinch from
This
top
is
plat
supposed to be
and through
the
Church Alley.
league.
Find
How are
every
you-
single
why
kill.
is it
Now with
such
a
a
minute
bad
and 20 to
play
work
out of
with.
these guys?
If you're
I
Florida,
understand Florida
just
is
have
a
to properly
new
set up
team, like,
towards top radio.
but
You need some
regardless,
radio
like, you
control,
should
not
be-
consistently trying to attack this from the back.
I don't know.
So you're gonna have one player in Awakening. He's gonna jump his way in towards top church. At least try to set up this pinch for his team. Paul X does take down 1, but the trade is gonna be there, and that's gonna be 3 dead in the feed. They take care of Awakening on the pinch. Last player up is gonna be Major Maniac, all the way in the back of their spawn. A minute to work with, and once again, you see NYSL with so much draft control. Hydra finds that kill on the flank, spots Skies as well. Gonna commit towards the gunfire, at least put pressure on him. It's now NYSL with 45 seconds
That's crazy
left
to
on the
think you
defensive
got-
side to secure this map.
And that's just the issue, Jay. When you keep talking about it, it's the constant pushes through field. New York's know if they see one player, they're going to spot the other ones. Florida continue to make the same play. So far, they have struck out every single time. 2 strong toward the back, but Kismet applying some great pressure to the middle side of the map.
New York's
New
clutching
York
it up,
continuing to give
but-
themselves numbers, and now with 2 players identified to the back of their spawn, Major Maniac is about to be dead to rights eventually. Does get dropped, finds 1 for his troubles, and now Skies on the point has somebody watching over toward his alley. Kismet in the midst of locking down that B objective does fall, but brings out the glide. Cuts down the rookie, a current 5 versus 9. Time ticks away.
All right.
In the Mutineers, only 1 player
New York
past that
got lucky.
50-yard line for the moment. Major Maniac's
York
gonna have to
literally
make a
got
play.
fucking
He's gonna
lucky.
have to try to jump on this point, and as he gets taken down, that
I
will
don't
be
even think
the
you
result.
deserve to win at that point. If you
NYSL,
choke an offensive
a
round
very
11
well-controlled
v6,
game, no pun intended,
what do you
throughout
got to
this game
lose?
number
You're not going to
3.
get another. You're obviously not
Despite
trying to
going
get
round
another
number
fucking
5, it looked
point.
like it was in their grasps a majority
you're-
of the time. Now up 2-1 in the series.
Even with a 7% win rate on their attacking rounds. All right, if they're not going to win the round, at least they're getting their segments completed. That allows them to secure that round number 5 defense. And you saw how strong they were every single time we saw them on that side. Paul X has himself an unbelievable map, 37 and 22. He earns himself a glide bomb. Kismet roaming around, being that SMG that's controlling the spawns of where they're going to be influencing them to attack from. Picks up a glide bomb as well in those final moments to secure the game. If you're Florida, it needed to be a better plan. Like, you needed to have a better game plan. You cannot be sending 3 players towards the backside every single time, because once New York know that they shut down that player towards top radio, everyone just completely turns right on around, shuts down that push, and now you have to work 2 times harder. Now that you're spawning on the overextension towards field side every single time because you do not have any P5 control. I think if they would have did that completely opposite, 3 players attack from the front, 1 player commit towards the backside, that's the way that you want to attack it. But every single time when they shut down that player from the front, everyone turns around, they pick up every single kill towards the back, and they shut down the push every single time for Florida. They just need a better game plan on their attacking rounds, but did not do it so here. Now NYSL find themselves up 2-1 in this series, going into a hard point where they have found a lot of success recently.
Yeah, I mean, and what, early on in these attacking rounds from Florida, as we discussed, right, the A objective, it was so hard for them to just get a clean, 3-4 down without somebody flanking. And then they had some good moments over at that B zone from time to time. In the first, 2 attacking rounds that they had, there were some good moments. I mean, it was ultimately New York world starring them. Thank you again, Dave Patty, for the definition of that. And from that point on, it felt like, okay, we can't do this anymore. Now we've got to do the exact same play over and over again. Let's make our way through the field. And as you said, buddy, it got too, too easy to read if you are the subliners. As you said, you realize 1 player's back here, you see somebody in radio, you're instantly going to know what is coming up next. A tad bit too predictable toward the stretch are the Florida Mutineers. And I hate to say it, but finding themselves in typical Mutineer territory, walking away with the first hard point and not seeing success since. And Jay, to me, I know it's early, right? It's versus the New York subliners. You've replaced half the team. It feels like, in my eyes, this Berlin hardpoint is really going to tell how different this Mutineers team is. Like, have they really figured things out? Granted, it is a great hardpoint for New York coming up in the game 4, but I feel like this is where Florida can start to show us they're not just that same team that either 3-1s or gets 3-1. They have layers and they can get to those game 5s. And now with Major and 2 real in the lineup, maybe can clutch it up as well.
Yeah, well, what we saw for that map, number 1, is up by 100 points. Obviously, towards the end of the game, it gets really, really close. Yeah. But before that, before New York get a great hold on P5 and chain into that P1, it was flawless rotations every single hill. They were doing the littlest that they needed to do. They were just staying fundamentally correct. They did not have to get most of those kills. They were just putting themselves in a position to find that 1 kill that influences the spawn of the player to spawn all the way across the map, which makes their job easier. Now going into this Berlin hardpoint for Florida, they are on a 4-game L streak on this map.
Look, here's what we're not going to talk about today, guys.
But with Major Maniac on this team, in these crucial moments,
all the
a wise
politics
man
that
once
everybody
said,
wants to get
it's
into
never
today.
chalked.
I
Major
usually am
Maniac
big on
has to
getting
be the
into
guy
it,
that I'm looking for
but,
to really
like, the
set the tone for this
whole-
team. I know that Awakening and Skies is usually the
Supreme
guys
Court
that
made
are
a
stepping
decision.
up. But so far, they've been playing kind of
I'm gonna
average
live by
this
it,
series.
just
Major Maniac
like
answers early
we
in that
passed
map,
gun
number 1.
legislature,
Kinda turns up
and
in
we're
that
gonna
search and
stick by
destroy. Has a slow map in that map number 3. But this is where he needs to
wanna
turn the tail for this
complain,
Florida
that's fine,
roster.
but I'm
They
tired
know
of
that
it,
that
man.
game
I'm
5
tired
search
of
and destroy
everybody
has
having an
not been their
opinion on
best
shit.
suit. But if you're Major Maniac, if you're too real,
People
this
are
is
like,
where you need to show impact.
You shouldn't have an opinion
Okay,
on a
we're
woman's
hitting the
body. It's not
jukebox
your
right
money.
now.
That's
We're
cool.
going to
But
the
if you
lovely
don't have a
CDL
gun, why
tracks.
do you have
I'm
an
loving
opinion on
this.
guns?
Banga, banga.
We might have found the right
Everybody
one.
can make the
Possibly. I don't
same
know. Maybe we'll find the right one
comparisons,
soon.
and
I don't know, man.
obviously
This
I'm
Berlin
not making
hardpoint.
these comparisons.
It's going to be
because
fun.
it's
Now I
not
want
the
to ask
same.
you, right?
Guns
This
and
is,
women's bodies are
as
very
we talked
different.
about, a great hardpoint historically for the
But the
subliners.
anarchist
It's one
is
of their best. I think top 1, or rather, I think it's like top
I
2
don't
in their
know.
hardpoint
I don't know.
arsenal
I'm just tired of all
for
the
the
politics. I
time.
just want to go back to being able
If
to
there
play
is a
my fucking
weakness
video
for
games
the
and
New York
not dealing with
subliners,
it.
what's it going to be?
Honestly.
Where's the opportunity for Florida to exploit that?
I'm just tired of
It
seeing
has
on
to
my
be the
fucking Twitter.
P5 to P1 chain. Those are the only 2 hills on this map that NYSL have a negative a point score on this map. And the biggest thing is we saw it versus London as well. Like London were able to walk away with this map by basically trapping NYSL towards back warehouse, getting a
I'm
good
a
chunk
little
of time
too
off of
buzzed
that
to even be trying
P5,
to have
about
this
20 to
conversation,
25
because-
seconds. And then at that point, you know, if you're spawning towards back warehouse, your main focus is to try to get towards that P1 hill as fast as you can. But when they're putting a lot of pressure on towards the middle of the map, they're keeping trains control, then that forces NYSL to try to hit the long route to go all the way around through P3, and then eventually spawns flip if your teammates do not win those gunfights on that front side of train. So it's going to be if NYSL can find the success at that P1 to P5 and control those spawns. We saw it at map number 1. They're barely playing for their rotations. They're playing for the breaks in on a majority of these hard points. But on a map like Berlin, you have to be there first to properly set up.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. And as you said, folks, if you're listening, right, you got to write that down. P5 to P1, that is what we're looking out for the New York end. On the other side for Florida, that could be the opportunity to attack it. I gotta say too, Jay, I'm looking at 2 Real. I am. I know that it's early. It's his first series, but just in general, when it comes to Major 4, there's just no time for excuses. There isn't, right? You found yourself in this position for a reason. You decided to replace half the roster. You got to see the rookie come out and play well. At the very least, really just be impactful, right? Cause some problems. Make Hydra, make Kismet really work for all the map positioning, the flanks. And it felt like toward the end of the control, he was starting to get in his groove a little bit.
Yeah, he was. He's starting to get a little bit hot, a little bit warmed up if you're 2 Real. Just what NYSL, what their SMGs are doing, you're allowing Hydra to just run around, play for the kills. Kismet, he's putting himself in position, influencing spawns, being such an impactful player that his glide bomb just completely went over my head. He was picking them apart slowly but surely, finds himself on a 7th spree, earns that streak to close out that map. And they have just been playing at a whole different level today. But when you take a look at our Florida Mutineers road to the Major 4 schedule, obviously this is a big match versus NYSL. They're currently in the 10th spot with 110 points. It's not going to be an easy road. They have to go up against Minnesota, who are right above them in that 9th spot. You're going to have London, who are on the upwards, I guess you can say, now that Gizmo is back on the roster. But then versus Paris Legion, you need to make sure you secure that one. The one versus Thieves, you need to make sure you're securing that one because they're in the 8th spot. This is a huge, crucial match for Florida in terms of confidence, because usually when we see a team come off roster changes, there has to be a honeymoon period. And so far, they're not showing it. Florida do not answer in the search and destroy. They fall short in the control. Now they need to rely on a hard point, which has been, you know, a really good move for this team overall.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And we talked about the record for Florida at 3-5. We do talk about the season. Dave, Patty, and Vivid, right? The 2 players that have been replaced had the lowest KDs for this team on Berlin Hardpoint. One of those being a 0.85 out of Vivid. So, if that is anything, the opportunity is there for Major Maniac and 2 Real to try to slide on in. And speaking of slides, well, 2 Real, he falls right off the map. As that is a great beginning for New York. A lovely hold off the start as everybody falls from the Mutineers' end, and New York pick up from where they left off. And
even if they were on the bad
hold
side,
the initial push on this P1. They did spawn on the better side, so they get the initial time here. But finding every single kill is exactly how you want to play it.
Actually, where's P2 rotate to?
As Kismet unfortunately does take down Crim, that allows for the break to come in. Hydra's going to be the last player up. Skies with the trade, so the final 15 should go in favor of Florida. But now your main focus has to be on this P2. This is a hill where Florida tend to struggle with. If they're not properly set up, they allow NYSL to get there early and set up. They have a 0% break percentage, so that's not going to be good. You need to win a majority of these gunfights and not allow NYSL to run away with this game.
Oh, Hydra, he's found himself into the setup. A great little moment there that could have occurred, but New York still are locking down the seconds. Mutineers have rotated. They realize, hey, there's somebody actually inside of the point. Yeah, they're pushing us out. They're starting to even try to flip the spots, for God's sake. As Kismet instantly hops into the feed, takes down 2. And just like that, it is not a good situation for the Mutineers.
So backlades are still
looking from the outskirts of a hill that they felt had their name written all over it. It has been New York to answer early. Mutineers catching a whiff of that aggression the subliners so often like to put upon you.
As far as consistency goes.
And not only that, Jay, they're also looking good when it comes to the spawns. Paul X just won a crucial 1v1 for the next round, point 2.
Yeah, this is where it gets difficult if you're Florida. You have to at least fight for this chunk time, put a lot of pressure on towards that street side, and instantly break this P3 game, this P3 hardpoint before you allow NYSL to run away with this one.
And like
as the spawns are still going to be there, you're going to have 2 players at least trying to attack this from mid-fire. Major Maniac does find that opening kill. Now 3 players committing towards that street push. You're going to have 1 player in Kismet spawns all the way across the map. This is the break that Florida need.
Paul doesn't read it. Paul does not read it. 3 strong toward the back. See if Crim 6 can go big. No kills
to speak of.
Kismet trying to make some noise in from fire, but it is a successful break from the Mutineers. A massive moment in this game. And arguably a crucial one at that. I mean, that very well could be game deciding as this one were to go along. The Mutineers break exactly when they have to, and they're receiving the benefits from it. Big moment from the roster, and really, in moments like this, Jay, you're looking at somebody like Major Maniac, as we said, not just in Search Destroy, but even in the respawns. Try to calm these guys, focus them up. In a moment where they have to explode, they do that off the back of Big Wick and his 4 spree.
Awakening with some great shots. A great break
if
from
you're
Florida
New York, you gotta
to keep themselves into this game. Now rotation over towards B4.
To,
Awakening does get taken out off of that street,
right?
so no glide bomb to work with. The spawns are going to be here. It's great positioning from Skies. Hydra reads it beautifully.
No, yeah. What did just
He
happen?
finds that two-piece. I don't know. New York are controlling the spawns for now.
This guy's like, here's something, you just instantly start shooting it too real. I feel like they could not get away from each other, like magnetized. And from that, New York are like, okay, there's definitely somebody in the back. Thank you, by the way, guys. And from that moment forward, it is not really a good position from Florida. Kismet just in an absolute rat toward the bottom side of the tracks. And you take a look at this score and you just realize what could have been another great moment for Florida does get taken down. Already reached that century mark on the subliners, and we'll see if that P5 to P1 connection will be a factor for them. Paul, great little moment for him as he's able to find two, ultimately three fall in the feed. They flip the spawns on top of that, and all is good right now for New York, set up for the final hill for the first set of rotations.
And you can already see the adjustments from New York. They said, you're not going to trap us in towards this warehouse side. We're going to have one player slip on through, flip these spawns, and control towards top flat. We don't really care if we do not get any time off of this P5. Our main focus is controlling the spawns for that rotation towards P1. So,
and the thing is that nobody in rank plays that shit the same way as the pros.
Not trying to really play for this time.
I would be.
Sky's
I'd
trying
be
to
so
hold in a
much
positioning
better
up
in
top three. He's going to get sniffed out by Hydra. Hydra just wins another close engagement.
I think a lot of people that watch
in
competitive COD would be better in the league.
That's going to be a two-piece for Florida. If you're NYSL, you do not want to put a lot of pressure on.
Like,
but at least with the final 25, control the spawns for next. And with Paul Lex and Crim combining for three, they're doing just so. Great time at P5.
I'm not even talking about like
should be able to chain it towards P1.
Because it's more than just a skill
now, as we said, that P5
to
P1 rotation is something that we circled coming into this series. Can Florida exploit it, or can New York continue to ride the sequence of momentum? Let's step aside and go to a listen with the subliners.
I don't know. Like I can shoot straight. It's IQ. It's play style, knowing how you do enemy plays. In the league, you know these things. It's like in the NBA. Like you can watch NBA players lose in rec games. Not because of that. It's usually not their fault because they're fucking nasty. But it happens because it's a different game.
He's back to glass weak, guys. He's back door, watch your back door, Okay. Side door, I got one. One more. I'm trusting. He didn't come back to me. He did not come back to me. I'm watching back door. Back door. I'm trusting. He's flanking, near red. Nice. Weak Mike in red. Alright, rotate.
I was gonna say, give them one.
Yo, he's Docs, BS and
Okay, he let I'm close.
One shot,
I'm just hiding close.
Another great moment there for the New York subliners, locking down P1 and mining it for all of its resources. Florida down but not out. We know the mantra that is attached with somebody like Major Maniac. Let's step aside now and see how the comms are sounding with the Mutineers.
I just P5, I'm ignoring him. I'm trying to I'm like going train. Dice. Hydra, Crim dead.
I love the call out. I don't like the play.
Hydra, he could be back with us. Open.
You got me. Nice. Someone get time.
I'll get it.
Hitting when you hit the P5, but I'm ignoring him. Somebody's got to keep a tab on him. Especially in P5, because P5 is easy as fuck.
Nice. 4. I'll get God tank. I'm gonna push. Front door, I can't go.
Yo, small. Went out window. He's street.
Naded.
Street dead.
Hey, one tank. Rat dogs. You get that time?
Okay, I got
actually gave up a lot of that time trying to chase kills.
I'm going right. He's second fire, like front side, okay?
And then gave up.
One's nerd spot. I think one's nerd.
And you can already hear Major Maniac, the way he's controlling this team with his communication, letting people run by, setting up his teammates for easy kills. Even though they did not flip these spawns towards that P3, they did a great job at least finding some kind of time towards that P2 hard point. But now down by 60 points, NYSL with the rotation towards P3 are properly set up. They just cannot allow Florida to get that break the same way they did last time. NYSL, at least in their listen, they're playing with a whole different level of intensity. Every single match matters for this New York team, and you can just feel it.
It's Major 4, baby. You love to see the hype, the intensity, the passion, what it means to both of these rosters. As we said, a must-win game, especially for New York, and you can feel it right now, ever so closer to that double century mark as Paul continues to fry on a 4 spree. As we fly in now toward trains, a hard point that you have got to get pretty much every second on if you are Florida. But it's been the aggression so far throughout this series, and every single respawn so hard for Florida to try to get a hold of. Thankfully, they're able to drop 2 and doing a great job when they have to off the start of this HP.
Florida holds this
We'll see if they can keep that momentum flowing, Jay, as they've got a long way to go still.
I think when you look at these two teams, it's pretty easy to tell who's holding down what. For the most part, obviously, like I say, in a lot of situations, there are exceptions to the rule, but that doesn't make it the rule.
They execute the break. They know that Major Maniac is going to be the player towards back warehouse. Actually, all of Florida are going to continuously spawn back here. As NYSL, they get the break. Now with 25 seconds left, Skies with a massive 2-piece with that nade, Awakening with the third. Final 20 should go in favor of Florida. But after New York, do the same exact thing that you did on the first go-around of these rotations. Keep control of that top plat area. Do not allow the spawns to flip towards warehouse.
Oh, that's an annoying gunfight loss as well. If you're big wake, 2 real Skies, everybody falls at a moment's notice.
I didn't expect
like Florida were prepared mightily for P5, and now they find themselves the exact same position they were in the first set of rotations. A back warehouse, back train spawn. New York have got them right where they want them, 25 away from calling this game 1 their road to possibly getting into the top 8. It starts here, and it starts right now. Not far away from closing out this Berlin, but Florida doing everything they can to try to stay alive, Awakening pressure and ultimately pulverized. Major Maniac has to get into the point. He has to make something happen, but it's a crossfire once more out of New York. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs. Awakening falls. Florida, all they can do is watch from a distance as New York will begin their Major 4 campaign with a W. And on top of that, they've got a lot more cash in their pockets.
Nice little victory for NYSL to get that early confidence going into this stage. Started off slow into this series. Going to that map number 1 down by 100 points, but then they showed life fighting back into that one, only losing by like 5 to 6 points. Close out that map number 1. Now they go into the search and destroy. 7 out of 8 rounds, they get the first blood. Whenever you find a first blood in search and destroy, you're always going to put yourself in the man advantage. That's when they find a lot of success. NYSL close out there. And then we find ourselves on the control. NYSL just did a great job of controlling the map every single time they were on that defensive side, make it so hard for Florida to try to find any success on that attacking. They were just overextending through field because the positioning of Kismet constantly pushed out towards B5, which made their job a lot more difficult. They clutch up there. And then NYSL, we said it before the map even started, we needed to see adjustments from their P5 to P1 chain right off the rip. As soon as we touched that P5, they controlled the spawns from start to finish. They were able to chain it to that P1 and then grow such a lead that it was really difficult for Florida to bounce back on. They did a great job of your Florida breaking that P3 initially, but NYSL, they make the adjustment the second go around, hold it flawlessly to close out this game. Great work from NYSL to close this series out in a 3-1 fashion. If you're Florida, obviously it's still a whole learning curve to do when you're making a roster change as drastic as they made it. Not one, but 2 players. You have to get everyone filled in. The debut of 2 Real wasn't really the best, but at least Florida is still.
Honestly, I'm not too worried about the audio for the. Well, I want it to be louder than the music.
Very, very necessary. Great series from both squads.
Yeah, without question, partner, you summarized it perfectly. As we said,
it was a good series
for both of these teams, given the way that things sit. But
New York is the more talented.
It's not just a game for Florida where it's like, okay, it is a must win. It's helpful for us to win these W's, but really, if you're New York, you lose this game, you cannot afford to basically lose another series from this point on. So a much needed turnaround.
The fact that they dropped Havoc last year is ridiculous to me. Havoc is one of the best SMGs we've seen in the league.
Very much.
And the only reason that people don't think that is because he's the route man. Havoc may not always have the best stats, but that dude will get the dirty work done. He will take your routes, and he can go off too. And he is one of the best SMD players we've seen come through the league. Easily, in my opinion, top 10 SMD player.
He only gets like 5 or 6 kills in the entire second set of rotations. Not the greatest debut, but again, it is still early for Florida. You got to think about it. 50% of the roster is new, and they're going to need to try to turn things around because they have got Minnesota waiting on them soon.
And they got to do it quick too, man. It's not like I told you, every single match throughout Major 4 is going to be intense. Every single team is playing to make it in towards champs. Every single team that they're actually going to play still has contention of making it.
But so if New York wins all of it, it's 135. If they win everything up until if they win everything and the major, they're sitting at 135. So that'll put them between Boston and Toronto, without wins and losses from each team, obviously. They need to get above LA. So LA can't win 2 matches. If LA wins 2 matches, it's chalked. No, that's not true. I think LAG could win 1. LAT could win, can win 2. There's just the breakdown for it is kind of weird.
Looking forward, Florida at this stage, are you comfortable with this team? Do you think that they're showing a lot of promise? Do you still think that they need a little bit more work moving forward?
They definitely need more work. I mean, obviously New York is a tough team to beat. They have been nonstop improving since we saw them with their double roster change. But for me, like, Major Maniac is a good player. I think it's a good fit for this team. Turiel, I mean, yeah, he had a really rough game map 4, but I don't feel like he was playing that bad. The thing that kind of, I guess, took me aback was Skies was still being the objective player. And I kind of thought maybe Turiel being brought in, Skies and Awakening seriously taking on those Slayer roles, and Turiel being more of their OBJ, getting in the time, playing the point. But it was still kind of the same woes from Florida that we saw earlier in the season, and it doesn't feel like I got any sort of different play from them.
Yeah, I mean, with that loss, this is so important for them in their next match versus the Minnesota Rocker. They have to come away with a victory. I mean, not only for points because of the bubble, like, they're the same amount of points as Minnesota Rocker. They have to win that, and then search and destroy as well. Rocker is a great search and destroy team. That is the game mode Florida needs the most improvement. So in this next, couple of days, they have to grind out that game mode, figure it out, and have some strats and execute, because if they win that, then they go up 2-0 this series, and they're in such a better position.
Yeah, hey, good luck to Florida, and shout out to Florida as well, because they walked away with at least something in this matchup, right? The Scuff Play of the Game is going to go out to Major Maniac for his 1v2 clutch. It's good to see it back on that screen.
And it was an ace. Like, I remember looking at him being like, oh my god, Major Maniac is absolutely gunning them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they were pushing over towards the sand side of the map and playing towards B. Like, they were making plays in the rounds they did that. But other than that, they had no mid-map control. We saw the push over towards Strange when they tried to take the gunny. It didn't work out for them. New York was just way more active than the Mutineers, right? Like, the strategy on the map just wasn't working out for them. But, this round, at least Major Maniac's able to go big. He gets all 4 kills. It was almost the one before, like you were saying, basically. But, yeah, big plays.
All right, now let's take a look at New York's schedule for Major 4, because as we come back from Toronto and come back from Major 3 there, New York, they got double eliminated, but looking forward, in order to make champs, they have to make the most of all of these opportunities. Now, all of us talent, we were in the back room, and, we had been there. We were talking about New York as well, and also the schedule ahead of them. This is tough. If they're
Golden Retriever and Black Lab,
he's great. This is what we said at the beginning of the game. It's going to be rough.
Well, I mean, honestly, like, they have a tough schedule, but it's actually, like, really good for them, oddly enough, because they play LAG and Thieves, which are both teams around them on the
Put it back up, production, please.
If we can, yeah, because they play LAG and they play Thieves, who are right around them on that bubble, right? So if they are able to beat both of those teams, that's a victory over them, those extra points. They'll probably likely put them in the winner's bracket with a 3-2 record, assuming they lose to Surge and Optic. And then they just have to make a run at the tournament, right? Like 3-2 in top 3 at stage 4 should land you a spot. Like, I'm not League Ops, but I'm assuming that'll be enough points to land them a spot at champs. It'll be in a good spot.
Ali, I know you got something to say. I just want to say this so the graphic can go away. Nameless, I agree with you, but we're playing Vanguard, man. Look at all these teams. LA Thieves, up and down team. Take a look at the Optic. You don't know what to get from them with their sub as well. It's like all those games are coin flips.
Well, for me, I think arguably, even though they have a tough schedule, I think this was their most important match. Not only to set the tone heading into stage 3, I feel like your first match is definitely setting your pace, because once you do that, already your points have changed. Already the bubble has kind of moved around a bit, and you're like, like, all right, well, this is exactly what we have to do from here on forward. So beating Florida, a team that has been upsetting some of these top teams, it's been kind of back and forth. I think this is a huge confidence boost for New York Subliners moving forward to see where they land around the other teams.
They needed that win, too. I really love that they got it. Let's take a look at Florida's schedule to close out all of Major 4 online qualifiers as well. This team, we saw glimpses of what they're made of, but coming up next, like Jeremy was talking about, man, shout out to Steady. They play against the Minnesota Rocker next. That won't be easy at all. But towards the end of the year, things look a little bit easier.
I mean, yeah, very winnable schedule. I mean, you could really go 4-1 here. I mean, the Minnesota Rocker match is kind of scary because of how good they looked in the last online portion of games. But, I mean, even if it takes them a little bit to settle in and they lose that Minnesota Rocker match, like, they can win versus Ravens, Legion, and Thieves with how those teams have been performing throughout our online portion. So for Mutineers, it's not all grim. They're still sitting at 110 points, and there's a lot of opportunity to win matches here, but they have to win 3 of these.
Yes, now Florida Mutineers, like I said, hopefully they can continue on with that streak. But like we said at the beginning of the show as well, it's going to be all about the points from this point forward in New York. Getting that win definitely put them in a good path to gain some momentum for their own major. Now, Ali,
this year. I
mean, at the total points right now, I mean, New York, Florida, both of these teams are looking,
which is great,
outside looking in.
Outside of that, they haven't looked that good, to be honest.
Well, for Florida, it's not the end of the world, right? They still have 110 points. Like, they're still in a more favorable position. But for New York Subliners, this match was literally possibly everything, right? They were sitting at 70, now they have 80, but there is still a 30-point difference between them and Florida, and they're in 11th place, okay? They're still trying to force their way into that top 8. We talk about these matches going forward. Florida now has to play LA Thieves as well.
I think Minnesota makes it.
London Royal Ravens were sitting at 150 points who have that little net of safety heading
I'd
into
put
Major
Minnesota
4.
T6
So
in Major 4.
Can change here, but for Florida Mutineers to start off with a loss like this, it's not.
I think you're.
Nameless, man. Seeing Krim in a position and
That's ridiculous looking at Optic and seeing that they're 30
right now, but if this man misses champs,
that's just because FaZe is consistent. You're talking, when we're talking consistency, FaZe is
hey man, don't go out like McGregor, all right? This is what I'm saying. Like Krim's,
I don't think they're the best team in the game.
With that match right there, and he had a massive bounce back as well in that series. Started performing that control, like he really started to play better. So I'm excited to see if he can bring it. They'll have success. And map 1, Krim was getting smoked.
Oh, big time. Coming up next, we're gonna have Optic Texas facing off against Boston Breach. But before we jump into that series and the break that's gonna be right behind it, Ali, anything you want to say to close out this series right here?
I'm really impressed by New York Subliners. They were able to keep kind of some of their momentum even after having like a disappointing showing at stage 3. For them to still come out hot against the Florida Mutineers, I think it's a good look for them.
All right, Nameless, man. Any last words you want to get off your chest?
I'm ready for the next match.
Let's get it, baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, that break was long enough, and this was even longer. But coming up next, we have Optic Texas and also Boston Breach. Let's see if Boston can turn it around, right? I can't wait to see it. Plus, we're going to take a look at Boston's brand new roster. We'll catch you on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
Yeah. Yep. You want to play fetch or not? Dude, she's so bad at this. Give it balls, dude. Jack. Up. Dude. Come here, brother. Get a ball. Get. Zeus. Come here. Come here. You're smarter than he is. You better give me that ball. Come here. Come here. I only smacked you on the nose because you want to go. Because you acting like him. He's an idiot. He gets the excuse because he's an idiot. You're smart. I know you can listen. Drop it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on, Jake. Want to play no more? First of all, hold up. Because you got all this fucking hair all over it. The things I do as a dog dad, I'm telling you guys. Y'all got pets, chat? I got 2, about to be 4. My wife has cats at her parents' place, and we're about to be taking them. Because her parents don't want to take care of them anymore. So, you know, being the good people that we are, we're going to be taking them with us. Plus, I love cats anyway, so it's not even a big deal. But we're about to be doubling our little family. So that's gonna be fun, you know? I'm gonna have 4 animals. I don't know why I cleaned this. It's about to... Damn, Zeus, he went right through your legs.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
There we go.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Scuffed. Not scuffed. A scuffer. Scuffer. Impact. Actually, I could have said .com. Scuffer. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Plug in a merch. You already know. Hold up. It's time. I'm kidding. No, but this man's nasty. Arguably the best player in the game right now. Nasty. At least pistol hits different.
Off the end of New York Subliners winning in 3-1 fashion against the Florida Millionaires. We have our second series of the day, and it's going to be so much.
Oh wait, I can just go here. And then we'll switch over afterwards. All right. We go back into it.
37% of Cage offenses, 68% of defense.
So you don't need to panic. They're ranked second in map win
together
during
as a team when it
stage
comes to the offense on Cage.
And when it comes to the Optic fans out there, we've given this team a big buffer when it comes to success, right? After the first major, when they won it all, we were all saying, okay, you know what? Hey, Illy's out, the IGL is out, this team, you know, they're going to have another chance when Illy comes back, when he comes back. The fact of the matter is, you said it right there, Nameless. You only have 2 events left, and this might be the final Optic team that we can see. But they're going to be facing off against a team that has a lot to prove. It's going to be Boston Breach. I can't wait to see what Vivid does on his roster. Nameless, this team right here, a lot of fun to see the first 2 stages. The third event wasn't really what we expected from them, right? But the thing is, with Vivid in the lineup, that's a lot of life.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be really aggressive now. Like, I like this Boston team before. They were solid search and destroy team. Stage 3 obviously didn't go their way. They dealt with a lot of stuff. But, you know, for this Boston team, bringing in Vivid, what they are hoping for is the aggression between him and Nero is going to be a lot for other teams to deal with. They want that dynamic SMG duo, and this is a big test for these guys. They're going up against Shotzi and Scump, who have been unbelievable throughout this year. So, I mean, this series really lives and dies with the SMG duo on the side of Boston Breach. If those guys can perform,
at least get
they
like
can
a
have some success.
small.
I want to see the AR duo pick up as well. Zinni and TJ against Optic. Hey, bring it, okay? This game is for you guys. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, can't wait to see them. Allie, what do you have for us today?
Well, the average height of this roster hasn't changed a whole lot, but the pacing and the keys of victory have. The SMGs need to win their ones. That's going to be Vivid and TJ Allie, both having .84 KD in the 1v1 engagements this season. Not just your SMGs, that's going to be your flex and one of your SMGs, but Nero has been playing so much better heading into stage 3 and going into stage 4. I'm hoping to see that continuous incline in his improvement, and they have to find breaks in map 4 to extend the series. Optic is holding 84% of hills on Cage. That is first overall in the league.
But that's still impressive, especially
now when it comes to Vivid and Cap being on the bench for this team, the question remains, okay, yeah, we're used to seeing Cap with his amazing streaks on that screen.
You die 30 times, grabbing 140 kills.
The man's engagements are out of control, and we all know what Vivid is made out of. So, for this matchup right here, I want to see Vivid just spread his wings and just fly across the map, right? But when it comes to pick'ems right now, I'm gonna let you guys know now. Excuse me, no, it's gonna be time for maps and modes. I forgot we got this. Yo, let's put it up on the screen. Let's see what maps we're gonna go to today for this matchup. How are we feeling?
I can get into the nitty-gritty about this, to be honest. You see the stats all up in the notebooks. The Gavutu, for me, is probably the most interesting pick as map 1 because that is Optic's best hardpoint map, all right? They have the highest win percentage in the league when it comes to this map and mode. And it's actually ProLoot that does the best on this map with 1.18 overall in this specific series. Heading into this, Boston Breach are going to have to shut him down, which is interesting, as you would think it would be more the likes of Dashy and Scout.
Yeah, I mean, this series, like, that's also a good map for Boston Breach. Like, it was a good map, and then somewhere along the lines, they stopped playing it. We saw some series where they actually vetoed Gavutu Hardpoint. They lost confidence there, but now they have Vivid, so maybe in scrims a little bit different. Then also, Bocage Hardpoint is really interesting. We know how good Optic was on that map with the first iteration of their roster, but with this Boston Breach team, bringing in Vivid, he is comfortable on Bocage Hardpoint. Oh, yeah. He has loved that all season long, so the Hardpoints really, those will be the two mixing maps for me.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting to see. I want to see if Boston can make some noise when it comes to this, but it's going to be time for pick'ems. And by the way, shout out to Zinni. They got the 2.0 frames out right now. Yeah. You know what these would look good with? These would look good with that purple shirt I wore on Saturday, they would've, man. I wish I had. I think I had on the clear glasses and whatnot. You can get your own at Zinni.com, by the way. But when it comes to pick'ems, I'm gonna keep it simple, okay? I'm rocking with Optic Texas. Boston Breach, I liked in the first 2 stages, but when it comes to stage 3 and what happened at the major, this wasn't a Boston team that I liked. That wasn't a Super Saiyan Zinni that I was used to seeing. So I think Optic are gonna win this comfortably 3-1. Allie, how you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling great about this matchup. You already see the smile on my face. Listen, Optic, I have been there for you. I have been there for you through and through this time, but coming off of this stage 3 and the fact that, you know, I don't feel like you guys gotten the amount of scrims and practice and work that you might have hoped to have put in for stage 4. I think I'm gonna go with Boston Breach. I'm really excited to see what Vivid has to do. He was my favorite player in Florida. To me personally, I thought he was the best player in Florida Mutineers, so I'm very interested to see what he does against Optic, which again, he was a part of the original Florida roster that always beat Optic. So see if there's a little bit of fire in this match.
Hey, the last point was a good point, but I'm still gonna go with Optic Texas. I think they are going to take this series. I think, you know, even with ProLoot, they were looking really good at times, especially in the online portion. They look fantastic. So I think Optic Texas take this one 3-0, actually.
You know what the thing is about ProLoot? You know what I hated seeing about ProLoot? Okay, it's funny. When ProLoot had his bad games, we had our fun. We're like, hey, welcome to the league, big fella. There you go. Yeah, zoom in on this, right? But then when it came to LAN as well, you gotta remember, this is a major event. That Toronto venue wasn't small at all. ProLoot's gonna be fine. Optic online, while getting ProLoot up to speed with the team, is gonna be fine as well. I'm gonna question you, Nameless. If there was a player to watch on this side of Optic, since you're going for him right now, who's it gonna be? Is it the King?
No, I'm gonna be looking at Dashy. I think he's gonna go off right now. I mean, he's been great all season long, but I think he's starting to realize, like, yo, this might just be our team. It's time for me to pop off. So I'm excited to see Dashy go on this one.
Well, all year has been time for Optic to pop off, because let's take a look at the points. They're number 2 in the standings right now, behind none other than the Atlanta FaZe. But you know who needs to win? It's gonna be Boston Breach. Yeah, they're sitting pretty at 6th place. But at 130, you got 8th place at 120. We're talking about the difference of, what, 2 wins for Florida to unseat them.
And what's crazy is for Boston Breach, like, their schedule is ridiculously hard. So for them, if they somehow can sneak a victory now, like right when Optic Texas to start the stage, right? They haven't figured out all their issues just yet. If they could sneak out this W, come in with some honeymoon momentum, that would be massive, because they are on that bubble. Like, look at number 8. It's 120 points. Rockers sneaking up, Florida's sneaking up. Like, they have to get some dubs. It could start right here.
We definitely talk about schedule difficulty a lot, but I am going to be the one to say it. You have to beat everybody to be the best. You have to beat the best to be the best. So roster difficulty aside, this is the start, all right? New roster, new look. This is where the stride needs to hit right now heading into champs.
This is going to be a really fun stage for Optic Texas as well. Ali, Nameless, whichever one of you want to jump on it, feel free. But the fact is, the whole excuse of Illinat being here is obviously a big hit to Optic, right? But the question is, moving forward, how do you feel about this being possibly their final roster to close out the year?
I mean, I think they could definitely make it happen with this roster. I mean, we saw how good they were at certain maps like Berlin Control. They ended up fixing. They looked really good in that. But, I mean, they just fell flat in some of the series that they had. Like, we saw it versus Thieves. Like, in some of those maps, like, it just wasn't the Optic that we're used to seeing. We got to see Scump making big plays in Search and Destroy. We have to see ProLoot get back to that Search and Destroy dominance when he first joined this team. Like, that is where Optic is going to find success, when they are just winning their S&Ds versus everybody. I mean, they lost that round 11 to Thieves. Like, that cannot happen. So I'm looking at them to step it up in that game mode and become consistent there once again.
Ali, I'm going to need your help for a second. Let's throw up Optic Texas's schedule right up on the screen right now. And when it comes to the difficulty of this as well, I mean, I feel like this is a very good schedule. This is actually a challenging one to really get ProLoot up to speed along with everyone else.
This is a challenge. You're talking about a Minnesota Rocker that went, 5-0 in Major 3 qualifiers. You're talking about Paris Legion, who is on a tear right now with the new member in their roster.
They're on a tear?
No, we haven't seen them play yet, obviously, but based on rumors around, yes, Paris Legion are on a tear as far as practice goes. And the New York Subliners that we just saw went off to Florida Mutineers and Toronto Ultra after their own major. They were looking kind of lackluster, come to their own major. They make the losers rocket run to make it into Sunday. Unfortunately, fall before they make it to grand finals, but they're looking to be on the incline as well heading into stage 4. So I think it's a fairly difficult schedule.
Don't sleep on them. Let's take a look at Boston's schedule as well. And you were talking about the difficulty of the schedule. Let's show the oh my God.
Oh man, that's a tough schedule. I mean, you got Optic Texas, you got LA Thieves, but I mean, online LA Thieves just ain't the same as LAN LA Thieves.
No, we saw one of the best series of all time, LA Thieves versus Boston.
This is true. And we have Seattle Surge, who I think Seattle Surge, they just excel at all game modes. They look so good. And with that new confidence, it's going to be a very tough team to beat. Got LAG still a question mark. Don't know about them just yet. But then you have Toronto Ultra, who just look like a sound team. They're going to test your limits. It's going to be extremely difficult. And by that time, Toronto will have had even more weeks of practice.
Hey, yo, Pete, I think Boston got, 10 points last stage? You're going against 3 major winners, even though one of them aren't going to win a game for a while now. You got Toronto Ultra in the mix, and you don't know what to expect by LA Thieves. This is going to be very tough. So, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. We have a small break coming up, and on the other end, we're going to see what's going to go down with the series finally between Optic Texas and also Boston Breach. But before we do, I just have to say, Ali, you did predict Boston Breach to win. My question to you is, Who on that roster you have your eye on?
What do you mean? Why do you even ask that? It's got to be Reese Vivid. He's a new player on the roster. But to not give you the easy answer, I'm going to be looking at Nero. I mean, we've been hearing nothing but good things about him. And from stage 3, he has been nothing but on a tear, on an incline. He's finally looks like he feels comfortable on the map. So I'm really interested to see what he does against a roster like Optic Texas.
Okay, so Nero was comfortable
we're getting the lobby ready right now. But when it's ready, you already know
but you switch up his sub duo,
Texas and also Boston
which can
Breeze
be
will
a
catch
good
you on the
thing
other
but a
side.
bad thing. So the thing is that Nero's learning his teammate all.
Hey guys, this is Afro. I play for London War Ravens. We're going to do a series today called Pro Callouts. Today I'm going to be doing a map. That map is Berlin. I'm going to show you all the callouts, all the situations I get into, get little cool spots, and yeah, get right into it. As I said before, we're going to be doing Berlin. Honestly, this is probably the most well-rounded map. It's played both in hardpoint and S&D. Personally, it's probably one of my favourite maps as well. Yeah, it's good. It's 2 sub maps. You have 2 subs and 2 ARs, and yeah, just go through it. Okay, as we see, we start on the spawn. We spawn in P4 actually, but this is the bad side, if I'd say, for Berlin. So everyone spawn, you want to spawn on the other side. But for the break, what I like to do normally, I come right side for open. P5 tank, it's up to you guys what you want to call it. But P5 tank, top 3, both sides. You can go catwalk all the way to P1. This is where the first hill is, P1. A lot of people like to wait here, play for this gun first before you jump in. Either or people like to push through the left side arch. Play for these gunfighters before you actually break the hill. But yeah, this is what we call outer or long. It's up to you. And these are the ticket doors. And one of the most important parts of this hill, well not this hill, but this hill building is Cubby or Secret. Opens up the map. You can pinch from here. You can pinch this side. You can pinch this side. Really good part of the map. I'll take you over to P2. This is statue, just to everybody knows. This statue with the big horse, big one on there. And we go back to Broken. This is second P2. This is actually a big part of this hill as well. Now, if you have control of the top, most likely you're gonna control the hill because you have the upper advantage of this door and this door. Yes, P2. Now this is for our team. We call there's 2 rooms. There's this room, and there's this room over there. We like to call these B1 and B2 so you don't get confused. This one's B1, that one's B2. It goes in order. And obviously you have outdoor and front door. Honestly, we have no reason. It's just B1 and B2, just so we don't get confused. B1 is right here. B2, B2, yeah. No, I've just showed B1 and B2. Now we go to sandbag. Or sandbag tank. This is actually big control as well for P2. Yeah. And this is BS&D. We call this BS&D. This is what the B bomb insertion destroys. So a hard point or S&D, we call this BS&D. And that back room there is also bricks. We call this bricks because obviously there's a lot of bricks. Good for watching bomb for the B bomb, I guess, for BS&D. Yeah. I'm gonna take it over to P3 now. This is what we call street. It's a long street. And in the middle of the street we have fire truck, fire tank, and then blue truck. Then obviously down here we have docks. Docks is quite a good place to sneak if you want to get the spawns for P3. This is another good place as well for blue truck heady through the street and all the BS&D. Pretty good place for rotation kills. And we have this big little thing here. Big little thing? A massive thing, we'll say. Big crane. And then back here is an unreal head glitch. You can hold the back if you were trying to play for a kill before you break it, or if you're just trying to break it in general. And we have P3, or we call it flags, but P3, probably the better call out. P3. That's 3 main entrances. You have these 2, which is from fire, and you have one from front. And we have the triple window, which is a really good place to hold if you have an AR. Hold in front. Yeah. And if we just push out a P3, we have plants. Plants is just a connection from P1 to P4. Really, for this, so you don't really want to be pushing this out. Only pushing fire out. Yeah. Not really much about P3. It's probably the biggest money hill in the game. In the map, sorry. Yeah. From P3 to P4, we have fire. This is quite a cool spot, can't lie. You can jump up to the top 3. Free fire, which is a good spot if you want to wait for the opponents to
just realize we got 6
wait here,
minutes.
play a few kills, then finesse around cubby or front. And there's not really much else for fire, can't lie to you. It's a little few spots, and that's about it. And P4, I hate this hill because I run a sub. not many places really to play this hill with a sub. But yeah, it's not very well, really. On this hill, you want to use Freyals. Rio is just frame in front, frame in the back, depending on which you want to do. Okay, so our team as well, we have a little weird call out for this. We call this top CD. See, in EU, we have a player called CD who, at the start of the game, he just did not leave this tower. He just kept staying there. He didn't really do much for his team. He just sat here and just played with the kills. So yeah, we call this top CD. And honestly, the biggest power spot of this hill is back right here. If you can get behind this heady, they're spawning back bricks or back tin. Really good spot to be here. And then obviously if there's one in front, you really want to be around here. And if I was for a sub, I like to push the spawner, mess around along a bit, ticket, push and play some kills. And then P5. P5 is my least favorite hill as well. It's going into P4. This hill we don't really get much time on. It's more about controlling ticket or bank or P2, whatever you want to call it, P2 or ticket. If you control ticket, I think it's better because then you have the rotation to P1. Sometimes you are forced into playing for P2 control and that way. It's all situational. Yeah, P5 is quite hard to get time on because it's so open. Yeah, literally open to every single angle in the map. Yeah. And here we have tin. This is quite a cool spot. It's good for S&D, even for breaking P4. I probably shouldn't show you a few spots, but the main spot for tin is this back window back here. Go to here, this corner. You can see the bomb from here. Everybody in the pro scene uses it for these pride, but I know. And there's another little spot that I probably couldn't show you, so I'll save that to league match. But yeah, you want to see bomb from here if you wanted to. Top right corner, if you stretch the bomb all the way to you have to break the doors. And yeah. Tin's quite a good spot for S&D. Hard point, only really good for P4. Well, I'll show you one more. Why not? This isn't too bad. Oh, there we go. Now we have everything. So I think this wraps it up for the Berlin callouts for this episode. If I was you guys, the three most important callouts I'll remember is Fire, which is where I am right now. Broken, which connects the whole map. And then we have the final one, which is Docks. All the way over here. There's people sneaking, and you call it your teammates. This has been Afro. I hope you've learned a few things. Hope you feel a bit more comfortable on the map. Don't forget to shout us out. London for Ravens, for the Queen. And yeah, it's been pro callouts. See you next time.
Clink.
Friends think about your decision to become a professional gamer. What do they think now?
There's not really a plan to be a professional gamer because when I was coming up and tried to be pro, there wasn't, really professional gaming.
I didn't even think about becoming a professional gamer. It was Preston that helped me, but I was so scared to tell my father.
My mom was pretty well receptive to it. My dad, who was kind of more old-fashioned, had to think about it, I guess, but I'm pretty sure my mom convinced him.
So when I was young, my family definitely was not about this gaming stuff. They wanted me to, pursue my education, pursue school, and handle like that standard path.
They were a little hesitant in the beginning until I started making a few $100, and they were like, "Oh, that's nice."
My mom supported all the way. She helped us get plane tickets to our first event where we got last in.
My friends thought it was crazy. I mean, I told my friends, yo, I'm going to America. I'm gonna go play video games.
But luckily it all paid off, and everyone thinks now that, hey, that's a sick job, and for me personally, it's a super blessed spot to be in, and it's my dream job.
Now they're even more supportive. They always watch my games. They are in Europe, so they stay up late watching all the games.
They love watching all the time. My father watches everything. He watches The Flank, every CDL show. He watches it all.
Now they love it.
What's the funniest thing that has happened to your teammates this season?
I have one, but I don't know if I want to put it in the video.
Celium, when we were doing the walkouts, he was the first one to go out.
Celium walked off stage early, like he was like he was the best in the game.
They call out saying this, the Atlanta phase. I think he walked out thinking that he was supposed to go out and he wasn't, and he walked to like the front of the stage and then he like stood there for a second.
No one told him anything, and he came back like 10 seconds later. And it was just funny.
Getting last out of home major, that was not good. That was really bad. So we did so bad, and you just got to laugh it off and move forward.
This might not be funny to people who don't know Ben. So he always drinks apple orange juice, Ben, every meal. And he's got orange juice with like the carton with a straw, and then he's got his glass of water, and he's literally feeding this orange juice with a glass of water, like saying, "Are you thirsty?"
There's a specific moment when we walk on stage and we'll get sat down, and bands would go in the in-game chat, and he'd be like, "Yo," I think it was against LAG at the last event. He was like, "Yo, Asim, look over here." He was like doing little kiss faces to him across the stage, weird faces.
Who are you looking at?
Sure, Asim.
Who are you looking at? Are you looking at Hugh? Not Dread if you are.
Sweet, bro.
When was the last time I touched grass? Personally, it'd have to be probably like a week or two. I'm planning on touching some soon because somebody's got to mow it.
Touching, like actual, like touching it with my hands, like I don't even know.
I mean, obviously everyone's been on it, but actually, I'd say maybe like 3-4 years back when I played football. It's been a while.
That's actually a good question. I actually haven't in a long time. Wow, that's actually crazy. Wow.
The last time I touched grass was yesterday.
I mean, I Ubered here if that counts.
I touched grass. When did I do it? I think I went to Florida after Major 2.
Probably like 30 minutes ago, because I walk here every day. I live in Florida, so it's very nice weather.
I think I touched grass over there.
I have to walk to the city every day. It's like a 10-minute walk. It's like pretty nice weather here in like Florida.
Florida sun, nice weather, nice fresh air. So 30 minutes ago.
In Minnesota, if I try to go touch grass, it would just be snowy and cold all over, and I get frostbite.
When I moved to Minnesota, it's freezing out here, so I haven't touched grass really much out here.
Yesterday, because I have dogs, I have 2 puppies.
It's pretty frequent here in Toronto, honestly, like going around, going for walks together.
Yeah, I touch grass every day. A lot of people don't, but I do.
What % do you tip a server?
Well, it depends on the service, but no matter what, I'm giving like 15% and going up to probably somewhere around 30 if I'm feeling good.
You got to give them like 15 to 20 based on how the service is.
Personally, I feel like you always kind of got to go to 20%.
I usually tip them 20 to 25% every time, usually.
Where I'm from in Australia, we don't have this system.
Honestly, when I first got over here, I was kind of mind blown at how like they were not pressuring the tips, but I kind of understand like how it worked over here.
This is controversial because in the UK, no one tips really, unless you get someone really nice. Like, you just don't tip. It's just not a thing. Like
in Denmark, they get paid more like than the actual minimum.
I think the normal things is like 15, 20, 25. I usually just go 20.
I'd say probably like the 20%.
A very decent amount. I'd probably say over 20%.
I've usually always tipped on the higher side just because I feel like servers are always going through it from like day to day, and I feel like they even get like customers that are rude to them, whatever. So usually I tip like pretty well, like 30%. I know that's like one tough job, and I know that they go through it from like day to day.
Give them some respect and help out with their cash flow, where their hard work and
definitely be that person that tips 15%. But if you
predictions,
do not feel bad about
preseason predictions
talking, don't be afraid to not tip a server if they don't do a good job. I don't care.
I'm going with
if they don't do a good job, don't tip them.
2022.
I mean, tip them like 5%. Like, don't be afraid to tip them kind of.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Don't worry, we bring nothing but good tidings, as not only do we return, but so will the game. It is Boston Breach.
Sorry for the loudness.
I know you have been waiting. And not least for Chris Tan. Tan, welcome back.
Oh, yeah, it's surprising. It's nice to be back. I'm actually wondering if I'm going to remember how to do this, whether or not I could do it in the first place is a point up for discussion. But nonetheless, I'm very excited to get in what should be a very good game with Boston taking on Optic, the new look Boston. The same look, but new look, but all look Optic. Who knows which way this roster is going to go by the end of the season with how things have been going. But a tough game for them to kick off yet in Stage 4.
It certainly was. Obviously, Optic, rebuild, redemption, overcoming those obstacles. Boston Breach looking to stop the backslide that they have had so far. But is this a step too far as well? At the moment, you can see it's all Optic in P1. But
initial start from the Optic boys, and yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is going to go, because we're questioning what kind of practice did they get. Was Illy in there? Well, how much were they going on with Pro Loot? Are they going to be able to step back into it? A lot of the conversation is Boston will get some control has been on Optics failing so much, but realistically they're still being pretty consistent. It's just when it's come around to those majors they aren't able to get the results that they maybe feel they deserve. So let's see how they do online once more and see if they can bring it to the major this time around. Rotation over towards P2. Scump is going to be there though. Try and lock this one down. His teammates are on their way.
All about top boat control, and you can see Scum just roaming, just trying to play his life. The rest of his teammates flood into this one as well, but Boston Breach also here in numbers. And now the fight goes down, probably at a great angle. They're trying to cut this one down at the same time. Optic will have the bodies to get this first little bit of control coming through, but it's very much a slugfest as both teams are throwing down now.
New boy on Boston Breach and Vivid will eventually get taken down by Shotzi, as will TJ. It's only Dashi that can fell Shotzi in the end. But I'm really curious how Vivid's going to do on this roster. We'll talk about it a little bit more. Search and Destroy's maybe a contentious one as well, but we'll maybe talk about it when we get there. But what a way to kick things off on Gav. I think me, you, and anybody else who plays ranked knows, and it being an SMG player on this map is not necessarily the most of fun, but 5 and 4 from him to kick things off. But that's a kill feed that looks very Optic Texas-like. Lockdown P1 control here from Shotzi. 5 in a row from him. Is he going to make it 6 here on a TJ? Of course he is. It's going to be a P3 rotation locked in by Optic Texas with about a 20-point lead. It's a good start to give it to.
It certainly is. An interesting history actually between these two teams. Now, they've only actually played one time in the entire CDL this year. Yeah. And last time around, Gavu actually went to Boston Breach. Problem was, all the way back in stage 1, it's different rosters, different story all the way through. And Boston, with the hardest schedule at the moment in this stage, could desperately do with this win.
It's a terribly hard schedule, it has to be said. And, you know, we talked about it, well, we heard the guys on the desk talking about it a little bit more when it comes down to Gav. They've struggled after some initial success, but they've actually won it the last 3 times they've played it. So let's see how they go. I don't think it's a terrible pick for them, but it's still going to be a struggle to beat this Optic team across the whole series. Let's see if they can keep up, picking up some points here over towards P3, though. Eventually, it is going to be Optic who find their way out. But Boston did a good job of breaking on through, flipping those spawns around, so they have the rotation over towards P4. We can see they're already set up. Vivid will be the first one to encounter somebody. 5 spree for the new gun on Boston Breach.
Wow, Boston in a very good position here to bring this back. Probably looking for that first kill, but Nero's all the way pushed out by both. Vivid is going to be here as well. Scum's going to eventually win that gunfight, but the only player who will do. And now the hard push through P1. Right now, Boston Breach have this in full control.
The setup so far. Just making themselves awkward.
Wait a minute, there's one man.
Come on, boys.
I mean, this
we
is
gotta
literally
pick
only
this shit
methods
up.
here, but somebody's actually slipped on through. Shotzi finds a way in, Bryce.
That's the one man. That's always the one man for Optic. Finds it, makes the play, and Optic have managed to bring this back to chaos, but Vivid gets 3! He locks it down! Optic, they broke it, and Vivid takes those points back. Eventually, Shotzi gets 2 more as well to get this into it, and TJ will get the scrap points going into this one. Boston Breach with a really good hold. Almost a little bit of Optic magic coming through. But now the rotation coming through again. Boston Breach looking really good now.
It's a perfect rotation coming in from Boston here as well. 1 second left to go. Look where Optic are spawning at Boston on the rotation. It's only Scump here can slowly slow it down before he is taken down. 15 and 7 out of Vivid. It's a perfect rotation as mentioned from Boston. After a relatively good hold at P4, I mean, this is some good time for Boston, and they can continue to do some of these kills towards green are going to be so crucial, but Vivid is there again. Spawns in for Optic towards the back though.
This made this team change, and people weren't certain if it was going to be the right one. Huge fans of Capsule at the moment. Vivid proving his worth left, right, and center. Eventually, Op's going to get the kills on the break coming through to bring this back to a tight hill. If they can hold it down, there'll be a lot of points left remaining. And of course, that P1 rotation also coming in. Dashi already setting up for it. Boston have eyes on though, and they are putting numbers towards it.
Give it up after what will maybe be a bit of an unfortunate spawn. You can kind of see why it happened. The green push comes through, nobody from Boston over towards the back. It can sometimes just be that way. This rotation over towards P1 though has been fruitful so far for the side of Boston Breach. Now they're going to start getting some points on the board. Can Optic find a way through? P5 is usually a good one for Optic, not really getting much of it. Find themselves behind into this second rotation of hills. But can they start doing a little bit more? I'm not too sure if Nero's going to be putting shots in like that.
Well, Prolu Prolute was not having a good time there at the moment, and eventually he's going to go down, but Scump breaks himself through. Vivid is going to be here as well, looking for him, just guns down. Dashy looks for Scump as well. It's all Vivid on this map, 20 and 12, and he is causing issues for Optic Texas Ton.
And the conversation that was had about Vivid is that he is that player who will find those few more engagements than Capsidal will. And my goodness me, are we seeing a perfect example of that so far? 20 and 12, not necessarily using that MP40 I thought he may well have been of doing, but the auto in his hand, still very, very dangerous, this man. 20 and 12, about to make it 21 with Dashi. A sitting duck to Vivid, who just continues to dominate. That kill comes on through, and that lead for Boston Breach just continues to grow.
Well, Boston Breach in the lead. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms with a listening.
Prolute's kind of getting smacked right now. Kind of not even competitive for him. He's like getting fucking smoked.
They're ring tank. I'm waiting for a sec.
Yeah, they're gonna hit up. I didn't know they didn't hit up. Still tap out. Just gotta tap out together.
I don't see him top ring, weak, gotta go right.
I don't see this guy time.
We can time.
I didn't see his
top ring,
back to time, dead.
Top ring.
Hey, our step. Lay down.
One shot. Play Scott. One shot time, 170 front house already. 170 front house.
They're gonna be close on us. Set us on 5, okay? Tap out. Shotty dead. Set us on top. One to top house. Alright, one streak.
Oh, Seth is fucking doing.
You're alone. I'm pushing right here. They're gonna streak this.
Brandon was ring.
Okay. I'm gonna check it. I want you to be back.
I stunned first. Below, yeah.
You're gonna go around, probably?
Yeah, I stunned him first cut. I'll take it.
I'm watching deep.
Brandon was ring. I don't know where he is.
I'm watching deep. Then go your first cut.
Yeah, can we deep him?
Yeah, we're good. You're gonna have to dive in. Just don't play time with guys.
Yo, right stairs to me. Yo, run out the right stairs. He's sitting right stairs dead.
Ring steps.
Yeah, 20 gringos.
Absolutely. Second cut. I can kill this guy. I need our time. Ring steps in. I need our time.
Did I hit him?
You'll be happy second cut.
Need it.
I'm
praying over you.
Dash down
on the God spot. Alright, yeah, be on the God spot.
I didn't know him.
That's on top.
And Shotty's up. Scum.
Watch that guy spot Byron.
Byron's gotta pick it up.
Yeah, that's why I nailed the shot every time.
He's on a 5, Brandon.
Yeah, I need over.
Looking good though.
Don't give it a guys. I have all mid. Hold right.
Look, 17. Keep this guy.
I'm waiting for him. I am.
He's dead.
Well, we've been listening to Boston
Also, I know we're not talking. I haven't said something, but Shotty's got to pick it up too.
This game all the way back, but same old story, Ton. Boston Breach have locked in this rotation. Can Optic do a better job of it this time?
I mean, if they can do as good of a job as they did to rotate and break over towards P3, then Optic should have no problem breaking this. Of course, they have the glide bomb, courtesy of Scump. 25 and 12 out of him. He's really started to step it up in the second half of this hard point. It's a push on through now. A little bit dangerous here for the side of Boston Breach. Vivid will win one. TJ winning the second, but Shotzi once again finds a way behind Nero. Important gunfight to win. Optic not quite able to break through there, but I just want to touch on something as they regroup there. With the fact that Scump found that glide bomb and called it in immediately, Boston were not ready for that. Perfect break for Optic. They find the lead momentarily. Boston back into it now, though, with 30 seconds remaining here on P4.
The big hold from Boston. Pressure coming in. You can see Optic trying to squeeze this one down as much as possible. But that is a full wipe, and now Optic will have to throw up the iron cannon and try to lock this down.
I don't know what they're doing.
You can see at the moment, Nero is just gunning
I don't even know
already,
if they
going
shoot
into
back.
green. Boston smell a little bit of blood in the water here. Scum's going to lock down green as well. Dashy here at the same time. They are desperately trying to hold off Boston. And at the moment, doing a just about good enough job for it.
We're going over towards P5, which is Optic's best hill. Over towards P5, they have not been broken where they found the first setup here. As we move over towards the 5th hill on Kavutu, they need to lock down every single point. They're only around 15 or so away, but they can put themselves in touching distance of the win. They haven't been broken yet, but they may well be here, but the team nade comes through. Optic still holding on.
And this is a real dig the old fingernails in time for both teams. You can see Dashy just trying to get as many kills as he can. Still pressure coming through though. He eventually finds his
Let's fucking go, Dash.
down towards those change of spawns could prove influential, but Dashy on 5, Dashy on 6. Looking for the glide now. His teammates are going to try and bait him out, but already we're off to the races. P1 is coming up here as Optic have taken the lead again, and Shotzi is on the hunt. He is ready on the flank, and Methods is about to catch an MP40 to the skull. But is it going to be enough?
Boston find their way over towards P1. Optic Texas only 15 or so away. Boston need a good hold here. That grenade from Prolute might open things up here, Bryce.
Scump's in. Scump has managed to find himself in the cupboard. And somehow Optic have got straight through here, and it's all kills for Optic.
Oh,
And over again, Optic have brought this back from it. Dashi brings in the glide bomb. It could be the final dagger in the coffin. And it is. Optic Texas, not the best of starts, but the very best of finishes as they hold against Boston Breach.
That's a lackluster performance from Optic. What the fuck?
Big Dashi with the 8 spree towards the end gets the job done. I talked about that P5 hold over and over again this year. They are yet to be broken when they win that rotation. And the perfect example of that.
I mean,
they lock it down.
More of a rhetorical question.
Going on 6 in a row on the hill, and he finishes it off with 3. Over towards P1. Proloop with the initial kill. Dashi with another. Glide bombs in. It's game over. A valiant effort from the side of Boston Breach, but Optic get the job done when it was necessary.
That's nasty, bro.
Found themselves around, what, 20 or 30 behind, heading over towards P5, but then we're pretty much perfect there. Rotate round, find the kills, it's job done.
It is. I gotta say, you know, Scum obviously finding that glide bomb earlier. Dashi with the last final hold. And then, here's the thing. Boston was set up in a P1, and there was a large part of me going, this is going to be a difficult break for Optic. It's going to be very hard fought. Proloop with that first nade, and then Boston looked like they kind of backed off a little bit, like they were a little bit unsure of exactly where Optic was supposed to hit them from. And then obviously, as you saw, kill feed, all Optic all of the time. Big plays out of the Texas roster, and Boston Breach, they were close considering the slaying in some aspects of that team was not there.
It really wasn't. Some of the ARs we fully expect to do the business. I think it was an 11-25 game out on Methods. He currently, or well did, have a 1.26 KD on could be too hard point, but I mean, I'd imagine that's going to have trickled down after that one. But to be fair to them, they really did hang with Optic all the way through when it does come down to points. I think the big difference maker for me is the 2 streaks that Optic went on. Scum gets a hold of the glide bomb, finds that perfect break over towards P3 from that. The glide bomb comes in towards the end from Dashi. Well, it may well have already been done by that stage, but it obviously helps you secure those final couple of points. So Optic just streaking when they needed to and finding those points when they need to. 250 to 220. Not necessarily comfortable, but a fair representation of how the map went. A solid win for Optic to kick things off. And I think, as you're looking at these maps and the layout of the series, that would have been the scary one for them, to be honest with you. I think I look at the rest of it, and I actually don't mind it for Optic whatsoever. So now that Gav is out of the way, yes, okay, it is their best hardpoint map, but it was also Boston. So that's something you got to worry about a little bit. 3 in a row from Boston. That's going to end right there. Map number 1. I don't know how I feel about the rest of the maps for Boston, to be honest, Pricey. But something I did just want to kind of touch on here is something that we need to watch from, and the Search and Destroy from Vivid. When it comes to those first bloods, I'll maybe touch on it a little bit more though, because we do have something else to quickly look at. We'll talk about it in a second, but there is a discrepancy when it comes to the first bloods compared to who he has replaced in Capsule.
There is. Well, speaking of the S&D, let's take a look at our top performers then, and who we expect to see really do the damage in this one. Of course, Methods versus Shotzi. Methods with a little bit of a poor start there in the hard point on Gavudu. Will be looking to redeem himself in this one. Currently running at 1.04 KD, going up against a lot of people's MVPs so far this year. This man is everywhere, and he is magic. It's Shotzi, the 1.15. How do you feel about it, Ton? Because obviously, you know, first blood win percentage 48.3% versus 47.8% itself. And obviously, I know you have other stats to back this up, talking about first bloods.
Yeah, having a look at it when it does come down to Search and Destroy, overall Capsidol was taking the most of the first blood engagements that Boston would undertake in Search and Destroy at 32%. Mind you, it was just a minor advantage over one of his teammates. I believe one of them was at 30%, but Capsidol, 32% of Boston's first blood engagements came from him, winning 54% of them. Looking at Vivid, and obviously this is from his time in Florida, only a first blood win percentage of 35% with a 0.78 KD in Search and Destroy. Capsidol's 1.14. So Capsidol was that guy who was finding those aggressive moments, finding those first bloods to help this team on their way. Vivid was definitely not that guy for Florida. Is he going to be that guy for Boston? That's going to have to be when the jury is out. But honestly, I didn't mind how he played in that first map. Really was there and hanging with the rest of Optic. He was the guy who was getting the job done for Boston, but you don't want to, you know, put it on anybody in particular on that one.
I think Nero
has to be said, there was quite a discrepancy between his KD and Methods.
Vivid opens up the map for Nero.
I think it's really interesting how we talk about, you know, players when they come into rosters. in the CDL, because the pressure is always massively on them.
Nero has to get
The
comfortable with it.
expectation for any player coming through is, oh, this team wasn't good enough. We need somebody else who's better. So if you come in your first match and you don't do well, everyone goes, oh, that change was terrible. We want our favorite player back that we've seen for months on end. So the pressure is always unbelievably high on any player making a start on any roster in this as well. And it probably goes even more for Boston, right? Because bearing in mind, we've been talking about how Boston have slowly been sliding down those standings over and over again, and they need to hold it, and they need to halt it in one of the most difficult schedules that we have seen for any team in any split. And it looks a little bit horrible for them, Tone, because we've been over this a couple of times, but we'll keep hammering this one home. Optic is their first here. Nobody really expects that win. Thieves have looked better recently. Our Major 3 champions are their third game. LA Gorillas, new rosters, new opportunity. They're the Major 2 champions. That's probably one of the ones that Boston may be able to grab some points through. We'll see how that gets to when we get to it. And of course, Toronto Ultra, who at Major 3 had a resurgence and finally looking like they know how to play all 3 game modes.
Boston has been trending downward. Boston also has gotten joked a few times.
We've seen this year so far, but when it does come down to Boston, I think if they were looking at this schedule at 2 and 3 from that,
I think Boston are better than people think.
To be honest with you, I think that is so tough, especially in the position that they are being in. But it has to be said, and I don't want to take anything away from them. You have to only just beat everybody who's in front of you, but they have had a couple of brackets and a couple of these major tournaments that have been, I want to say, handy for them. Again, you've just got to beat who's in front of you, so it's not their fault, but they've had a couple of nice brackets that's got them some decent points at majors, and it's a good job that is the case, because as you mentioned, they really have been in free fall for quite some time now. So yeah, we need to see something happen for them. That's why the change for Vivid has come in. I would say I would agree with Nameless in a certain aspect that this feels touch panicky, I would say. So, you know, these boys don't want to get caught slipping. So Vivid has come in. A good performance at map number 1 has to be said. Going up against Optic, though, on that map, always going to be difficult. It's a search and destroy where I'm going to possibly be critical of him. But let's see if he can prove me wrong on this one. Just when you look at the stats, they don't add up for search. Let's see if he can prove me wrong and everybody who's looking at the stats wrong.
Speaking of stats wrong, I want to talk a little bit about Optic. Obviously, for Optic, the points aren't as crucial. Obviously, seeding does matter going forward. They have their own one to kind of get through. And the thing about this is, the way I'm viewing it is, it's more of a sort out and overcome adversity thing. I'm not a doctor, right? So I don't really want to talk about what's happening with Illy too much, because I don't know. The only person who really does is Illy. I wish him all the best. I hope he gets well. He is a superlative player, and I want to see him play again. But Optic are now staring down the barrel of having to say who is going forward in our roster and what can we do, because time is ticking. Champs is around the corner. Major 4 is around the corner. So if anything now, they need to just lock in and try to figure this one out. A good mix of teams as well for them moving forward into this one. Rocket Legion, Subliners, and Ultra are the next 4 games. And I know a lot of people at home would love to see them go for the old 5-0 here. Regain that confidence, go into Major 4, do the business, and get themselves ready for champs. So there's an awful lot to break down with this roster. Obviously, they've clinched it, regardless of what I might have tweeted out earlier in the day. They've locked it in. Nobody can really overtake Optic Texas, or at least to knock them out of the top 8 ton. But they've also, one of the things you've got to talk about here is the fact that every other team is probably going to be super hungry, right? That bubble is a knife fight in a cupboard, and everybody is feeling the pressure in the next 3 weeks of qualifiers.
Yeah, well, I don't think for a second that Optic will take their foot off the pedal in terms of their games. I think it's a really good opportunities to try and dial things in as best as they possibly can with Prologue. But for me, one of the questions that I'm asking specifically of Optic here is, at what stage do you say, right, do we just stick with Prologue throughout the rest of it? Or as soon as Illy's ready, do you bring her back in? Is that a week before champs? I mean, at what point do you sort of stick or twist? That would be my question when it comes down to this Optic roster.
While we're waiting for this lovely to get record, I'm going off on a tangent, because I don't know if I wanted to talk about this, but I feel like I have to. I don't know if I want to talk about Illy versus Prologue and when's Illy coming back anymore, because the main thing I care about is that Illy gets well and doesn't come back before making it any worse, right? I don't know anything about his injury. One thing I do know is I care very much about player wellness, and I hope every player takes this as a great opportunity to really look into what makes sure they don't get any injuries or anything wrong for the next season or any next split going forward. So for me, I don't really want to talk about the argument about when is Illy coming back. Illy will come back when he is ready, and I'm happy for him. I just want to talk about Texas Optic and what they can potentially do with this current roster and how their prospects are moving forward in the Major Four and Champs. I think that this roster has the opportunity to do very, very well. We have seen it in the qualifiers over and over again. We just haven't seen it on LAN yet. This has got to be the opportunity for them to fix those mistakes, fix any perceived weakness that may be meaning they aren't performing to their very top specifications when they go into those major events, right? ProLuke is a good player. We know he's a good player. He has a few shaky maps. The team is not always firing on every cylinder they need to. I fully believe, like 3 or 4 months ago, I was feeling in my gut this looked like an Optic Texas potential year for a ring, right? I still have that feeling. This team just needs to tighten those thumb screws just the tiniest amount. The talent is there. I am fully convinced the talent in this roster is there to make a significant run for the champs. And that's what the next few weeks for me are about. It's not about this hypothetical. It's not about everything else. I want to know what this roster can do, and I want them to prove it.
Yeah, quite literally, tighten those thumb screws, right? I mean, hopefully, of course, Elite does get better. But the player on there, ProLuke, he's one of these guys who came from the challengers side of things. He steps up to an Optic roster. He's a very solid player, but as mentioned, from the challenger side, let's have a look. Can you boys get the job done in the challenger side of things? July 8th to the 10th, of course, in Boston at the Helix Esports Arena. Get your tickets now for that event. Very excited to see how things go down there. We were jumping in and out of the challenger side of things ourselves in that previous season. It's been crazy all the way through, and we've seen more guys than ever make it to the CDL throughout the whole of the season from that challenger side of things. So it is not any better yet to get your name up in those lights. Fantastic stuff to see from the challenger side of things, but of course playoffs and champs. Sign up for the pre-sale now, live at the Collins Center in LA. I'm excited, Bryce. We get to see you sweat more in a really hot place.
Look, I need to be at champs, all right? I have been to the majority of the champs for the last decade. I have missed out on the last 2. I am going to be there in the Garden Center. I am going back to LA. It is always the pinnacle of every single body's year in Call of Duty esports. There is magic around champs. It is different. It has always felt different, and it's where legends are made. Nobody forgets. But speaking of forgetting, we haven't forgotten about the game. Picard's Search and Destroy is ready. I know. Casters start the game. Trust me, I want to see gameplay just as much as the rest of you. And it's here, finally. Boston Breach versus Optic Texas, and I tell a little bit of a lie.
You broke it again.
I was excited, and it didn't work. It didn't work. I did break it.
Well, it would have been fine if you didn't say that we're going into. Let's talk about the Picard Search and Destroy for a little bit, though. Optic have had their struggles on offensive setups. If they do try to tend and take their time a little bit, we'll go with a neutral, try find those picks. That's not something that works for them. But then when it comes down to Boston, 2 and 14 on their A hits on Picard. That's not great. That's your main attacking source when it does come down to Picasso. 2 and 14 on their last 16 attempts is something they will look to rectify. But again, that kind of goes back to this Vivid pick. What do you do with that? Do you turn him into that first blood monster that he was not on Florida, that Capsule in a certain sense was? Does he maybe play his own game? We know Vivid on Bacage, when it comes down to it, he's a good player. It is his playground, so to speak. But you're going up against somebody called Shotzi, who is very, very well versed on this map as well. So it should be an interesting one. I think Optic will still be looking at this as a potential banana skin, I would say. But hopefully we jump in soon and find out exactly how it is going to go down. But yeah, I mean, how long can we have this conversation about Optic and how they're going to go on?
Based on servers, probably another 20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we've got plenty of time. But there's so many things to discuss, though, Bryce. I mean, there's so many different storylines that we're delving into here in Stage 4. It's set it up to be so exciting as we close out the year. I'm just super stoked. I'm just happy to be back, to be frank. It was very depressing Saturday.
I'm very happy that you're going to be a Major 4. But speaking of which, here is a special mention from Crimsix about everything Major 4 you need to know.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major 4 yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, just do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
All right, thank you very much, Krim. Yes, special mention about tickets. In the interest of just being open with everybody, obviously, few lobby issues today. Don't worry, we are trying to get the game ready. It's not us stalling. I know Ton hasn't cast in a little while. That is not the reason we are hanging this one out. We are just trying to make sure that when the lobby goes up, it stays up and everything is good so we get some Call of Duty on the screen. It does mean, unfortunately, you have to suffer with me and Ton talking about whatever we feel like talking about for the next few minutes. And I promise you one thing. As soon as the game is ready to go, we will go to it. Trust me, nothing I want to do more than talk about Call of Duty over some wonderful gameplay between these two squads. But Ton, I cut you off. You want to talk about Bacaj S&D, and I want your actual feelings about how you think it's going to go and who wins.
I'm kind of feeling optic after that first one. I think if I was Boston heading into map number 1, yes, okay, as mentioned, it is one of Optic's best, but it's also one of Boston's. You would have looked at it and said, right, let's give it a good go here, see how we can go. But I think it's the manner of the defeat as well may well have just caused a couple of issues there. I think they will be disappointed in how it went down. But Search and Destroy is a completely different game. We're on a completely different map. It's a different part of the series. You just have to wipe that slate clean. I'm not sure what I was going to say. You have to wipe it clean completely and just go into the second map and see how you can do. At the end of the day, the team change has come in. I don't want to say this is a free shot because, you know, look, realistically, they're not in a great spot when it does come down to the standings. They're not in a terrible spot either. But their schedule is so difficult that would you rather have the harder games now when Vivid has just come into the team? That's kind of what I'm weighing up. Would you rather get the baptism of fire over and done with to then go into the games which are a little bit more winnable, well practiced? That's kind of my theory around it.
So I have to disagree with what you said there a little bit. You said Optic aren't, you said Boston aren't in a bad place. I think they are. I think you're wrong there. I think this is that bubble is
I said
it's 2 games.
Place.
It's like 20 points. It's like 20 points. It's super close. It's a horrible time. You've got to remember, right, that when we go to the major, there's a very real possibility nobody gets any points. Very real possibility. 4 teams not going to get any points. Then it goes up very, very slowly towards the top here. If you don't have a good qualifiers, you are in serious, serious trouble. We can already have Boston overtaken by the end of this week, right? And they could be right on the danger zone. That's how bad this is. This is how dangerous it could be for these teams going forward. Anybody in that bubble is an absolute danger zone. They have to knuckle in. They cannot afford any mistakes. They need to squeeze every last point out of it. And I am squeezing this fill section for everything it's got worse. But I believe the game is ready. It is time. Boston Breach versus Optic Texas. It's Bacaj Search and Destroy, and we're on board with Dashi.
But they could be in a worse spot, right?
Yeah, of course they could.
They could be Paris. Anyway, here we are. Heading into Bacaj Search and Destroy, and for the side of Texas, this neutral setup that we are seeing is something that hasn't necessarily been in their favor, and there you go. Example in point. They're looking like a B stack coming in, but can they find a pick to help them?
Well, this is the trouble now for Texas. Where can they find a little bit of control? At the moment, they're looking for River, so this may come down to methods. Scump, sneaky, snaky, wiggly, looking for just a hint here, and he's going to get onto it. Now, he doesn't have the bomb. If he did, he could probably plant it and play around it. But he has made the first steps forward. Time is running out.
Time is running out. It would have been perfect to be at the bomb, wouldn't it? Little stun check goes up. Grenade, actually. Scump not going to push forward as well. Has he actually managed to get through? Yes, he has. Undetected Scump inside of the tunnel. That could be influential. Dashi with the check. There's one. There's the second. How's he turned on a Nero? TJ will even the odds. As will Vivid. That's now a 1 versus 2 for Prolude. And my goodness me. Nothing happened, then everything happened. Boston get the round.
It started. I thought that kill there, the 2 kills that come in from Dashi were going to be everything Optic needed. But the rest of the trades, the rest of it does not go their way. And Boston get that first round locked in. Optic with a tactical sneak almost made magic happen, Ton.
Scump had that bomb. They could have got it down a little bit earlier, but I mean, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Either way, he gets it and finds himself in a good position. If he can win his gunfight down inside the tunnel, it's maybe a different story. Dashi did ever so well to even find 2. Ultimately, though, Boston find that first blood. They lock it down. Now for the side of Boston, looking like an A hit, as mentioned at the top of the show. 2 and 14 of their last 16 attempts over towards this A site have been unsuccessful. That grenade not going to find much either. Nobody lingering over towards the tank just yet. Dashi's made his way over there now. Shotzi, though, getting the angle. Nero will see in round number 3. First blood over towards the side of Optic.
Moment. A little bit slow here. Boston trying to regroup, trying to figure this one out. Scum just holding top. You can see on the X-ray, Vivid and TJ not really in the trade to get this here. Vivid looking for some way through. They're going to go for this plant again here, and Shotzi's seen. Vivid's going to see a player at the same time, but he's just holding this forward, and eventually Boston are going to back off. The rotations come through.
They made their move, but Vivid playing on an island. This is the kind of player he can be, but Shotzi will find one as they retake over towards A. The player rotating over towards B gets caught. TJ isn't going to find much there either as Shotzi finds a second. Fantastic stuff from the side of Texas. And just fluid. I really love that from them. As soon as they get a little bit of control over towards A, they take over that side of the map. And it just tightens that grip on the side of Boston, who can do very little from that position. I think Texas will tie this one up.
Well, good rounds from them. That first blood really was just a difference maker. After that, Boston just looked a little bit lost. But they have an opportunity back on the defense for them as well. TJ and Prolute both going at it.
Shots
now
in,
a reset.
Complete reset, yeah, as mentioned, but Shotzi on the 3 spree. Keep an eye on that as we do delve into some later rounds if we can continue this. Nope, no, he can't. There you go. Set up my whole point methods, shuts him down immediately. First blood going over towards the side of Boston. Both defensive teams getting those first bloods each round. Prolute will answer back. Firefight in the middle ultimately results in a 3 versus 2 for Boston Breach. Now, can they set themselves up? Vivid's in a fantastic position. He can make a movement over towards B quickly, can check A, top bar on SMG. Perfect position for a defensive player on Prakash.
At the moment, up to a lot of trouble here. Vivid eventually going to get out of there at the same time. I don't know if he saw Prolute cut. If you're Scots, then he might have done. Methods are also going to be looking for these players, and a little bit like ship to the night, he's just not going to see that player go tunnel away from him.
Oh my God.
Did TJ see him either? No! How has he slipped the net here? He's just gone all the way through. Prolute has managed to get Vivid as well. But he might be cut down here. He is going to be as well. Chooses to play on the wrong side, unfortunately. Scum's going to go for the challenge as well, run straight into TJ Halley.
Oh well.
And Boston get another one on the board here.
This is a bad play.
And that is an interesting round to say the least.
Yeah, they weren't lucky, and then all of a sudden TJ's like, oh wait, how's he got there? Those traded out. Just a couple of timing moments didn't go their way. Ultimately, though, the number at the top of the screen is the most influential one. They find the round. Fence reigning supreme so far.
20, you know what I'm saying?
Boston Breach finding those first bloods, and it's happening through everybody. I think it was Methods that round. I think it was Nero the round before.
It's such a standard
They rely on Capsule to be the one to find them for them. Vivid certainly hasn't contributed yet. Yeah, he did. They know exactly where he is, but it's Shotzi. He will find a way out.
I'm sure he's got some hidden ledge jump that just taking flying over the top of grannies or something. Vivid, though, in a great position here. He may catch somebody if somebody gets a little bit too eager. He's got through, and I think he's just been seen as well. Picks wrong, dashing for as well. Shotzi takes down Nero. You said they knew where he was. He somehow get out of it. He's done that as well. And TJ now on a 1 versus 3. Looking for Scum. Does not get the kill he needs. And now will be hunted down. Every single angle has a player from Optic looking over it. And the squeeze comes through, and Texas hold their defense as well. 2-2, Ton.
And that's a shame for Boston, especially for TJ. Full spree for him is immediately ended. Round and somewhere close to a glide bomb would have been a fantastic way to continue to lead for Boston Breach, but they can't quite get it done. Optic Texas hold their defense. It's been defense all the way through so far. Both teams very resolute in it. It's coming down to not necessarily any aggressive plays. Everyone's just setting up, holding their spots, finding their picks. The defensive ones holding those angles that are the victors so far. Can we see a change of potential scenery as we head into the next round? But not nothing. I was about to say nothing necessary to speak of, but TJ has found the first kill here for the defensive side once more. Pro Loop will answer back 3 versus 3.
Shotzi, unfortunately, gets gunned straight down by TJ. And bringing it back to 3-3 doesn't matter if you instantly lose it again. But will play coming from Proload. He's going to see, and unfortunately not going to work. Dashi now in a 1 versus 3. But I just feel like they aren't going to really give him a lot of opportunity to get this one down. Doesn't know where these players are. Has to go hunting. Doesn't have the bomb either.
And I wonder, as the rounds do go on, are we going to see something maybe just a little bit different? I'll be honest, we didn't get to see the first beginning of that round, so I wasn't too sure exactly how it was going down for the Optic side, but I'm curious if we're going to see anything quite aggressive over towards A. There's no attacking rounds of when either team's way so far. It's all been about the defense, so I'm curious if we are going to see a bit of a change up here from either side. Defense has reigned supreme so far. Those first bloods are making the rounds as well. As far as I'm aware, every single time a team has found the first blood in these rounds so far, it has went over towards them. The round that is, of course, 9-2 out of TJ. 3 in a row for him now. Once again, can he maybe get something going? Oh, Dashi's going to get caught, and that's the first blood we've seen when it has come down to an attacking round for an attacking team. Can they make it count?
Scum Brush makes the 3 versus 3, but he's going to go out and then try for this one as well, but there's an overlook.
It's so obvious.
It's a little bit of an over-chow, but it comes down to a 2 versus 2. Scum going for the rotation, and he finds a player there, has to get out of it. Methods with the pre-aim. Prolo's going to just jump in like a lunatic, and TJ up top, and Gunscump as well. It's down to a 1 versus 1. TJ is on a 5 streak. As we hit this rotation, it could just be a matter of timing.
There's plenty of time on the clock here, Bryce, for either one to maybe make a misstep or get a little bit more information. He's just going to stick it here, so Pro completely unawares, and this will be a first attack. This could be a huge 1 versus 1 in the grand scheme of things.
Looking for it. Timing.
Did he see him? Did he see him?
I don't think he did. Timing is going to be everything though. Proloot is making a right call, but is he going to find the right time? TJ has gone for the flag, and he's turned around. He's found it. He found it. Proloot found it eventually. He figured it out. An unbelievable. Managed to get it down. It's a 3 streak for him. Bomb defused. And the defenses keep on rolling, Ton.
I think you might have heard him. TJ stomping around in the river. Very well played in the end from Proloot. He was patient. Sometimes you will see some players maybe just rush over towards that bomb site and frantically start looking around, but he was patient. He thinks he had a good idea where TJ was, and he gambled correctly. Finds the round, and that is a crucial one. TJ, his reign of terror just keeps getting cut short every now and then, but look at this beat hit. That's going to start coming in here from Optic. They find 2 inside the river. Methods now needs a call for help. He needs to get out. As Vivid will find 1 to somewhat help Boston, but it's a 3 versus 2 in the advantage of Optic.
And I think now they've cleared it down and going for this fast rotation. Trusty will probably try and clear tank from this location, but he's got to be careful if he does check it. At the moment, Optic are playing a little bit coy here. They don't really want to go for this yet. Prolo's going to slide across as well. Almost trips Vivid straight down. Stun going through as well. Is there going to be a player in position for it? And he gets out.
Look at Methods though. Are you ready for him coming in around from behind barn? Yes, they are. There's Shotty. Is this the first attacking round? Vivid finds 1, makes it a 1 versus 2. He dies. Optic find the first attacking round. And it's just about that aggression. I talked about it a couple of rounds ago. Are we going to see something different from one of these teams? It's been very passive, very neutral from both on these attacking rounds. This time around, we see 3 fly down river. And Optic Texas find the first 2, and the round is pretty much a walk in the park from there. Boston Breach, all to do now. Optic find the attacking round.
It's a good play out of them.
Is this going to be different? Can Optic hold this defense? Lock in the 5-3. Russian coming out of Boston. They're going to try the river hit themselves. Nade coming through. Nero's going to move forward as well, but Shotzi will win it. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. Now a 3 versus 2. Boston have the numbers. Dashi going up to tower, trying to lock it down as well, and somehow finds it. Eventually will go down himself.
Oh, nicely done. Boston answer back immediately with the same strat. Say, okay, well, they sent 3 down B. I think we should maybe try it. They do so. They find the opening kills. And all that hard work to find an attacking round nullified immediately.
The amount of round 11s in the league is kind of ridiculous.
Well,
like,
we said, can they hold it?
A lot more than I feel like there should be.
4-4 between these two here. Boston fired back with every bit as well they could. Can Optic find another attack? Will this now be 5-4 to Boston?
Oh my.
Well, goes out to a 3 versus 3 again. Trades all over the map, constantly here on Bocage.
Great shots coming out from Vivid. To tie things up here now, having a look at Optic and what kind of purchase they've got on the map. Scump is quite far pushed up over towards Grannies, but not really with any sort of purchase. They're in a good spot over towards B. TJ spotting them out, and we'll see you later. Proloot, a couple of pixels is all he needed. And the TJ reign of terror continues, 12 and 5.
Well, you see just a hint of a gun barrel.
I feel like Optic should know what's going on.
Eventually brings it through, but Dashy and Scump, a 2 versus 1 now. And now it's all going to be on TJ. He's been the man for Boston. No obvious plan.
They heard him.
Huge rotate coming in from Optic again.
They know where he is. They know he's top Grannies. He opened those windows. Scump would have heard it. He's clambering his way over towards Grannies. Dashy might be there. TJ goes for the challenge, but is Scump going to be from behind? Yes, he is. Another attacking round.
Play out of Optic.
Once one comes, another 3 alongside of it. It's
I was
like
worried.
Buster's
I didn't think
pricey.
that they were going to be
Boston
close
Bridge
enough for
cannot hold
trades.
the defense, and Optic Texas will find the attack. And to be honest with you, I want to criticize Vivid there. He had a hold of the tank. He's in that prime position to watch over it, and he pushes out to check it. Like, I don't know. I think in that situation, you gotta hold tight.
It's a very crazy S&D so far.
I don't think it
These
matters. I think
teams are winning
Dashy
rounds on
is
knife
going there
edges.
for that trade.
Just the tiniest
Well, not for that
trades
trade.
coming through, but it is Optic.
He's pushing that tank
They have
because
defense. They have 5 rounds.
if Optic,
Can they find the 6th
like if
right
Optic
here
are
and now to shut it
thinking,
down?
they should know.
Nero didn't see him. Nero didn't see him. Who was that? It's going to be Shotzi, of course it is. He's hitting the flag. He's going to find the first blood, but it comes back to a 3 versus 3 again. And now Shotzi's all alone. They're going to know he's behind them somewhere.
And that creates a problem. It always does. Oh, Vivid. Living on a wing and a prayer, just about gets away with 16 HP and 2 kills go Boston's way. They know where Shotzi is, and it's a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2. I have no idea. This is doable.
Well, here we go. Shotzi needs the correct timing for this
Surely
one.
doesn't
TJ's
expect
ready
this.
for him as well, and he is going to get him. It's a 5-5 here on Bocage
TJ
S&D.
showing spots.
These rounds are great.
Yeah, because that's not
Honestly,
tank.
when Shotzi finds his way behind there, I'm not thinking it's a wrap, but Optic can just sit tight and kind of wait for something to happen. Yes, Boston know that he's there, but Shotzi being behind you is good information to have, but it's also terrifying information. So what do you do with that? They all turn around, they keep an eye on him, but then they find the kills from Optic, who then push up. Fantastic work from the side of Boston to force a round number 11. It's going to be Optic on the defense, and Boston, can you continue this with the attacks? 14 and 6 out of TJ. He's been a behemoth, but he goes
nade.
down immediately. 3v4,
Great
and there
nade.
goes your star player.
Oh my goodness, Boston's big gun has been removed. Proloot with a nade. Vivid going to be looking to see if he can bring this back to a 3 versus 3 again in this S&D. He's desperately looking for anybody from Optic to make a mistake. Anybody to push just a little bit too far. But Optic are holding. They are not moving at the moment. They are holding their angles and they are waiting for Boston to push.
Boston are the ones waiting for them as well. Dashi, very dynamic when it comes down to this back tongue, but Vivid. He slipped through the tunnel. Did they see him? That could be hellish as the bomb goes down. It's a 4v3. Vivid finds one from behind. Doesn't get traded. 3v3 still.
They've got a hump from him as well. Vivid has just gone all the way across. Shotzi with the gunfight in the middle of that. Vivid gets another one. It's now down to a 2 versus 1, and Methods has found it. A 1 versus 1. Methods versus Proloot. And that time is ticking away. He's going to go through these doors here. He smashes through. And Prolute is going to come behind him. It's an easy
Let's
kill in
go,
the end.
boys.
Optic walk away with it, but it
That's
was
a
not
2-0
It was not easy.
lead. Look,
but it
I'm
doesn't
rooting for
matter.
Optic. All right, let's not
2-0 to
fucking
Optic
sweat it.
Texas
Okay.
here in this game. Oh,
Going into a Tuscan control, that's
big
difficult.
round, but I feel like Methods has a little bit more time. He goes into grannies like
He
a
doesn't
bullet.
know
China
though.
shot, there's
Like
doors, there's
on
windows,
Methods,
we know
on
there's things being broken,
in
there's
Methods
so much
defense,
noise. And Prolio has one of the easier kills.
you
He
die
goes
on
around the back.
they die on the
It's
bomb.
Very difficult in the moment, but
20 something seconds.
it felt like he had a lot of time there. Boston nearly called it back. You lose
Jeez,
TJ
Skunk and
immediately
Dashy
after
were
what
getting
kind of
shut
performance
down.
he's had on Bukayo so far.
But I
The
mean,
worst
Nero
start
was
to
a
the round
non-factor. Dashy and Shotzi and
What a
Prolute on the
game
other
that
hand,
was.
though.
3 first bloods for
Popping off.
Shotzi. When it does come down to first bloods, it's dead even across the board. But it's Optic who come out on top. 2 close maps, but ultimately Optic, the ones in the driving seat now.
well, Boston have, I will say, silver lining, looked pretty good against Optic. Like, those rounds have not been clean. It came down to a 1 versus 1 on the S&D. Gavudu, obviously, a 30-point difference is still not enough, but the truth of the matter is Boston need these points. Optic are 2-0 up in the series, and Tuscan Control is next time.
Yeah, that's a hard one to bear for the side of Boston.
Even if
And
Boston
I
wins this
believe
control, I
that
don't
Airtalk
think they can
still
take off a
lose them.
Bokosh. They can't take a
It didn't
Bokosh
miss as
hard
well,
point
didn't
from
work out
Optic.
in that last round, did it? Of course, Prolute coming through. And I'm not 100% sure how many times they went over there, but that's something they
This
may
is an
well have to
Optic team
work
that's
on.
not
Of course,
firing.
It's never easy when you're constantly down that first blood. When it comes to those attacking rounds, Optic win the coin flip, so to speak, get that defensive hold for that 11th round. And it's Prolute who gets the job done. I want to say he maybe found 3 kills in that round to end things off. And this is the guy we talk about so many times. Can he fill those shoes? How long does he have to fill those shoes for? There's so many questions, there's so many things to talk about, and just not enough time, Pricey.
Well, you say that, but we'll find out. Speaking of which, though, obviously, 2 maps are gone. The 3rd is now on the horizon. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
All right,
For
ladies and
map
gents.
number 3 is Tuscan Control. a bit more pressure than they probably would like here onto this one. A couple of kills going through. Push coming through from Vivid, and will be taken down instantly. Optic may not have the lives, but this position is always good for any team defending. You just cannot afford to have a slip in the worst possible way. You see already pushing out. Prolude's going to find that kill at the same time. He knows somebody's probably gone underneath. Has read that one perfectly. He knows Nero's going to be near him. Nero doesn't care. Chances him anyway.
And had a little flick back on the stream there, but I see it was one single tick for the side of Optic, so that is terrible, if I'm honest with you. I was kind of praising the way that they... I want to say that the way that they take on an attacking round is very, very fluid, but you've got to kind of lock in that 8 point, and well, Boston Breach might go even a step further here. B's looking good for them. Okay, then. Okay. What? Why? Why is there a grenade there? Why?
Everybody!
Why is there a grenade there?
Oh, well, TJ with too much fragging on the map. Optic still have the opportunity. Not as many lives they could do, though. 40 seconds left. Boston Breach. What can they make of this? Can they find the trades they need? Can they find the kills? The Scum goes flying out towards it as well.
The lives.
Just slowing this push down as well. But oh my goodness, the kills have come through now. It's disastrous for Optic. Shosty's going to try and make a hero play, but a player is behind him as well. And it's now Dashy, the only player left, but it is Dashy, and down he goes. Breach take that one as well. And they are now up 2-0 in the control ton.
TJ laughing. He's counting his lucky stars there. If they'd lost that round, well, I don't think he would have heard the end of it, but Boston reached 2-0 up. And by the way, the difference in those ticks, even if Optic can bring this back here, it would take quite something to force the defense. It's only 3? I don't believe that. Not for a single second. I think Optic only got 1.
Yeah, they got 1, so it's a 5-tick difference.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe. Depends on if he died. Yeah, Boston only got 4.
Oh, well, there you go then. Maths is not my strong point. Production,
no, I was wondering why you would. Yeah, he died.
Okay, well, sorry, production.
I know it's been a while.
I know it has.
This is everything now. Let's get back on track because Optic have a mountain to climb. They have so much work to do. I'm kind of very curious to find out how they are feeling. So let's jump to a listen with Optic Texas.
More back right. Well, back right. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm top 3.
What do you have for me, Brandon?
Top church city. No, top church city.
I'm only mid. Is he their side? You have one shot their side. Hit it. One shot you. One shot absolutely you. You can force it. Other one's one shot you. One shot you. He's on dad. What could be B main? I'm naming daddy. I got it. He's really guard city. He went there. Actually, Arts you. I'm in front of you, Brandon. I'm
B main teach dead.
I'm telling you, Brandon. Actually.
What could be under our fire?
Yeah, Brandon. I'm trying to watch Pinson.
Yeah, they could be a mid right now. I'm you. I'm well.
No, yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah, I'm one shot right now, Brandon. You're low. I need it as well. When they from church. You just have to AR. What am I be mid? Yo, I can help you be mid. Just finish that tap. You just try to finish that tap. I give you mid and your pinch. I have nothing for you guys. What do you mid? B main? He's in B main?
Yeah, nothing mid.
That's it. Nothing. You push up radios. There's 2 push up radios. I'm only B main. I have B main. 3 right on the map. You guys are on the one. I'm
in church right now. I'm in church.
I have one on me B main. Close right. They're trying to take our top. They're trying to name me. They're trying to name me. I'm staying up there. They didn't tell me.
You need anything?
I didn't shot, bar.
I'm top 3.
Yo, close right. Yeah, close right, yeah. He's... Alright, what is push up? Hold radio. You guys honestly keep one of that.
Top 3 teach dead.
Stay up. They're gonna chow you. The one maybe to play well.
Yeah, there's 2, bro. One's B main.
Yeah, bro, let me bet.
Seth.
Yeah, top main's in. That's a different guy.
You're live.
Alright, one's push out roof for sure. Reese push out roof. He has to be. He was in there.
Reese, good call, dead.
Nice. Let's work with whoever this is for me. I'm looking mid, yep. No, I'm holding mid. I'm holding top church. Looking our side, you.
Like low B main or some shit? Nothing?
You guys did ready?
Yeah, name
plot.
Well, Optic Texas trying to figure out this puzzle, trying to break through here, Tan desperately. Comms just flying left, right, and center. But can they find the kills to match?
People be trying to use cruddy spots.
Such an awkward angle that Prolude's going to push through from this alley. Needs the rest of his team to be here with him. Methods will get dispatched up, but up top plat. TJ and Nero have been locking this down for quite some time. And that's more kills on the board for Nero. They're flying on through. Shotty next on the board, not quite. Scum will find a kill over towards map. So Optic still do have opportunity here. 30 seconds left to go. Do they take their time to set up, or do they just fly on through? It was ambitious from Shotzi. I wouldn't have minded just taking his time there and waiting for the rest of his team. Nero finds 2. That might be done and dusted.
I'm here a little late, but
think it
guys,
is.
what's going on?
They find any magic in the last few seconds here. Shotzi and Dashley managed to get 2. 17 seconds left remaining. It's go time. The green wall has got to get on this now. Dashley desperately trying to look over as well, but TJ is equal to it. Guns in methods with the nade at the same time. Prelude now basically has to just try and make magic happen with Scump. They have to stop the clock to let their teammates get through, but it's an 8 versus 4, and already 1 goes down, and Scump finds 2, but unless he's got a teleport, he is not making that point. And Boston blow Optic out of the control 3-0. And it was looking a little bit shaky there from Optic.
I mean, they've only lost that map 3 times this year. 13-3 record goes to 13-4. Boston were just 6-6 on that, and they've blown them out of the water. It has to be said, it feels like some missteps from Optic, especially on that very first round, not even getting over towards A. I don't know, that was very, very disjointed. And for all that the first 2 maps were close, Optic were clutching up. They did anything but that. And that's a 3-0 sweep, and that's Boston well and truly back into this series with a win like that. And will give them so much confidence, and Optic will be asking questions of themselves after that.
But Boston just looked good. That's the best way to put it. And Optic, you know, after a very aggressive start in round number 1 of the control, really failed to kind of step it up for the rest of the series. You saw them like kind of just dominating. They were running around. They were getting the life advantage. They were making things difficult for Boston. And then
That's pitiful.
Last part of round number 1 felt like the end of Optic on control. Realistically, from that point onwards, Boston Breach were the better team. They were slaying better. They had the positions going through. Big plays out of so many of them as well. Like Nero, for instance, just everywhere they needed him. TJ, it was not a pretty picture for an Optic fan, but if you are a Boston fan, looking much better.
TJ's been frying the whole series, his teammates included, actually, in that second round, of course. Imagine they didn't do that. That's a completely different story, but Nero and Vivid combining well together. TJ, as mentioned, has been having a very good series outside of map number 1. And I wonder, we're heading into a Bocage hardpoint now. Vivid on the squad, notorious for his engagements on this map. I wonder...
Look, bro. Optic.
It's a very good question. It is a very good question. Vivid has been looking pretty nice, and going on the Bocage, we'll have to see what goes through. I wonder how much that has wounded the pride of Optic on that control here.
I'm not understanding.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think Rambo Ray will be very happy about that one, Mercy. Honestly, I think, you know, 2-0 comfortable in the series. You're going on to arguably your best map and mode just in general. You expect to close that one out, and you get 3-0. That's one of those moments that are occasionally in series that you can look at and sort of say, well, I mean, that these can be turning points. Heading in now into a Bocage hard point, we know what this map can be like. It can be a little bit crazy, it can be a little bit random at times, and yes, Optic have a better record on it than Breach do, but as mentioned, that change for Breach maybe makes the difference here. Can they force a map number 5, and then all of a sudden we're in a very, very different scenario, aren't we, as we head over towards Berlin Surge and Destroy, if we do indeed get there. But I don't know, that could be the start of the reverse sweep now, Brycey. Optic have allowed Boston to walk through the potential sweep door here. It's not the kind of opportunity you want to be given a team like Boston.
It's really interesting. Kind of Optic look. I want to say Boston look better, right? Take the positives from that one. Boston obviously had a very good control map, but there were maybe, at least in my mind, considering how highly we rate Optic and the players on that team, maybe too many mistakes on the control. Maybe a few too many hero plays. Shotzi's having an off day. Like, and we saw, like, we kind of talked about, I think it was during the listening, like, Shotzi managed to get all the way to B and then managed to get all the way back out of B, but he was still like 9 and 17, and there are other little things I saw, like you had 2 members of Optic in P5 and Shotzi flies into the B control point to stop the clock, but nobody from Optic was ready there to challenge anything, because obviously he comes through radio, so You just set the players in P5 to maybe try and push towards platform, back him up, or at least try to get that trade going through. But they both stood there pre-aiming, expecting maybe somebody to flank radio. So
yeah,
one could do that, but why would two do it? And it's tiny little things like that that maybe made Optic seem a little bit disjointed on that map. And I'm sure right now that has already been flagged for a VOD review, because they're definitely going to have to take a re-look at that control as well. But none of it matters as much, though, as potentially this hard point. Going into it here, Dashy's KD this series has been fantastic. Can he keep that up on the hard point?
I'm not going to go on too much about 0.78. A couple of really clutch kills in that search and destroy very much make up for that on the side of Boston, though. TJ, as mentioned, has been having a series at a 1.16. Methods, considering where he has been this year, you would expect a little bit more than that. But let's see, can they turn it around? Specifically Methods here on Picard. Well, it's not necessarily the best map to do it on for an AR, but hey, you never know. You never know when it does come down to Vanguard pricing.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I almost thought that went down, but we just changed player. Obviously looking for this one as well. 3 points so far. And if anything, I know about Bacards with Optic, it always seems to go to time rather than points. And this is one of the reasons why.
P1 never really that scrappy, is it? When it comes down to getting a hold of these points, it's very, very difficult to do so. It's almost about just positioning, posturing over towards P2. Right now it is Boston Breach with that side of the spawn. Can they do with it, I wonder? But looking over towards Bacage Hardpoint Optic, 84% of the hills they get over towards and they lock in. They do indeed hold for more time. So can they do that here with this rotation over towards P2? It's not going to come in for them. It will be the Boston Breach in the lead. Boston Breach in control of P2. Oh my god.
Optic not really able to find anything going through, and now P2 is up and they are farming them over and over again. Nero barely even pausing to take a breath as he looks for more players. Another one goes down, that's 5. There's number 6. Oh, sorry, there's 5. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just assuming Nero's going to get more.
And look at Optic here as well, because Boston Breach, they know they are so far pushed up. Optic have to take their time. This is just free time for the side of Boston. TJ on another 6 spree. This man hasn't been able to be stopped throughout this series. Can he find a 7th here, which would be very, very likely, but he cannot. There's plenty more time to try and get one of those shots.
Rambo,
the challenge around the corner in the first little bit of life here for the side of Optic Texas. Right now, they have another Smith pricey. It's 54. It's going to be 65 by the time we get up towards P3. And if Optic even showed up here, I mean, what has happened since map number 2?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Tan. But there's Optic with a point on the board.
Are they throwing? I'm not getting the point.
Just 2 points here for them, and Shotzi now has to hold fire as the rest of his team hit the respawn. He goes down as well.
What the fuck? Can we do something? Don't get the spawn team. They're not in the back. They're not in the back. They're all on the point.
Words are failing me.
Yeah, you just got shit.
They are struggling to make an impact.
I mean, Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scope here. This is ridiculous. He's 12 and 4.
GG's, the reverse sweep, it's not even fucking neat.
He's still going. Dash is the only one who can
This is just bad. Like, this is just...
Boston Breach are smoking Optic Texas here.
Why the fuck are you even playing at this point? Boston look 100% better than Optic right now. Optic really look bad. Like, I'm not understanding. Nobody's shooting back. They're gonna get like, this is gonna be a bad map.
This is a lesson at the moment. Boston Breach.
Yep.
A lot of people have overruled them. We said they had a
Like,
hard schedule, but not if this keeps on
watching
going.
over
Not if they
nobody.
can find this kind of fire in the tank. Optic Texas.
This is
Optic
just
Texas
sad.
looking like they've just rolled in.
They're gonna get 50 points.
Is that what we're trying to say? Are they drunk? What's going on?
Failing me.
19 and 5 out of Nero here. Is it going to be 20?
Is this them trying to? Is this Optic saying that they need
This is
a lead?
absolutely insane. Optic Texas
Because they're getting
have
fucking shit
9
on right
points.
now. This is
They need
pathetic.
to regain very, very quickly now. Looking over towards the rotation, over towards
This is
P5.
pathetic. They're not playing
This
good
is where
at
they can
all.
get some time. Optic holding 84% of the hills up because this season, by the way, that's first ranked.
Method, everybody on Breach is literally shitting right now. Well, shitting.
Who knows?
Bakaj can always turn. It can always turn, but they have to win some gunfights. And
why are you running?
Hold
the
well, but the pressure's still
fucking
coming through
lane.
Boston. They have looked brilliant. They have
Y'all
looked
getting
great so far as
fucking
Bakaj. Can they
destroyed.
keep it going as Shotzi eventually finds two? But Optic are not on the point, and they are still over 100 points down.
Time for the regain for Optic Texas. This is much better from them. Nero will find a chink in the armor, which has been battered so far throughout the majority of this Bakaj. But
My money's on them
Texas
getting
have found a
100
route
point
back
club.
through.
I'm sorry, I'm an Optic fan, but if you're gonna play like this,
towards P5, but
nah, bro.
points will go over towards Texas. That is
Like,
much
who are
better
you
and
shooting,
much needed. Hold
They
from the
literally
side
they
of Optic.
lost full,
Pretty
bro.
much perfect over towards P5. They will get around.
They got
40
3-0
points
on
the board
Tuscan, and
before
they don't.
Boston
They're
do
shook
find a
as fuck.
breakthrough.
They don't. They can't even
I can
shoot
tell you what, if
past.
Boston Breach were told to be heading into
This
the
isn't
second rotation
competitive.
with
Dashy is the
18
only
point
one
lead,
putting up any
they'd
type
have
of fight.
snapped your hand off, Bryce.
Look at this. Look at this.
Well, when you got Nero
Nero's
23 and
10.
10, it's not that difficult, and Nero continues to be a problem for Optic. Looking for them once again here. They're just trying to find enough kills to bring this one back. And again, 100 points behind almost for Optic.
Get in the.
They need to start milking some of these hard points, getting these points
Look,
back.
don't
as well.
worry about the
To stop a
spawns.
Boston
You
Breach in this
can't
kind of
beat.
form.
You can't get the spawns, so
It's
don't worry
easier
about
said
it.
than done.
Get some fucking time.
Starting to wake up a
I'm
little
not
bit for Texas
understanding
here,
how.
This rotation over towards P2.
The
It's going to be
concept
crucial
that-
for what they can do with locking this one in. TJ already here.
Fuck rotations.
potentially
Win
on the
it
chopping
from the
block.
front. I don't understand why it's that hard to understand. Look, and there
It's
you
that
go.
gap that they have built far too large for the side of Optic Texas to try and bring back.
I could
Answer
play
that
better
question.
than these guys.
Feels like it could
Legitimately,
be yes,
I would
but
have a
plenty of
bigger
time on
impact on the
Bakaj,
map
very,
right
very
now
right.
than any one of these
Comes down
guys
to it,
from
this
Optic.
map can be crazy, but a 100-point difference at this stage is somewhat of a mountain to climb for the side of Optic.
Like, you got spawns, but you're doing
Getting the
nothing with
spawns
it,
here,
and now you're getting beat from the front.
They just have to get a little bit of a clear of Boston out to try and make this comeback, because Boston are determined to hold this 100-point lead over and over again. TJ
You're about to get-
full as
you're
well.
about to get
Stays
beat from the
alive, and
front.
that means they have to deal with a nobody on the point here for Optic as they try to clear their lines, eventually going down. Somebody please get on the point. You need them. And now Optic, here we
Fucking
go.
dumb.
Is this going to be a reversal?
What the fuck is the, like, you're gonna lose off of time. There's no
So
magical
potential
comeback. You're
shots are starting
not.
to heat up now. A streak would definitely
I
help them
don't
on
care
their
if
way.
Shotzi's positive. They're gonna have to work
can do
some
multiple
magic.
things on this map.
They're down 100. They haven't gotten on the
Playing these
point
like
half
throughout
of
the
the
rest of
fucking
team's
game.
slowing down, trying to bait for him, or do you need to when it does come down to it? When you
They
are
better
shots?
prove me wrong.
Pushing over towards the back.
This
TJ
is-
will be the
this
next to
is
fall.
just
He's one
horrible.
away now, finds his way in. Can they find the break here? As said, when those hills have been in control of Optic Texas,
Good.
they are hard to break for a
You
side
got a
like
fucking
Boston.
glide bomb.
Optic will find the flip here at the perfect opportunity, the perfect time. They will lock in control of P3. And that comeback is just becoming a little bit more possible here for the side of Optic.
You can see the pressure now on for Optic. They're going to try and hold this one as well, but Nero
No,
punches
yeah, that
straight
would
through Scum.
you just get joked
Kills
there. I'm
fortunately
sorry
goes through
about
this
that.
team as
but-
well, and Prolude has got the pre-aim now. He knows where they're coming for.
I would've
Shotzi,
lost
though,
money.
going on more of a mission. He's just
'Cause they
farming
got
them. He's trying to push
100,
them all
but-
the way through. Needs to be a bit careful.
Even
He
then,
will
it doesn't-
respawn
I
and get
don't
straight back
even
into
think
this
it
fight here,
matters,
but Optic are clawing back the point slowly but surely.
These are
Apparently
just
that's
bad
quite difficult
plays
for me
out
to
of
say,
Optic.
but you can see it happening. But if the kills come through for Boston again, it could be disastrous.
It's been a hell of a swing in the last couple of hills for Optic to try and get themselves
Okay.
back into this spot. Just feels like Boston ran out of steam a little bit here. Optic will still be 40 points behind. It's still a good lead for Boston when it comes down to Bakaj. But can you steady the ship?
I mean, it doesn't matter
Break it
because
now.
Optic
Method's
has a
holding
problem
out
with
fences,
getting in the
looking
hill.
for any player that dares to challenge his teammates. You'll see Dashy up top as well, and Dashy takes a few bullets at the same time, and eventually wins that gunfight as well. If we're going to get gunned by Scum at the same time, Dashy and Scum combining here at the same time. Nero going through, but Nero finds two. Dashy eventually gets that one locked in. And Optic break this hill for more points that they need back onto the board. But the card is never easy and it's always mixy. That's why a comeback can be difficult for you, especially on this hard point. Yeah, just come for the side of Boston if you can just contest as best as you possibly can, just to try and slow down what is somewhat of an inevitable comeback by the side of Optic here. TJ Vivid combining well, shots off the top line. We'll find TJ, Nero's there to try and slow it down. But what was once, I want to say about 120 points, was it? I don't know if I'm just still imagining it at this point, is now down to 20. The rotation here is there for Boston, but as you said, that glide bomb from Shotzi is coming in, and it's coming in hot. Call out. They'll be spitting into the Optic Texas camp right now. Shotzi calls out every single player they can, but they have to win the gunfight. Prelude and Shotzi towards the back, looking for a player up top, and it's going to be Methods. He goes down as well. Optic look to make this chaotic. They know where Methods is. Shut it, Joe. I still know where Methods is, as Methods is just being
It's going to be hard to win. You're down 30, a minute 20. And you can't shoot back half the time. I mean, I understand.
It's hard for Optic to get inside the point and get much time, but there you go. The break comes through. For all that Boston did have that rotation,
the thing that makes... Let me explain. The thing that makes Optic good at Bocage is P1. P1 where they normally can soak the hill.
TJ will get himself onto the point for the final 5 seconds.
It's a difference maker.
They want to be Optic or not.
But instead, Boston is the difference maker in this one. Because look, Nero's going to fight off of the point.
First rotation, we head into the third. It is about a 30-point one, so that gap
he's going to force them to take the fights on the point. Which is good because, not for us obviously, but it's good for them because all they gotta do is fucking sell.
Every second this is contested.
Why are you off the
point? It is looking like we could end up on time here.
Get on the point.
But you have to keep aware there's only 55
Jesus.
seconds on this clock. Contests may matter.
How bad? How bad do you have to play?
Optic gonna have to find a way through Barn, gonna have to find a way through the resolute defensive.
Just fight from the fucking front. Jeez. Oh my god, the timing, man.
Has been in quite some time. About 20 points, but now rising as Boston Bridge will start to get a little bit of scrap here over towards P1, but you got to be careful not to overcommit. A team like Optic can find these kills, and all of a sudden you have your spawns being flipped, but they have not overcommitted.
Yeah.
Vivid is in the perfect spot. This is better from Boston. A 45 kill game out of Nero, and there is plenty more time for him to find kills, and this is a bit more like it from Boston. P2 control.
GG's. I think Boston win the series if they win this. I don't think it's close.
And desperately Optic are surging forward for this one, trying to get their way through at the same time. They get onto this point. It's contested. They get through, but Nero at the back again. It's Nero the hero over and over again as Boston shut Optic out of this hill. And Methods is now going farming himself. This P2 has not been good for Optic. It has not been good the last time around.
You're not even trying.
There are 7 seconds left. Hero plays are the name of the day here, and Scump has arrived.
Yeah, hero plays aren't going to win you a major. Y'all need to fucking figure shit out. Y'all are playing absolutely garbage.
That's enough time. Now Boston on the rotate is actually going to be TJ here.
Do people not? I don't think Optic realize what's going on.
Everybody else out. Nero's inside the point, but Optic get the rotation, but they do not have the spawns.
Doesn't matter. Look, any time that's contested is.
The contest won't really matter for them as Methods hold on. This first one is pre-firing as well. Scum goes down, and that's going to be
Optic. How do you?
Boston have taken down Optic. It's now 2-2. The reverse sweep has been ridden into the stars, but will it be solidified? Map 5 awaits us, and it's a terrible start from Optic, and a better finish, unfortunately not good enough. Boston Breach are looking to upset on their route to a fantastic qualifier. This is going to be huge for them if they can lock this one down. It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40. That was insane. Mode. Bro, I don't even know what to tell you. 52 non-traded kills against a team that has Shotzi in it on Bocage. That is incredible. A Herculean effort from Nero at 49 and 33 drags Boston Breach into a map number 5 up against Optic Texas. How have we found ourselves here?
considering what map number 3 was, percentage-wise, it is Optic's best map, and they get 3-0'd on it. We head to Bakaj Hardpoint. Statistically, Optic significantly better than Boston on it, but the Vivid effect is real. Nero is released, and all of a sudden we have number 5. I don't know what to tell you. The first 2 minutes of that Bakaj were quite bewildering. And honestly, after the first rotation, after the first 4 hills, Optic were pretty decent. But unfortunately, when you get 2 or 3 points in the first 4 hills of Bakaj, it somewhat doesn't matter how decent you are for the rest of the map, because Boston were in such a commanding lead. I want to say it was about 120 to 3 at one stage. I was actually too bemused by what I was seeing to actually remember at this stage, but I don't know what to say about that.
It's like a combination of things, right? It's obviously Nero just doing incredible damage, 5,500, and also the fact that he went like 49 and 33 or whatever it was. That's difficult to overcome with. Optics seemed a little bit like they just didn't start the map, and maybe that was the control reverberating through. But it's enough talking about the past. We have to move into the future. Map 5 is coming here. It's Optic versus the Breach. We'll see you right after this.
I'm raging right now, bro.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The stage is set for a very, very intense map number 5. Optic took the first 2 maps here in this series, and then Boston Breach have fired back with all guns. They have looked like a little bit of a different team, a team that we are now re-evaluating how we think about them. Is this Boston reaching brand new heights now that Vivid has joined, or is this just a glimpse as to what could be held for the future? I'm looking forward to find out, but before that, of course, we will get into this one. We go on board with Berlin S&D and Ton, close.
It is close. It's not a bad map for either one of these two teams, both with very decent records. Of course, looking over towards the offensive wins, that's really where these two teams are very, very close. Take with first, Boston with second. Defensively, though, Boston ever so slightly better. It's a very, very difficult one to call. It's going to be a very, very close game in what has been a crazy, crazy series. But here we go into round number 1. It's going to be Boston hitting over towards A very, very quickly. Brycey Nero continuing where he left off, and he somehow found a way through. Bro, look what we're watching, bro.
Unreal. Just slid straight underneath, and for those teammates to get through, and now Vivid is in the site looking for this plant desperately. Dashing Prolude in a 2 versus 3. Surely this has to have been all sewed up from Boston.
You would think so. Oh, TJ. Yeah, he slept the net. Prolude should be dead. He is. Dashi unable to trade that out from where he is as well. It's a tough one. It's going to be a first round over towards the side. The Boston Breach, but yeah, it just comes down to the fact that Nero can find himself in that position. Dashi in the 1 versus 2. Maybe it's not impossible, but improbable. It's more than likely the word I'd like to use here. Should be dead, is dead. Boston start off Berlin exactly how they wanted.
Oh yeah, Boston's gonna win this.
Wow, what a revival from this team. First round of Boston. And if you're an Optic fan, it's just not been it for the last couple of maps. They have to find the regain, the mental game here, to just get something back on the board. Optic will be on the attack this time, and magic can happen. Looks like a B hit from them, but it's also a B hit from Boston.
Oh, Boston not going to be the ones who win the gunfights, though. And Optic have just completely fallen apart. What is going on? Boston with another round, and it's just so aggressive. Optic not ready. And Boston, I was about to say look pumped up, but well, not really. But either way, things are looking good. Look at that.
Boston Breach. So we had a hard schedule. They're making it look easy in the second half of this game. If we only had the second half to judge, we would say they were leagues above Optic, who have not really been anything like the team we expect them to be. Vivid on a 3-0, Methods on a 2-0. Attack again here from Boston. Texas need to find some stable ground.
They just read that perfectly, that on the side of Optic Texas, most of their rounds heading over towards a fast beat. Winning 50% of them as well. Not that one, though. Shotty will find a first blood for them, though. Over towards their side. Now Boston have 1 less member to try and find an attacking route over towards A. Make that 2 less members. As now it is a 2 versus 4. And Optic looking to finally get on the board here in map number 5.
Oh, Methods must take down Scum, but I don't know if it's going to be everything here. A 1 versus 4, technically on the board. 3-0 at the moment, but
I'm not going to talk
bomb
about it on stream.
Good look for shots. He actually calls it perfectly. Knows exactly where he's going to be. 1 versus 2.
I'm a very opinionated man who can back up how I feel. But people won't like my view on it because it's not the popular view.
Does really well to find the first 2, but that one was.
I also don't make it a point to argue about it because it's not my body, not my choice.
Nicely done.
But my opinion is very much against the grain, and I don't care.
That may be enough what they need. Everybody talking about Optic regain, Optic regain.
No, Optic don't need a regain. Optic need to
bring it back to a 2 versus 2. I feel a little bit more comfortable.
They looking like fucking
Looking for more pressure
rank
towards the A
kids,
side.
man.
Nothing towards B this time around.
Another kind of attacking round that Boston like to do. We'll keep an eye out for on the next one. It's kind of a neutral setup. We'll watch out for that, but as I said, the fast B tends to be the way that things go for Optic. Not overarching on that side of things. Their neutral setup is nice as well, which is what they've gone for now. It's all about these picks, but Boston, I don't think they'll give this one away.
Both teams just holding steady, and I think Optic want Boston to move. They're trying to find some information. They want to figure out where this team is. And Boston are not giving them an inch. They are not giving them any inclination as to where they could possibly be. And that means Optic now have to try and be proactive. They have to make this push themselves.
As they should.
Push over towards A. Oh, they're just like that. You find the pick. Vivid inside of the office as well is going to have to do some magical work. Shotzi will be the first to fall. Proloop will come in though and trade that. Now it's a tough retake. They do have Nero on the flank. It's a great need from TJ, but he will get traded. Proloop.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be left on his own as Nero now finds the kill. So well played.
GG's. It's Boston.
And Boston Breach find the round.
Optic choked the fuck
The nades and the plays.
Optic are pissing me the fuck off. They do this every year,
just
man.
in the right position at the right
year,
time.
they piss me the fuck off.
Boston
They
Breach
get the
go
benefit of that
3-1
every
up.
year,
It
and they're
looked
like, well,
it
it's
was
not our
possible there
fault.
for
I don't
Optic.
care if it's your fault. Because it is. Take responsibility for being
3 rounds
ass.
away from a reverse sweep
Take
against
it.
Optic Texas.
You go
That's
up
something not in
to
the
going
pickup
into
to
a
begin with,
Tuscan control that you are dominant in
Honestly, when I seen that
with Illy and your
control,
sub.
I think me, you, and absolutely everybody else
And you
on the
lose
planet
3-0 to Boston, who
would
have a new
3-0
teammate, Vivid.
Optic written all over it. The fact that we're here, the fact that Optic are now behind is somewhat bewildering. Forget what happened to Bakaj now, but Proloop and Co trying to bring this one back near a little bit too aggressive, maybe feeling himself a little bit too much. TJ,
What are you aiming at, Dash?
3 versus 2 in favor of Optic.
Mind you, Shotzi, Dashi, and Scump are my 3 favorite players at the moment in the league.
TJ brings it back to a
I don't
2
give a
versus
fuck.
2.
If you're gonna play
Optic
like
had the
ass,
two-man
you're gonna play like
advantage.
ass.
That is now gone.
You know it's B. You know it's
Will be the player
B.
to call this. He will call for Scump reinforcements as soon as he sees it goes across. And that should be both players. He knows there. Scump's going to go for a flank. This comes
They
down to
know it's gonna
individual
be a fight.
gunfights.
You've taken way too much time.
TJ will get those doors smashed as well. A little bit of trouble doing so, but is Scump going
Scump,
to check
look
it?
up
Methods
on.
hear him. Oh, so close but so far.
Dead.
For the king. Surely he gets spotted. Surely he's dead.
Why are you
Methods will
not
find
checking?
it.
If you're gonna go on a
This
full
was
flank,
a
why
2
aren't you
versus
checking
4.
everywhere? I don't understand. You have time.
Probably now has to find both these players and defuse, and I'll be honest with you, there's
course
absolutely
he's
no
gonna make
way
this
they
a
give
shot.
him
I feel
any
like
chance
you're
of
just
it.
playing ass.
They don't win the gunfight, they'll be shouldering all day long. It doesn't matter. Methods locks it down, and Boston Breach.
I could play better than any one of these guys on Optic right now. They are playing that bad.
That is
The
a
Pels are
2.
definitely a ringing ton.
That is a 2 versus 4. You're 3-1 down. You've got to lock those in. If you're the side of Optic, that is a fumble. And is this series going to be a fumble from them? I don't know if you're, you know, maybe looking at things. All these, I mean, I'm not going to give them any credit. If I'm honest with you, Boston Breach deserve all of it. But there's still work to be done. 4-1 up.
No, this is Optic playing like ass. I can't give Boston any credit for this because Optic's not even playing like Optic. They're not even playing half as good as they normally
Try and
do.
hold this one down as well. And Methods though, with
It
that
literally
status,
looks
know
like they're
there are
trying to
players on the
lose.
out. Again, a hard push here for Optic. They've chosen to go A again. Can they connect?
Vivid has done well here inside of office. He's going to choose to back gun down, but through secret we go. Will Optic be ready for it? The answer is absolutely not. Vivid. Hiya, boys. How's it going? There's one. Right back into the spot he was already in. Proloop will trade that out though. Maybe could have found a little bit more there, but the damage is maybe done. Time dwindling down here for the side of Optic Texas to find a way through, and now here comes TJ. It's constant flanks from the side of Boston, but it's been right by Optic. Complete A
Watching
control.
the same There we
And
go.
they get it. Optic eventually managed to make that one work. And I was going to say, Optic looked like they were stumbling over themselves a bit. You see players watching
they're
the
not
same
fucking
direction or the same point, and eventually Dashy cuts down Scump, but he does get the kill.
Scump, why are you running in front of bullets there? Y'all are professional players. There's no way I should be able to. I should not be able to complain this much about gameplay from competitive players not being in the league. Because I can legitimately break this down. And I just might for a video to show just how bad they're playing.
Find a ramp up. This by rights should be 3-3, especially that 2 versus 4. That moment
this
with
isn't
Nero as
people
well.
watching
There
VOD
has been
and
opportunities
hard
for Optic
countering.
here.
This is Optic playing
The rounds have
like
not went their way. Absolutely,
absolute
that is the case. But they have had
What are you
opportunities to
doing?
find these rounds. TJ, those neutral picks that come in on the attack for
Why are
Boston
you-
working out once more. Now Proluke needs to go massive. Scump has already found one, but can Proluke somehow hold on here? Oh, he goes to break it himself and somehow kills Nero. Vivid will trade it, but it's a 2 versus 2.
You know there be. You know that there be. Do not go through mid.
Methods all the way towards train tracks. May catch somebody going P5. That's what he's looking for as well, but Dashy
We'll take it. You should. That's the wrong play, but we'll take that.
Snap coming in eventually.
This is doable.
They're going to fly out towards Scump. Have they seen him go dice? I don't know. I
Guys,
don't know if
you
they
know
have the
where he's
information.
at.
They're
What do
looking
you-
for him.
Oh my god.
Guys.
Vivid. Just opening
know
it.
he got out.
Scump see him? Does Scump see him? Scump! I don't know. Oh, there we go. Point of view. We can't. You can see him eventually as well. He's going to go down.
Vivid's gonna win it.
1v1. Dashy versus Vivid. Vivid makes a move. Dashy's going to see him as well.
He's not gonna.
Expects the reach out. He may have waited this too long now as well. Vivid
Incredible.
is going to get the timing at the same time, and that's too late.
Incredible.
Are you kidding me?
Makes the play.
Are you serious?
Has played that.
How can you play? How can you be that bad at the game? How can you be that bad?
What was that? I wanted to see Scump's point of view because I didn't know whether or not he could see the feet of Vivid sticking out.
But why would he expect him there? He thinks he's inside the site.
Why do you think he's inside the site?
Bit of COD timing.
It wouldn't even
Why do you
compute
think
a
he's
bad
inside the
luck.
site?
It wouldn't even compute to keep
Seriously.
an eye on the right-hand side out of your right-hand side eye. You wouldn't even think about it if you think he's still on the site.
But why do you think he's on the site?
Optic now have to
You've
wait
naded and stunned out.
reverse sweep here from
There's
Boston
no way
Breach.
you should think
It's all about Nero.
that
Gonna
he's on
eventually go
site.
down to Shotzi. They've gone B this time. Optic eventually have stopped trying to hit A. B is down.
It's
First
so
blood is
such a
down.
bad fucking
Optic
play
in
out
a
of these
very
guys.
commanding position.
You have to win 4 straight,
Because
and I
potentially on
don't
the
think
cards,
you
though,
are.
one will fall here for
I
the side
don't
of
think
Boston,
Optic
make
is
that two.
beating
Now TJ left into
Boston in
one
4 rounds
versus
straight.
3.
That's not happening. They're gonna peak
No,
angles they
Optic have
shouldn't be
thrown
beating.
away a few
Watch.
rounds. I'd like to say they won't throw this one away.
They got
because they
fucking.
will lock
Whoa.
it in.
They're pissing me off.
Still, the comeback potentially on the cards here, but have they
You
left
don't
it
look
too
like the
little
number
too
2
late
game.
as
You
they
don't
did
even
on
look.
Bakaj?
I was about to say number 2. You're the number 1 team in the
gets
game,
taken down.
arguably. I was having this conversation
see a lot
earlier.
more here from
You don't
Optic.
even look like
I
the
said
number
Brazil
3
like
or
that.
number
There's been a
4.
couple of
You look like
situations
Paris
in this
Legion
map
right now. These last 2
where
games
Boston
and
have just
this one.
clutched up. They
You
found
look like
those
Paris
situations
Legion.
to go in their favor.
You're
Optic
garbage.
could be in the
You're
position
playing like
Boston are in, right?
fucking garbage, and I
really
hope
could be.
they see
There
it.
have been rounds that have
Ban me
been
out of
more than
Scump's
winnable
chat,
for
ban
them,
me out of
which will
Shotzi's
give
chat,
them
ban me
hope
out of
in
Dashy's
these
chat,
last
and ban me
remaining
out of
few.
Prolude's chat. I don't care.
But they need to continue to
What the
clutch up here.
fuck are you doing right now? I love all y'all motherfuckers, but goddamn, y'all are playing like ass. Like absolute garbage.
The A site. Optic have players around
There
him as
you
well.
go.
Shotzi's trying to stay alive. There's got people
Nobody's
chasing
watching
him
over
down.
you, of
Vivid will
course.
find him. That's first blood. Scump
Why
for the
would you
count.
be?
Victory
Why
between
would
three.
Scump be watching
Another
over
trade
you?
going
They,
through, though.
you know, we just know that he's gonna push it.
And Dashy has been found.
Prolude's chasing.
It's a
Prolude is
2v3.
chasing. They really do need to get rid of methods here.
Yeah,
The
you do.
MP40 in hand is not necessarily the
Too
best
bad
of
it's
tools
not
though.
gonna
I
happen.
see 30
Prolude's
seconds
playing
remaining.
way too slow.
They
Y'all are
need to get
playing
rid of
way
methods.
too slow.
And they will do so. 2 versus 2.
Now they know that's front sight. All they gotta
Never easy though,
do.
going into P1, and
You've lost.
they're going to have to do
You're
it fast.
already
They have
losing.
to find every single kill. They cannot allow the opportunity for Boston to play around this timer. And TJ goes for the flank. The flank is coming through, and Prolude has not found the player in. Eventually, Dashy will though, and it's a 1 versus 1, and he has to fly him, and he loses. TJ gets out.
Fuck, man. Oh, God. What the fuck? Full fucking loss of composure and skill. Y'all looked like Paris. Called it. Fucking called it.
We said they had a hard
Get
schedule.
me the fuck
but it
out of
turns out
here.
they have risen to the occasion.
And that is some way to start that hard schedule, Pricey. My goodness, what a game. And look, there's so many big moments for so many Boston players in that one, but TJ will take the cake with that late flank. The timing you have to have on that, because of how long that methods has to be, well, just stay alive. Optic have to push around, they have to get rid of him. They know that. TJ then pushes around saying, right, okay, well, if they both hit it, let's hit the late flank. Perfect position, perfect timing. Just sensational S&D play from the side of Boston, who clutched up so many times I'm losing count. How many 1v situations were they in that they clutched up in? Optic Texas today did not have the ice.
Well,
there's still another game to go today, by the way.
Boston breach. That is the story of this one, though. Vivid, a monster has been released. And look at that, a reverse sweep for Optic. I don't know what else to make of it, because to be honest with you, that is a crazy series we have seen. Unbelievable turn up for the books. Boston, that is a huge 10 points for them, by the way. Unbelievable. Getting that one on the boards.
Look,
long.
I think, honestly, looking at that one, though, Optic will be saying to themselves, how have we lost this series? You're 2-0 up. You have Tuscan control. What more could you want? What more could you want to win a series if you're Optic? You go on to your best map. Your best map, full stop. It doesn't matter what mode, what map. It is your best map and mode combination. 3-0'd. Reverse sweep on the cards immediately. You start falling apart. What the start of the cards was.
I'll tell you what, Ton.
A lot of work to do. A lot of work to do.
We have already done enough talking, enough filling, enough analysis. I think it's over to the experts. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Yo, wait.
That one down.
Hey, yo, Bryce, what's up, baby? 10, why are you so confused, man? You saw the way Vivid was playing. Are you actually shocked at the results?
I'm shocked at the result of how it happened. The fact that they were 2-0 up and then lost Tuscan control to then start the reverse sweep.
He's so right. Yeah.
It's nuts, yeah. Hey, big win by Boston, by the way. But hey, let's talk about the match and what happened. And by the way, Vivid on this team along with Nero, that's a fast sub duo. Ali, this team right here, I'm liking the way the subs are looking.
I just remember that opening Berlin round and like we just blinked and Vivid was through P2 like shooting two players in the back boxes. I was just like, what? And then Nero's like the other side of the map, like behind other players. Like those two together might be like the most aggressive sub duo in the league.
Yeah, Nameless man, what are your thoughts about this?
I mean, just a wild series. Like they win the last three maps, right? Dominant control, but if you think about maps 1 and 2, they could have won both of those as well. They were playing fantastic. Yep. The P4 holds that we saw out of them were just absolutely stellar. Like if Methods has a better performance here, they win that map outright. And then in that next map, in the Search and Destroy, the attacking rounds towards the latter half got so much better. They were making plays, Vivid running through underground, getting behind them. Like they should have won that game as well. Like potentially they just played better than Optic on all 5 of those maps, realistically. What an insane performance by Boston Breach. I'll tell you what, I was not believing in this team when they made that change. I did not think Cap was a problem. But Vivid coming in, not only was he playing aggressive, he was doing his thing. He was playing like a rat. There were multiple rounds, like especially in that control where he was just camping outside of P5, playing his corners, waiting for his teammates. True. It was very impressive to see that turnaround for him. He's got to feel so much more comfortable with these guys around him.
I know we have one more series of the day, but I just say we just give the unofficial MVP of the day to Vivid right there for that performance. Let's take a look at the points so far to see how things have been folded in. Okay, remember the talk at the beginning of the day we were talking about points, right? It's a common theme due to the fact that we're almost at the end of the year. Boston Breach, they're trying their hardest to solidify their chance to go to champs, and Ali, it looks so good right now. 140, 6th place, and they're not looking bad.
I mean, we talk about how hard their schedule is in this half. Well, they just beat the second team overall in CDL points, right? So, like I said, that first match really sets the tone. I feel like when it comes to stage 4, we saw it in our first match of the day when it was New York versus Florida. Now Boston versus Optic. A huge W over arguably, the second best team in the game to start off the next half of the stage 4.
That is absolutely insane. But what's going to be even better, we have a Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with my man Nero, the Ohio native. Get my man's on the screen. What's popping? First off, big win over Optic. Optic, but I gotta talk to you about Vivid, man. He's bringing so much to this team with his impact kills. What was really the final decision that made you guys believe that he was the one for you all?
Well, I think for us personally, it was like his aggression and the pace, like his pacing. His pacing matches our team like a lot better, so it makes our team better.
Nero, I have to ask, how loud was the silence when Vivid was in the 1v2 versus Scump and Dashy with the bomb down by P5?
You hear a pin drop, it was crazy. That was an insane clutch. Probably one of the best clutches all year.
Nero, congratulations on the win, man. That's got to feel good given the schedule that you guys have going forward. You know, with this new roster now having Vivid as your sub duo, how does that impact your gameplay on this team from scrims now until this match? You guys look so much better.
Yeah, so basically now I just go completely rogue and do whatever I want. Like, that's basically all it is. Like I can just run around freely and just kill. That's my best trait. Just kill people.
A 1.19 KD to close out the day, man. Go ahead and show some of the Boston supporters some love, and let's get you out of here, man.
Yeah, appreciate you. It's been a long day.
Oh, well, yeah, we appreciate you too. I thought it was going to be longer than that. No, you take it easy. We love you, and we'll holler at you later, all right?
Love you guys.
No problem. He wanted that interview to just be over with. He said, I'm done. We beat Optic.
Let's go celebrate with the guys.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
a big win.
Exactly. Now, the Scum play of the game was going to be the last round of that search and destroy. Ali, nameless, man, just overall, Boston getting a win like that was everything that we needed from this roster.
I mean, they had some huge clutches. They had the 2v4 that they won where Scum doesn't check up top, but really the biggest round to me was that Vivid clutch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was huge. He was literally on site. He caught the perfect timing to get back behind the box, just played the time, ends up killing Scump, and then he plays his life perfectly. He knows Dashy isn't going to defuse, and then he gets the kill at the end. It was perfect. And then also, I mean, this round was big as well, man. This is how they close it out, Allie.
It's been TJ for me, right? So, like, you see him hitting the route right now into P5 to get that perfect flank because Nero does get taken down, but with the way timing was going, TJ had the perfect route to get him off that bomb in time. But TJ, this entire series for me, I feel like has stepped it up. Ever since stage 3 has stepped it up. But to see him go up against a team like Optic Texas, his old team, by the way, and fry like this, he has to be on top of the world.
He had no fear. I mean, there were multiple rounds on that map where he was just chowing mid, and like when you shut down Optic on their mid pushes like that, and shots he's not getting up behind enemy lines, it frees it up for you. Like we saw Vivid in multiple rounds, like go through secret, get behind them. That play that he made where he flanks around, gets the kills on the stairs. Like that's huge. It gives you liberty to take map control from Optic. They played it perfectly strategically.
Right. Hopefully next time around we see those Optic boys pull out a big dub, and also the same with Boston Breach. This team they fried today. Hopefully they keep it up here heading into the 4th major. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day. We have the Toronto Ultra facing off against the new look Los Angeles Gorillas. But once again, hey yo, shout out to Boston Breach. Ali was right with the predictions, no bias caster at all with that big reverse sweep. And hey, hopefully Boston continues on. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel, victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
Beautiful people out there, welcome back to another amazing day of Call of Duty League. My name is Veli, we got Ali and Nameless as always, and we just got off of a series where we watched a very fast and fun sub-duo just run rampant on the side of Boston Bridge for this last matchup. We have LAG and also the Toronto Ultra, yes, the host of the last major, and even though they didn't win their event, yo, Nameless, the waves that they made in their own arena was beautiful, man.
Yeah, they had a hell of a run, man, and they were playing so damn good. Like, they played great in Search and Destroy, 9-1 in their last 10, and you know, it's due to players like Cammy and Insight. Both had a 1.3 at the major in Search and Destroy, and both were frying in other game modes as well, 1.07 and 1.11 respectively. Like, they're just playing great. Kleenex, his pace of play has gotten even faster somehow. He's top 3 in hardpoint damage and engagements at the majors. So these guys, they found their groove across all game modes, and you know, it's the telltale sign if this team's going to succeed if they're dominant at control. And what do we see? Some Berlin controls looking good since that's been added. Their map pool's now expanded, and they've been able to have some leeway in these series. So for Toronto Ultra, everything's looking good right now, just trying to get over that hump to win a championship.
And after that big run at their own major, Toronto Ultra, they are back online, and let's see how they'll fare. But if they want to win this game, it's going to come all down to the game field keys of victory.
For me, I'm going to add one right away. Just, I mean, keep going, carry the momentum. That is the first key. Just keep it rolling.
Yes.
They were having a lackluster stage 1 and stage 2. Heading into stage 3, they made an insane losers run at their own major. Now we need them to continue to do it without the crowd and get control performance together. They are 7th in control round win percentage during stage 3, which is interesting because this is a team based around teamwork, right? Based around being calm, and I feel like they were struggling with that a little bit in the beginning of the game, but heading into our last leg here when it comes to Vanguard, I feel like they finally calmed everything down.
Right, so Ali, Nameless was giving his praises. He says Kleenex picked it up. He's a lot faster. He's getting some good engagements now. Me personally, I feel like Insight tore it up in Toronto. He was my favorite player to watch. What about you? Who do you like seeing on this team now?
Insight was certainly like a momentum player. He heard that crowd. He was that first player in their walkouts, and you could just see the energy building up. For me, I know we were giving Cammy a lot of gripe at the beginning of the season, which didn't make a whole lot of sense to me because at least stat-wise, like, he was fairly consistent and doing well. It was actually Bance that was struggling a little bit, but like I said, in stage 3, they've all kind of hit their stride and they've started to play together as a team. It wasn't really one player kind of being lackluster. So I guess I have to give my flowers to Bance, really. I feel like he's really made a big turnaround, and he's starting to make a lot more impactful plays on the map.
Now, you know who needs to be impactful? Everybody on this LAG team. Shout out to the Los Angeles Gorillas. They're going to be the ones going toe-to-toe against the Toronto Ultra. But Ali, with these recent team changes, okay, Asim, and you got Gunless on the bench, you got Neptune in play now, you got Spark back. I mean, that's a positive.
No, this is what I'm going to say when it comes to LAG, okay? Something that seriously pains me when I think about the timeline when it comes to this roster is that Slasher was struggling at the beginning of this game. I feel like that's who I kind of put the camera on at the beginning of this game, and I was like, the Slasher hasn't really found his pace yet, and it was Gunless that was frying. Asim obviously was taking over maps, and Hook was fairly consistent in what he was bringing to the table, but Slasher had a huge turnaround. Suddenly, it was Slasher leading the KD and stats for his team. Suddenly, it was Slasher leading in S&D, and as soon as that starts happening, Spark comes in, and then they win Major 2, and now they hit this stride, and then lackluster stage 3, they bring back in Gunless. Gunless isn't able to perform, so I feel like the second they finally had their main AR frying, all of that got taken away from him. All that momentum got taken away from this squad, and so I'm very worried about what this hot potatoing is going to do at the end of the season for this LAG squad. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and for this matchup specifically, what do they got to do?
I mean, they got to play together on the map. Point blank period. Last in traded death percentage in stage 3. Neptune #2 SMG in trade deaths this season. So maybe you can help them out a little bit. And then break hills together in hardpoint. Hardpoint break percentage ranked last in stage 3 at 9%. That is terrible. And then also these guys are 0-10 in their last 10 controls. It's a guaranteed map loss every time you start a series. So they're hoping with Neptune he brings that added slaying power where ASIM sometimes drop the ball and they can get those kills and get control and maybe win some controls, right? But keep in mind, they lost their in-game leader. So in Search and Destroy, it could even be worse than it was before. But that is when they found success. It was Search and Destroy and control. Can they get back to that with this team? We'll find out in this series, man, but it's going to be a tall task when you got players like Neptune and Hook that are known to go a little bit rogue on the map. But the gunny is there across these 4 players.
The gunny's there, but that 1 point was last in traded kills. That's insane.
I was going to say the gunny's there, but the vibes are not. What are these player cams right now? Can I get some fist bumps?
Hook, before that finals,
that's true.
You don't know what he's like.
Hook is like this 24/7. That man he's fire. But also, it's going to be time to take a look at the maps right now to see how things are going to progress over the series. We're going to kick things off on Gavutu Hardpoint.
Honestly, I think I like this for both of these squads. For LAG, I think when we see Hook with an AR in his hand, I think that's where they find a lot of success. We've seen what Spark's been capable of doing. So I feel like the aggression's going to be there for the LAG squad. But the issue right now for me is that Tuscan Hardpoint. That is the map that Toronto Ultra took against Atlanta FaZe in Major 3. And also the double Berlins. Berlins have been Toronto Ultra's best map in every single game mode, as well as the Desert Siege is also a very strong suit in the likes of the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at the Search and Destroys, Desert Siege, and Berlin, and yeah, man, it's going to be a tough one for these guys, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the last series of the day. We got LAG and also the Toronto Ultra. Lando and Steady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Phil. Yes, what a day it has been. You can't see me, but I got the biggest smile on my face. The Major 4 qualifiers have got off to the hottest of starts, and now, Jay, it is time to watch Toronto Ultra versus LAG. Man, I mean, what, 2 teams who are just on totally different paths lately.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra really found their form at Major 3. They're winning hard points, almost going flawless in S&D. That's Toronto Ultra that we saw all throughout the Cold War season. So they're finally getting into that championship form. And then on the opposite side for LAG, well, they were there at least at Major 2, but every other event so far, they have gotten dead last. They come into this series right here with 2 new players on their roster. Spark, he was here before in place of Gunless, but Neptune, the fresh face for LAG.
I want to ask you, like, what are your thoughts about the LAG roster change? I mean, they make 2 big roster moves. We've seen Spark in the lineup before, but I don't know, kind of an unpredictable move. Bringing Neptune into the lineup, how do you feel he's going to fare with this LAG group?
I think Neptune, he's going to be a great player, but I think overall for this LAG roster, they lost a lot, especially when they lost a player like ASIM. Like, he was the guy who was leading in the vocal comms every single time with an SMG, allowing his SMG Slayer in Hoop to go out there and put up the numbers that he did. He was doing a lot for this team when it came to communication, not only in the respawns, but in the Search and Destroy. So with Neptune and Hook now being that new SMG duo, someone has to step up in the comms.
Yeah, they absolutely have to be. The comms are going to be a big deal, and it feels like all eyes are going to be on this new SMG duo of LAG. Granted, I know we're on Gavutu, but nonetheless, it's going to be fun to watch their progress, and could be some great plays so far. Off the start, though, it is all Toronto. A great little moment there for Cammy as he eventually does fall off of the spree. An excellent beginning. However, for the Toronto boys, as they will be those purple arrows on the map. I know it's battle of the purple teams. It can be difficult to figure out who is where, but Toronto will be rocking those purple jerseys and really do have that spawns, those spawns to look forward to at the conclusion of this boat hill. But LAG getting some much needed time given how the start of this Gavutu lined up, Jay.
Yeah, when you take a look at this map for both of these teams, statistically, this is their worst hard point for Ultra and for LAG. But for LAG, one thing that really stands out to me when I was looking at the numbers is that they struggle with all the money hills, the P1s, the P3s, and the P4s. They simply do not have success at either one of those hills, getting outscored by almost 15 to 20 points on each one of those. So that's going to be a massive change for them. They need to try to find some success, and you see early on pressure from the front of P3. Hoop wins a huge one-on-one, but still, Toronto have enough bodies here to successfully break in.
Yeah, Toronto have enough bodies, and I know historically, as you were talking about, record statistics show, hey, not a great hardpoint historically for really either of these teams, LAG more specific, but lately for Toronto, man, that's really been the primary focal point of their game, has been this dramatic improvement in the hardpoints. Ever since they had that 2-18 stretch, I mean, what, throughout Major 3, 13-6. One of the hottest teams in hardpoint as of late are off to a solid start. In this Kavutsu, LAG having a few moments of surprise so far throughout the beach, but as this hill comes to a close, it will be now the Gorillas with a chance to get some points on the board, start to stabilize, and maybe even retake the lead. We'll see how that gets granted as Toronto have got a hill up next, Jay, that, well, historically they have struggled on.
Yeah, this is a hill where Toronto Ultra do not find a lot of success. I'm pretty sure on this hill specifically, they're getting outscored by 20 points with a 16% break rate. And you can see what LAG are currently doing. So far, pushed up through that boat side, forcing all of Toronto to continuously spawn towards P1. But they do get a couple kills. Cammy finds that opening towards that cliff side, but you see the spawns, they're gonna flip as well. And LAG, they keep control. This is the perfect way for LAG to take control of this game, aim chain it to that P5, but look at the spawns. Once again, they flip for Ultra. 3 players spawn out towards red.
Yeah, man, Vance is just kind of hanging out like, I know I'm here, you guys know I'm here, it's all good. Okay, ends up getting taken down. Hook at least is able to go on that 5 spree, and as we said, a hill where they can take the lead. They absolutely do that. We'll be up by 10 as we head into the final hill of the first set of rotations. A very back and forth game, but all eyes on the good old Hook Skywalker. A few kills away from what could be the glide bomb. That would be massive, especially on a map like Kavutsu, and maybe even for this P5. As Toronto look to hunker down and really just trying to reclaim some control over the boat. Now make it 6 for Hook. Some questions, when we talk about this SMG duo, who's going to be running the AR? It appears that Hook decides to grab it. The automaton is feeling great in his hands. A 7 spree, a glide bomb, and the century mark reached for the Gorillas.
Good patience right there from LAG to take their time on that break. They allow Hook to earn that glide bomb, and they flip those spawns with a successful break with about 40 seconds left. Now, LAG are growing this lead drastically. That glide bomb is going to come into play at such a drastic time. You just have to try to at least get as much time as you possibly can off of these P5 hills, because now you're going back to P1 where that glide bomb can potentially not be useful if they run and tide that missile. As now Cammy, he's going to work his way through lower beach side. You're going to have multiple players here from Toronto. Insight does find the first. Now it's on Spark and Neptune. What can they get done? They both get taken down, and that's going to be Ultra with a successful break off the rotation.
Yeah, successful break for Toronto. And, as we like to talk about oftentimes in Vanguard, I know we are in Major 4, but the P1s don't work the same way in this game. It is really about investing as much as you can into the first hill of these rotations. You can lock down quite a bit of seconds. And oftentimes, the second set of rotations means that much more. Glide bomb utilized and ultimately will work out in the Gorillas' favor. It has been a solid start for really the entire team across the board. 17-13 for Neptune, more specifically Hook leading the way at 18-9. And hey, we're talking about the team. They continue to see some success. Let's see how the comms are sounding in the group right now as everybody is frying.
Beat on inside. Beat on going our side, fire truck. No, in top boat. Okay, take your time, guys. Take your time. Top great Vance, one shot. Good shit, bro. One off for sheik. I'm inside. I think he's beat on. One guy was top cliff. One guy was top cliff. Beat on. I saw him top boat. Nice. Beat on. He's top cliff. Killing next one shot. You want to take it? See me. Hey, he's crossing you. On the thing. Someone get time. Someone get time. I got it. Oh, he's first kill. Stay on, bro. He's killing. Listen, both of us player kills. Player kills. I'm on time. I'm playing right there. I got insight. On time. Gonna fight me probably. I think he ran up the top boat. Yep. One shot. Kleenex. Really? Stop right on me. I'm trying to hold. Oh, he's one cliff. I hear you. Let's see this guy cliff. Oh, he's front cliff on our small rock. Vance, and front right of me. Amy, one shot, top right. Top green win, beat on. Top green win, beat on. He's our set beat on. I don't know where the guy went. Time dead. Nice. I got on time. Top green. Give my beat on. Yo, someone get his beat on. I'm cutting P5. You have below P5? Yeah, I have P5. I'm looking at your beat on from hill.
Good time.
Stop P5. I got naded. I can get time. Wait, you climbed up. I'm the top right. All good. Play kills. They're gonna push you. Nice, good one, dude. They're gonna probably their side or something. They gave it up. Okay, I'm gonna go around. Yeah, I'm right. Guys, you beat on, I think. I'm at her back. I did send him. He's beat on. Beat on, son. They're holding. They're close in the indent. Vance, I couldn't hit him inside.
Well, that listening just answered my call. I was thinking, all right, this team is going to struggle with their communication, but Hook said, don't worry about it. I'm going to put up the numbers, and I'm going to be talking as much as I possibly can Hook leading in the comms right there, just really allowing LAG to properly set up all these hills. Great time off of that P2, but now this forces Ultra, currently down by 60 points, to get a great hold on P3 and try to find some success at that P4. What a great listener from LAG.
Yeah, man, one of the best listenings we've had in a long time. Everybody getting involved in the comms, and as you said, Mr. Hook, incredibly elaborate and letting everybody know exactly what is going on around the map. 50 points down currently are the Toronto Ultra, but in a great spot to grab these final 20, and maybe it could be time for good old Insight to start to heat on up. We know that he's clutch at S&D. Can he be that way in the hard points? 3 more to go before he could possibly be earning a glide bomb, tagged up and ultimately not dropped. As he and Spart will exchange some words across the beach, it could be the hill to think about if you are the Gorillas, to ultimately seal the game, if not put you in a very, very close distance to crossing that finish line. Toronto gonna have to give it everything that they've got, while also thinking about the spree. Insight, aware of his life. Hook and Neptune continue to win fights for the Gorillas for the front side of the hill. And ultimately, Insight can't get anything done, Jay.
Yeah, this is a perfect setup right here for LAG. They have a player so far pushed up towards Shift that you're influencing the spawns for Ultra to continuously spawn at P1. They're not going to waste their time trying to find that kill. They're going to at least try to attack this from beach, but LAG, they hold 240 and counting. LAG are going to be able to close out this map number 1. This has been dominant from them.
This has been dominant and then some. How do you like us now? Okay, Major 4 roster changes aplenty, and it is working out for some of our teams today. All smiles, everybody getting up, giving some fist bumps, some high fives, and who knows, maybe after this game is over, maybe a kiss on the cheek. I have no idea, Jay. Anything's possible. Everything's on the line. And as we talk about it, man, LAG, they are in very scary territory. The number 7 seed, just a handful of points away from dropping toward the bottom 4, and they come out when they need to in this opening HP. Take a look at that new duo. Neptune and Hook just had themselves a game, my friend.
And I'm pretty sure they're both running the automaton in their hand as well. Like, those guys came into play today. You heard it from Hook in the listening. Communication is all there. Everyone is starting to click. LAG knows that it's do or die now in this situation. They have to go out and win a majority of these matches so they can at least keep in the top 8. But to come out like that on that map, number 1, versus a team like Ultra, who are just recently finding their form in this mode, they just punched them right in the mouth with 2 new players on their team. Great work from LAG to answer early into this series.
Yeah, and that's going to give you a lot of confidence moving forward throughout 100%. This bad boy. I mean, as we talked about with Toronto, the strength in the hard point has absolutely elevated them. It's been that along with the search and destroy. And who knows with this LAG team? I mean, you know, whenever they were going on some major runs, when they had Spartan in the lineup, search destroy was that primary game mode.
Yes.
And we've heard a lot of great noise recently in the challenger side from Neptune and his search destroy. We'll talk about that here in a little while, but just a crazy game, Jay. I mean, I don't know what's going on. Like, Boston just beat Optic Texas. LAG are coming out looking like a totally different team. We're thinking they're probably going to be better in, you know, maybe close quarter maps, but they just come out and, like you said, word for word, punch Toronto right between the eyes.
Telling you, so far, Major 4 Stage 4 is just in for a really big surprise. Like, I did not expect Boston Breeze to reverse sweep Optic Texas. And for LAG, a team who hasn't really found a lot of success since Major 2, like I said, last in every single event that we have had this year besides Major 2, they have just been struggling as of recent. But to come out versus a team like Toronto Ultra, who are recently at their most recent major, getting a top 3 placement, losing to Atlanta FaZe to get eliminated from the tournament, you're thinking they're top 3 team in the game. LAG are on the downwards, but at least early on into this series, Neptune has answered the call. Hook has answered the call for me when it came to communication. Now it's all to see if they can get back on